Good morning, Weather Impact Meteorologist Gary Frank here with Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell, Meteorologist Jim Casillo, and of course, Meteorologist Tracy Henson is in the weather tracker. We're tracking our opportunity for severe storms the rest of the day. And as we look at it right now, we're still under tornado watch until 4 o'clock. And I want to break down some of the updates to what we're seeing, at least at this moment, and kind of show you how things are playing out from west to east and what we're expecting here. Because I do think this is going to be right in the middle of the day into the early afternoon. As Scott was mentioning last night, our potential continues to be around the same, if not maybe increased a little bit. It's going to be important to talk about not only the fact that look at most of these areas that are under the tornado warning or tornado watch, that is, at least through 4 o'clock. You're going to probably see 2 or 3 counties technically in our viewing area in a higher risk. That's going to be later on in the day. But let's focus on what's going on right now and some of the updates here as I put this on full screen for you to where you can take a look. And I also want to put this here as you can text your questions, and I'll try to look at these here through most of the day as we continue to try to answer some of your questions here on the live stream. And I'll get to some of the specifics, but I'm going to go through this here as we continue to talk about updates through this. And I don't know if we're on Facebook, but they'll let me know whether or not we are or not, because, you know, for the most part, that's what we continue to do. And I'll try to look on there to see if we are or not. Sometimes we are, sometimes we're not. Doesn't look like we are. So this is all going to be, if you're going to question, you're going to text the line. That's what we're doing here as we're talking about this tornado watch until 4 o'clock. You know, for the most part, what we're dealing with here in the short term is the fact that we have an upgraded risk to some degree. And as I'll zoom this in and put this on that full screen for you here so you can see, you know, this is kind of where we were always teetering on the line of a lot of the Missouri side was in a slight risk for severe weather, where it was just the city of St. Louis and points off to the southeast. Now it's nudged a little bit simply because we have some of the ingredients that are really overcoming the fact that it's still relatively cloudy, as I show you a live picture of our radar here shortly. But you'll notice, just for your interest, and we'll talk about the specifics here in a second, but for your interest, of course, the city of St. Louis, Belleville, Staunton, Litchfield, Jerseyville involved in that enhanced risk, Arnold, anywhere in Jefferson County, Potosi, Belgrade, Iron County, Ironton, really areas to the south, and really further off to the west that you go simply because of the timing of the day. That was a lot of what Sunday had, but the cloud cover and rain really mitigated our severe weather threat, but it was not quite the same significant threat that we had in terms of the other ingredients that are in place. Now, as we look at spots to the south, you'll notice this high risk for severe weather. And of course, that is as high as it gets from the Storm Prediction Center. There's going to be a pretty significant risk that stretches all the way to south central Arkansas, all the way up to 40, and of course, as well to the north. That does not include any part of the 5 on your side viewing area. And I understand that maybe some of you on the 5+ stream may be watching this here, but Perryville, you're in that moderate risk. Like I said, DuQuoin, Mount Vernon, you're in that moderate risk as well. And I think it's important to note that you're probably going to be involved in an upgraded type of tornado watch later called a PDS tornado watch, particularly dangerous situation. First and foremost, this is where the most significant risk lies. You'll notice how it is a very tight gradient, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that, you know, we have better ingredients in these particular places for these severe thunderstorms, not only because of the fact that it was not raining, the cloud cover doesn't quite get here, but they're going to, even with cloud cover, the heating of the day continues to kind of erode this cap layer and also provide and build instability. So that's going to be an important factor for the development of severe weather here over the next several hours. I do want to point out and break down things risk by risk. And, you know, we talk about hail, wind, and tornadoes as really the 3 main types of severe weather in terms of what we're expecting here. Because as we continue to monitor the fact that we're going to see types of severe weather, I want to break down some of these risks. And if you followed along with our last live stream, you'll notice that, you know, a lot of our area, in fact, much of our area is under a 30% hail risk. And also, you'll notice these black lines. I want to explain what that is. And it's known as a hatched area from the Storm Prediction Center. They really deem this as a 10% chance or greater for 2-inch or greater in diameter hail within any 25 miles of this point. So that means there's some pretty good risk for some bigger hail with these supercell thunderstorms and these larger thunderstorms that develop as well. Also, same goes for the wind damage risk. You'll notice that most of this area is involved in that same 30%, and also that hatched area where at this point is a 10% or greater risk that you may see a 74+ mile per hour or greater wind within that same 25 mile or span of any point inside that hatched risk. So That's also important to note. We have the high wind threat. It's already windy outside right now, and I'll show you that here in a second. But I'm going to get through the kind of the rundown of some of the ingredients that we have in place and just some of the outlooks, and then let's talk about how things may look hour by hour and what they look like right now, because we've already seen a couple of reported tornado warnings in central Missouri and southwest Missouri, and that is an area where it really wasn't unstable. You know, that was overnight, right? But they had some different things at play, and that's how I think we're going to overcome some of those as well. From a tornado risk standpoint, this is pretty significant, right? We didn't even get this last time, but you'll notice that we have depending on where you are, we have a 30% risk for tornadoes well to the south. That's all in that high risk for severe weather. There is a possibility of significant long-tracked EF3 plus tornadoes in this area. That is not the same risk locally, but I do want to point out some of the areas that are involved in that 15% risk, and they do involve really anywhere to the south, like Piedmont, Fredericktown, Perryville, Chester, Sparta, Nashville, Salem, Kinmundy, Flora, Effingham. I mean, areas that are not necessarily on the fringe of our viewing area, but you may be tuning in on 5 Plus as well, so I wanted to mention that as well. But also notice some of the areas in that 10% risk, which has expanded a little further to the west since really this morning, and since some of the overnight model data kind of flows in, and we start to see not only some of these soundings, but further model data. And as we continue to keep you posted, they'll have more updates here over the next few minutes if they continue to switch me around. If you're listening, switch the camera back. I'll go do it myself if I have to. But, you know, anyway, we'll talk about this while we're continuing to look at that over the next several hours. But, you know, as we continue to monitor this tornado threat, there are a few more spots as well as we continue to look at, you know, these black lines in this specific area, a 10% or greater chance for an EF2 plus tornado within 25 miles of any point. So that's the difference here. And that does involve, they got me there, Scotty, thank you. That does involve this risk here. And you'll notice that some of those cities include O'Fallon on the Missouri side and O'Fallon on the Illinois side, but Belleville, St. Louis, Arnold, Festus, all involved in that. And I know that the hatched lines are not quite as pretty, and I can take them off for a second if you really want me to. But I do want to just point that out, is those are the areas where we may start to see the development for that particular stronger severe storm that could grow into a stronger tornado, depending on things. And I want to show you some of the things at play here as well. And we also point out some of these things, and this is kind of a little inside baseball thing, but I want to show you, you know, just like every other thing really in the world right now, we also look at some of these AI forecast models, and they also start to go into some of this as well. And you'll notice that as we look at a comparison from not only the Storm Prediction Center and some of the things that I just showed you, but our local SLU meteorology has one of those AI forecast systems, as well as one from Colorado State. And I'll zoom into this just a little bit more so you can see from a standpoint of our risk here from top to bottom. And I want to pan up. I'll start with what it looks like. Here from the SLU one. And you'll notice where kind of the bullseye for some of these risks are. They go in order of tornado, hail, and wind. And you'll see from that standpoint that, you know, it's right over our area and an increased risk. Now, notice that as you start to get into the Colorado State one, which is the second one, those probabilities go up a little higher. And you'll notice the third one for wind and especially tornadoes, that's the first one there, and that's in their hatch risk. And that is, of course, where the high risk for severe weather is. But notice how broad this area of circulation and potential tornadoes is, that stretches as far west as Kansas City, which that threat is already over, to, of course, our area and points off to the south. And then you'll look at how you compare it to the Storm Prediction Centers, which is you'll see tornado, hail, and then wind. And like I said, as I kind of move this back and forth, you can see where those areas where even at the very least we're going to see the potential for higher wind. And so those are some of the things that we look at as well in preparation for, you know, all these type of things. So like I said, as I zoom this back out, now let's look at the radar, because we're talking about what we're expecting here, right? That's the outlook, but what does that mean, and how are we going to see this come into play? As I show you where this cloud cover is, oftentimes you'll hear myself or Scott talk about the fact that, well, if we wake up and it's cloudy, that may limit our instability, and that is absolutely the case in some regard, in many regards. But this one, we have many other factors at play that are not only from what we would note as mesoscale factors, that means localized and slightly above the atmosphere, but you have a broad scale of all these things too that go thousands of feet above the atmosphere, and so that's where we have all these other factors in play. And I noted them in a stream last time when I talked about the potential for this, and I can kind of show you where this is. You know, we've got so many. I got so many things in this show here where we've got, you know, Scott's laughing at me in the background because, you know, at one point I had these. I'll figure it out later. Not important now. What I will point out is, of course, we have. Let's find out where there are any warnings at the moment, because there are a small handful, and one of them is creeping upon Rolla, Dixon. You'll see that. And I'll switch radar products here for you here as well. And really, these are marginally severe storms at the moment in terms of wind. But what we're going to start to do later on is see these work their way in a more favorable environment. And you'll see where this warm front is kind of sitting in, as I show you in a second. But as it interacts with this and brings more moisture in, that's where we're going to see that. And also, it also brings our wind in a different direction. Now, the other day when we had our significant tornado risk, and I'll get back to this as well in a second, you know, we're starting to see the fact that, you know, we still have the wind that is a factor. Here's our dew point right now, and you'll really notice where the surge of moisture goes from south to north here at this point. We have our dew points in the low to mid 60s. You can even see Pittsfield at 56. That moisture has started to settle in. There's no doubt about it. You probably felt it going outside immediately. I walked outside immediately and I saw it. And I also pointed out, and I know Anthony pointed this out at 6 o'clock this morning, if you look at the clouds here, just from this perspective, look at the clouds by the arch. And it almost looks like a time lapse, right? The clouds are absolutely roaring, and so is the wind above the surface. And that's one of the big key factors that I'll point out that is driving this force behind the fact that we have this potential for severe weather throughout the region. So I found one of my things here as we got, I changed it to my Wednesday severe ingredients. I had this the other day. You know, these are the things that we typically look at in this regard. We look at wind shear, where the wind is twisting, not only if it's blowing in a different direction, and you can probably go out there and see this at any given point. We really see it on some of these time lapses where if the wind, you feel it, or look at a flag and it's blowing in one direction, and then you look at that cloud cover and it's blown in another direction, that's wind shear. It's directional change, either horizontally and vertically, but in this case, it is vertically here. Now, we also have the lift, which is in place, and a lot of that has to do with the dry line off to our west, but also has to do with this entire cold front, low pressure center that's kind of settling in as well. We also have a warm front that's moved in throughout the entire region. We have a couple of those things. So the instability is in play, but it's just going to be a matter of how much of that. And I'll tell you what, we miss out because of the cloud cover. We had less cloud cover and we had the same setup. Then you're talking about that high risk for severe weather. So that's one of the things that's a little bit different here. In terms of moisture, we've got plenty of it. I just showed you that, right? So let's look at what's happening here over the next several hours. And like I said, I'll go through what I'm expecting, and then I'll try to answer some of your questions here that you've sent in. And I know you're going to ask specific cities, and we'll try to get to that here as we talk about some of that stuff as well. But like I mentioned, let's find where we are in terms of the wind, because, you know, you'll notice here, watch as I show you the dew point over the last 12 hours, and watch how we go from last night we were in the 40s, but this morning, watch that surge of moisture that gets us in the 50s and 60s. And that's an important key factor here when we're talking about what we're expecting here. Let me find what the wind is here at the moment on one of my thousands of many graphics, but I can also show you let me show you the wind speeds and gusts here, and you can see the different directions here. Mainly it is out of the south, but we have gusts already at 44 in Chesterfield, and these have nothing to do with thunderstorms, right? You'll notice here, as I just kind of pull this back out, here we have this south wind that is mainly out of the south, or southwest, south-southwest, and then over here, it's mainly out of the southwest. But if you really go above the surface, you can see that things are a little bit different in that regard as well, as we have winds that are starting to twist with height. And so when we show you what may be happening over the next several hours, that's where I think we're going to notice the difference here. So I can really show you this warm front here and this change in temperature, because that is where we really start to see the fact that things are just a little bit different here at this moment. And as we go throughout the next several hours, and I found that one here, we've got, but watch this here locally. You'll notice we're already in the mid to upper 70s, which honestly is relatively impressive here, especially considering the fact that it doesn't matter where I play this, it's cloudy, and of course that's Mizzou, and it's rained there. And as we've got some spots right around Busch Stadium, it's cloudy. It's still cloudy here, but it's still in the upper 70s, and that really tells you the air mass that's in play. But as I zoom out, watch the sharp change, 50s and 60s behind it, and even as I kind of just pull this back in it's 72 in Columbia, and that's essentially where the storm initiation is going to be over the next several hours, is we're going to see that. It's already 76 at the airport. Well to the south, it's 81 in Memphis. You see the difference between, let me see, that I didn't have that on play here. So you see the difference here in terms of where they're getting a little bit more instability right here, and that's where the thunderstorms are really going to fire up today. But along this line, and we're already at 76 degrees, we're starting to see that a little bit more. And I'll even pull up this this satellite, and you'll notice that along the lines, it's already cleared out in Kansas City where it's 62, and I showed you that specifically here, where it's 62 in Kansas City, 76 here, but also look at the cloud cover that's in place. And despite the fact that the clouds are a little bit thicker, we're starting to see those storms develop. So even as we look at the surface observations, you can start to see, and I'll zoom in just a little bit here on some of these surface observations, you'll notice that the wind is directionally changing. Those wind barbs, and I'll pull this back out on myself here in just a second, because it will be a little bit easier to kind of point out some of these things and then zoom in so you can see them. But the fact that we have some of this here where the wind is out of the southwest, you'll notice it's all twisting in different directions in many cases here. You have temperatures in the upper 70s, but dew points in the 60s, and it's drier on the other side, but the wind is shifting, and that's where we're starting to see that thunderstorm development and initiation. And you show that that's as I put these back and forth, you'll see that's where things are settling in that regard. So all storms developing along that front. Warmer here, we're kind of in the middle of things, and that's why as a result of that, we've kind of pushed that, or at least the Storm Prediction Center has pushed that back just a little bit. So I want to show you what a future radar may look like, and then an ETA, and I'll try to get to some of your questions here so we can talk about what's expected here over the next several hours. So let's get this pulled up here as I talk about what is happening, and let's see what we've got going on here in terms of the timing here over the next few hours. And I'm going to hit this pause, get a little water. Feels like a thing we're going to have to do today. So let's talk about the timing of what these storms may do. And I'm going to change this and make it a little prettier. I don't particularly like the way this looks. So you can see as temperatures hold steady in the mid 70s, we're going to continue to see things. Let me get this back to this thing where it looks a little bit more like what your radar may look like here. And we've got temperatures in the mid 70s here. And this is how I think it's going to play out, right? You still see things that are in the 70s. We've got storms that are firing up, and it's 11:02 at the moment. And watch that these storms start to continue to work their way right along that line. And I think this is important to note as I pull this back out myself. You'll notice that storms are working kind of up that line. They're not moving in a wall straight from west to east. They're kind of moving relatively parallel to that boundary, and as a result, they're just going to kind of rain themselves over the same locations until they move away. This is different than the 314 event. Those storms were moving at 65, 75 miles an hour very quickly. These storms are moving over this edge, and as a result, these boundaries are going to interact with each other and maybe create either other areas of rotation or maybe make one big cluster. And I think what you're going to notice in some of these, there will be embedded tornadoes that are, not by themselves. Now, as I put this into motion, and I'll put this back on more of a full screen for you so you can see this better on your phone or TV or whatever you're watching. Watch how this continues to fire up. By 1 o'clock, I think it's very possible that by the second half of 12:30, 1 o'clock, we'll start to see a few more of these storms that may be by themselves. And this is the favorable environment, the fact that, we may be near 80 degrees at this point, right? Even with the cloud cover. That is enough to really get things going with all the other ingredients that are available. And as you start to see this from 1 or 2 o'clock, you'll notice that I do think that we're going to see things still by 1 or 2 o'clock, storms continue to fire up. And I think at this point, we'll start to see embedded storms that could produce some very large hail, at the very least, 60+ mile-an-hour wind gusts. And also, there will be a tornado or two in each of these storms, very possible. And it's not out of the question that, look, by the time that this gets over a more favorable area, and I'll pause here, this is the reason for the fact that we have the higher risk here. Notice the timeline, it's 3:30, you've had the heating of the day. These temperatures are already in the low 80s. Because of that, they've had a couple of more hours to warm up. And because this is kind of slowed down by an hour or two, that's where you're starting to see better opportunities, even in the city of St. Louis. That's right, that risk got pushed back just a little bit. That added instability, it will not take much, will start to increase this. I think it's very possible that storms over this area will start to become even more on the stronger side, where you could still have tornadoes here and wind damage in the St. Louis City area, St. Charles, Chesterfield, areas off to the west. And there will be severe weather and damage perhaps. But as they start to enter that more favorable environment, that's where we may start to see the extra large hail. And keep in mind that hatched area that I mentioned where you have EF2 plus tornadoes possible, larger hail, and 75+ mile-per-hour winds. That's where the greater likelihood continues to be, but it may very well develop over the city of St. Louis and reach that and then continue to strengthen as it pushes off to the south and southeast. So that's important to note as we get closer to the rest of the day. I'll put this back here so you can continue to text about this. Notice how as we get through 3:30, 4, 5, 5:30, that's going to impact schools and stuff like that by 3:30, 4 o'clock. Notice how that enters those areas in the 80s and then pushes through. 5, 6 o'clock, a majority of that is out of our area. You'll still see rain behind it, but that is not severe. And then eventually, it's pretty much done raining throughout our entire area. So here's the way I see it right now when it comes to our severe weather impacts, right? I think 60 to 75 mile-per-hour wind as a base is a pretty good bet. I think hail still on the larger side. We'll call it up to tennis ball size. You may see smaller. There could be a couple on the Illinois side that are on the larger side. We'll call it on the higher side. We'll say that at least on the highest potential, because I think it's still there. At 2-inch plus hail, there are going to be some spots that could get up to that. Not saying everybody's going to get that, especially on the Missouri side, that is less favorable. Keep in mind, I showed you that up to 2-inch plus hail is possible, and I think in some of those areas where it's a little more favorable, that's not out of the question. Tornadoes, there are going to be a few possible tornadoes, right? And I think you're going to see a strong tornado or two that's going to be out there. The potential is there. And, the last couple of severe weather events, we haven't talked much about this, and I kind of added as an addendum to some of these things because it gets lost. But flash flooding is obviously one of the more significant things. And I think there could be some localized flash flooding simply because of the way that these storms are going to move. I don't know that we're going to see some widespread flooding event. It's probably, unfortunately, this weekend that we're going to see more flooding, but this is definitely priming us for that as we had been very dry and now we're starting to get fairly wet. That's the way April works. We just can't just shut it off in that regard. But from a timing standpoint, we're at 11 o'clock. And, you're starting to see those storms between 10 and 11 o'clock. And that's what's there. And that's kind of been what Anthony, modified from this morning here, right? So we're still looking between 12 and 3 o'clock for a good majority of our area. And that means Potosi, Centerville, Fredericktown, St. Louis, really anywhere in St. Louis County. It means Jefferson County. That means Franklin County. It means Edwardsville, Litchfield, Shiloh. And then really between 3 to 6 o'clock, that's Nashville, Sparta, Perryville. Those are the areas that I have shaded here that I think you're more likely to see those stronger storms, larger hail, and more damaging winds. We will see how this plays out. Like I said, we continue to monitor how all these things are going. But from a standpoint of, what we're expecting, that's the main thing. Let's check on the radar and some of our updates here, as I need to make sure that my computer doesn't continue to log me out. But you'll notice that, as I go look to answer some of your questions here, that's our one lone severe thunderstorm warning. We also have, now just on the outside, like I said, does this look like a tornado to you right now? To me, that would not be something that I would stand out and say, oh yeah, that looks like a tornado warned storm. But that's how a lot of these are going to be because of the favorable environment. This looks like a lot of rain with an embedded thunderstorm, but there are also areas of rotation, and I think that's what's going to be important to note. even as I pause this and just show you this one specifically, which is, of course, out of our area, but I want to find out where that is. And you can really kind of see this here as our refresher course. Notice that little area right about there. You'll notice that as I continue to circle this, right about here, we have away from the radar, we have toward the radar. It's this little couple, these little tiny. Now, this is a more tiny tornado than the last ones we had on the 14th, but notice that as we continue to look at some of these areas, this is near Vandalia. This is, on the Missouri side. So this is out of our area, but like I mentioned, it's a result of why it is favorable for us here at this point. And, like I said, it's going to be something that we continue to monitor here. Pause for I had to scarf down some popcorn before we got, because I'll tell you what, I'm not going to be doing much eating, Scott, are we? Did you get your food in, Scott?
I got no food.
Scott, you better eat. You better eat. I'm telling Scott to eat now, because I know, for one, I know Scott, he won't eat. And, we tend to get busy and we talk for a while. Whether we like it or not, we got to talk. So, this is what we're dealing with here. And I still think that, like I mentioned, from an observation standpoint, there really haven't been too many showers because of the nature of the movement. They're not moving this way. If these showers move this way first, and that's the way these storms were, conceivably they would limit our instability a little bit and probably knock some of the severity. But because they're moving along the edge of that boundary, you're not seeing that so much. And because of that, that's where we're going to see more of this area off to the south and southeast become a little bit more primed for that. As I'll switch radars again, and you'll notice that there's a couple of sprinkles in Farmington, but for the most part, it's starting to rain now in Herman and Washington, but you'll still see these storms behind it, and I think that's going to be an important key. Let's look at some of the questions here. Let's look at some of the questions here that we've gotten since, let's call it 10:49. Asked when I think Arnold will probably start to see it. Like I said, specifics from a timing standpoint are going to be, let's call it around lunchtime or the early afternoon, but as late as 2 or 3 o'clock. So that's 314-221. How concerned, somebody asked, hello, how are you? Good, thank you for asking. That's always nice. How concerned should O'Fallon, Missouri be today? As concerned as everyone else, right? I think we need to pay attention to this storm specifically, especially in O'Fallon over the next 3 hours. So that's the update there. Is St. Charles, Missouri in that threat? You're definitely in a threat, right? I think you're definitely in. Everybody is in some sort of threat, and keep that in mind. Everybody's in some sort of threat. It's just what type of severe weather you're going to get. St. Charles is certainly in the threat in the sense that you're kind of right on the edge here where, yes, you're still going to get some of the severe weather, but like I mentioned, you're kind of right on the edge of that slight risk and enhanced risk, and I wouldn't get caught up in that specifically. The potential for tornadoes and wind is still there. We'll see how these storms develop over the next couple of hours as they continue to ride that line. You're certainly on the western edge of things at this moment. That doesn't mean we won't see issues. That was from 301-408, and then we've got when should the severe weather start for the St. Louis area? And Jim is actually texting people back in case they're not listening to the stream. So he will be on there noon to 3 o'clock. We're also watching the storm. Let's see, what are the chances for tornadoes looking like for Arnold? To me, the chances for tornadoes in Arnold are still in the 10% risk area. And I'll show you this risk area here once again. You're still in that risk area of 10%, really between 10 to 15% at this point, even into the Arnold area. So that's the probability for that is where you are. And the black area are those hatched lines where you have the 10% or greater chance for an EF2 plus tornado. And like I said, the better opportunity for that is going to be the south and southeast. We still see the likelihood that a couple of these tornadoes could be on the stronger side, especially around that area. And somebody asked, 314-776 asked if St. Louis will see any tornadoes or severe storms. Yes, I do believe we will. it is not out of the question. And if we can get by without it, that's great, but we have pretty wide area, and the conditions are there, and that's where I think the potential continues to be. 314-852 says, does Kirkwood, Missouri have a chance for large hail? You certainly do have a chance for large hail. I'll put this, you're under that, like I mentioned, that 30% hail risk where you could see, conceivably from quarter size all the way up to golf ball size. I think the bigger hail is going to be away from that, but still, the hail is there, and I'd like to make sure you at least think about putting your, think about putting that car in the garage, or just finding ways to stick it in under the carport, at least something. Well, what time will the storm be hitting Chesterfield? Is there a hail risk? Yes, there is going to be a hail risk in Chesterfield, Eva. So if you're watching, I really think that you're looking at Chesterfield 12:30, 1, 2 o'clock at the very least. So let's see. Somebody asked how much rain we're expecting over the rest of the week. Will there be river flooding? It won't take long. I know the rivers are on the lower side, but it will not take long for us to get, we're going to see at least 2 to 5 inches of rain in many cases here as well. Specific time will storms be in O'Fallon? Specific times, I'll show you the future radar here again, just in case, to give you kind of an idea as we slowly move through this. That is 636-515 that's texting. Not out of the question around 1 or 2 o'clock that we're going to start to see more of that in the St. Louis area. I really think that we're going to take a minute to see that, but it will be coming. These storms are not moving as fast as the last set of storms. I think, leaving work isn't out of the case. 443-821. I'm not trying to bail you out of work, although that sounds like a great idea. But, I would say have a plan ready when you start to follow along with us, because we'll be streaming and have updates, and you'll start to see how things are settled in. It may not be out of the question that may be a better idea. And I also said this days ago for schools, and just have that plan in place in case something is going on, because I think that we're going to see the potential for these storms to really start to get in a more favorable environment here shortly. So that was 443. How concerned should Festus be? As concerned as everyone else. And I'll show you that, I really think that, we have that 10 to 15% tornado risk, more so even in Festus. That was 606-369, and we're going to be following it along. Updated ETA for Madison County. That's where we are now. How bad will Imperial and Arnold be? You have a likelihood of it being as bad as everyone else, right? We're going to see storms develop and start to move in this favorable environment, but there's no real timeline. I can't give you exactly 1:30. I think it's really between 1 to 2 o'clock that we're most likely going to see those storms as we continue to see them, at least at this moment. As far as they've gone, even as I've just looped this, let's watch this the last 3 hours here. This is moving along this front. These are not fast moving storms. It's moving along this boundary, which gradually works its way off. So it's already 11:15 and it still didn't rain in the city. This is a 1 to 2 o'clock type of thing for me, I think. Let's see. Storms in the St. Louis area. St. Charles is in the St. Charles still has a possible tornado. I think the strength of tornado in St. Charles potential is lower than it will be in the Metro East. So that was 301-408. Storms in St. Louis time frame. Should I leave work? 314-799 said, should I leave work? And I ask myself that question every day. Scott, what do you think? Should I leave work? Yes. No. We're not to that point yet. But I would say, have a plan. Maybe speak with somebody that's in charge and say, hey, we're paying attention to this. I might have to drive toward this direction. Is it possible I can get home? Is it possible that I don't want to be stuck on the interstate when these storms are around? Maybe I have to pick my kids up from school early just to make sure that they're not stuck in the hallway and things like that. Check on the pets. It wouldn't be a question. Just have that plan so that way when we can tell you these storms are on the way, they're still sitting outside of our viewing area. And when I show you where our tornado watch is, it's for the entire area, but I don't have any other than one severe thunderstorm warning. We don't have anything else yet. Doesn't mean we won't, because I think we will, but these storms have not rained themselves over a less than favorable environment, and this boundary works its way in. That's where we're going to start to see more of an impact. So that was our last question here. I got, what's my favorite popcorn? And I've been eating this skinny pop with avocado lime on it, and it's pretty much what I've been eating every day. I'm on that John Daly diet with just popcorn, and John Daly does a lot of other stuff to his body, so I don't quite do that yet, but we'll get there. Maybe that's within this cup, and the longer this day goes, that's a possibility, but I've got to continue to get this water down, otherwise my voice is going to be toast by the end of the day, and it's probably still going to be anyway. Let's see, as we continue to look at some of these here, let me look and make sure I'm checking in with everybody here. Let's see, will tornadoes, let's see, downtown St. Louis be in tornadoes? Possible, yes. I think that we can expect that possibly. Let me see. Eva asked if there was what time will the storm be hitting Chesterfield? Is there a hail risk? I do think that there's still potentially a hail risk. I really would say, I think it's as early as 12:30, but I think it could be anywhere from 12:30 to 2. Let's see. What kind of popcorn? Like I said, that's 2 people asked me about the popcorn. I think I got some back here, but I don't know, I got it at Sam's Club. It's one of the skinny pop deals. So, you know, that's where we're dialed in. 314-249 said, just joined. What is your estimate on how much rain we should expect in St. Louis County? I think we could see some locally heavy amounts today, maybe 1.5 inches in some cases, depending on how heavy that thunderstorm that goes over your area is. But over the next few days, we're probably going to see 2 to 5 inches in total on average, with some higher local amounts up to maybe 7 inches here. So 573-305 asked, said, thank you for all you guys do. We appreciate that. Will you be staying live through the event? Yeah, we're going to be on here. I'll quit talking at some point, but my guess, I won't quit talking until about 11:45, because Scott's going to be here doing the noon. I want to say it's an hour-long noon, but is it, Scott? I feel like I saw that email, but I can't read, and I was gone. Was it? Yeah, so it's an hour-long noon. So they're preempting whatever's on at 12:30. I never pay attention. 11:15, I will be on a school bus from 1 to 3 in Collinsville. Will I have time to get home before it hits us? I'm hoping so, but that is the curiosity that I have to think that the sooner you get home before 3 o'clock, the likelihood that it is going to be better. If you're on the bus from 1 to 2 in Collinsville, I think you have a better chance to get home from that. Right now, my answer would be yes. Let's see how the storm goes, but my answer would be yes. I would say the last hour of that will be cutting it close here. And that was the question that was our last question here from 618-530. Let's see, what kind of wind should we have? And let me put the hazards back on so people can look. We've already had winds between 40 and 45 miles an hour. I think 60 to 75 mile an hour wind is the most likely. Here, that's 618-317. Let's see, 1117. 314-435 asks, are these storms a spring thing? Will they ease up for the summer? Yes, they are a spring thing. And they have to do with the clash of the air masses, one being the colder one that tries to leave us, and these warm, moist air masses. As they clash, we have a lot of this stuff that happens, and that's why we've had it. It's just been hitting us a lot lately, right? And I think we're going to get a pretty nice break after this weekend. Really, we're going after from severe weather after this, but then it's going to rain a bunch, and then we'll get a really nice break, and everything's going to be green, and we'll be talking about allergies. Let's see. Is it safe to stay in my trailer? 636-248 asked. You know, I think it's safe to stay there, but I want you to have a plan. If we tell you specifically, and as you're watching this, to have that plan as a backup. This is where I can go. Whether or not it's I'm going to go to the McDonald's bathroom and shelter in place. If you use that, or find a place, a neighbor, something like that. Just have that backup plan and give yourself a half an hour to think about it, right? If we're following along and you say, that's not looking as good, I'm going to just go ahead and leave right now. Grab the kids and grab the dog and get the heck out of there, and then we'll let you know when you can go back home and check. What time will these storms start moving through Columbia, Illinois? I really think that's going to be more in the afternoon time frame. And as I put this time frame back on, I'm still pretty confident in most of it, but I will say, you know, I think most of it is going to be from the sense of, you know, a lot of this is probably going to be on the 1 to 2, 2 to 3 time frame, because it's taking its sweet time to get moving. But that's actually not great in terms of adding instability, because the longer it doesn't rain over these areas, you still have the sun and the heating of the day, and it's, you know, eroding some of the other factors in play. And so, you know, temps are warming up at a pretty good clip here. So that's one thing here as we note. Let's looking at this. I'll put that back up there. Let's see. What times will storms start to hit Wentzville? Some radar looks like it will miss. No, I think, everybody has an opportunity to get storms, and I really think through Wentzville, I'll show you what the futurecast may look like here slowly but surely. Look from a Wentzville standpoint here as we've got, I think it's sometime in the noon hour, maybe closer to 1 o'clock. Let's see. What times will storms start moving through Columbia? I answered that one. I hope you were listening. It was closer to the 3 to 6 time frame. What are the chances for a tornado in O'Fallon, Missouri? Well, the Storm Prediction Center gives O'Fallon really about a 10% risk. And I think you're really looking statistically, if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty, you're probably looking from somewhere between right on the 10% range, maybe 9%. Let's see. 301 says the St. Charles, Missouri in the tornado threat. Yes, and I think you're right around that 10% risk as well. And that's really going to be between like 12:30 and 1:30, I think. Let's see. Thanks for watching live. Alton, Illinois, risk of hail. Sorry, just started watching. Let me pull up that hail risk for you as well. Like I mentioned, Alton is still kind of right on that edge, but I still think you're in that 30% risk here in that. Also, those black lines, which equal the hatched area, that's in that 10% or greater chance from the 2-inch plus hail within 25 miles of any of that point. Doesn't mean it necessarily is going to happen in your area, but the chances are greater due to the ingredients, and that's the way that the Storm Prediction Center. Let's see. Somebody says it's starting to get extremely windy in Pacific and power is flickering. So thank you for that update. We already have some wind gusts over 40 miles an hour, and that's what reminds me of what we had to deal with the last event. Those winds were a lot higher, but we still have to deal with that as well. Also, when the biggest threat begins, are we looking at a quick hit or a longer risk? I think these longer risks are a little bit, somebody asked what types of tornadoes that we look for in this storm, so that's a good question, and I'll pull up this tornado risk here. They said, what types of tornadoes will we look for? Quick spin-ups like we typically see in embedded storms or more supercell, long-lived types? And I think that's a really good question. I think the answer may be a little bit of both, right? Simply because I think initially on the Missouri side, if we had to pick, and I'll show you what the risk is, and I'll try to answer this question the best, and hopefully this answers others as well. You notice this risk, and I'll pull this back out for a second and get the chat line off there on this computer. You'll notice that the risk is lower. You're not in that hatched area, which I'll remind everybody what that is if you're just tuning in a second, where you'll notice these higher threats, right? This 30% risk is to our south. This is the area where I think the long track tornadoes are likely to be in general, right? The red and the pink, those are the highest areas. But we're kind of right on the edge in that St. Louis area, Jefferson County, Franklin County involved in that as well, and that hatch risk. And what that is deemed from the Storm Prediction Center is a 10% or greater chance of an EF2 plus tornado within 25 miles of any point here. And so what I think is likely to see, especially as the day goes along, we're getting closer to noon, 1 o'clock, and it still hasn't rained in some of these areas. It's hotter, we have more instability, and those chances may start to go up. It's not out of the question. Now, as I show you what the radar looks like, it doesn't really look like, you're not looking at this and screaming, oh my gosh, this is a tornado, or this is a tornado threat, right? Because like you mentioned, sometimes we have those supercells that start out in the middle or by themselves, and those are the ones that really rotate. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see that I think some of these, you'll kind of notice even as I loop, want to rotate a little bit. And that's where I think on the Missouri side, especially right about here, really let's call it from Washington, O'Fallon, and points off to the west. I think those are more likely to be on the smaller side. And it doesn't mean that they won't be in Arnold, Festus, St. Louis, and points north into Staunton as well, but I will say that it is not out of the question that they could start to be a little stronger here, and as they get even to a more favorable environment, that's where they either may stay on the ground or you may see a couple more of those stronger ones that develop as well. That's our main question. So I know that's going to put me real behind in terms of the rest of the questions. Let me put this back up here. We are, let's see, time frame for the strongest storm, Maryland Heights and Bridgeton, okay. Jim's got that answer for you. How bad will Hillsborough be? I know you don't want any more tornadoes, but I do think you still have the potential for a couple of tornadoes, and you're still involved in that risk where, you have that specific, zoom into this specific so you can see a few more spots. you know, you're still kind of on the edge of that, right? And I think you still have that somewhere between 7 to 10% tornado risk. Let's see. Good morning. Please provide any information you have on Sikeston, Missouri. I think you're still in that same type of 7 to 10% risk in Sikeston, maybe closer to 6 statistically if you really want to break it down. But the better opportunity is going to be further off to the south and east. And I still think that, like I mentioned, we're kind of right in the middle of that. Let's see how these storms develop and interact with a more favorable environment, because we're already starting to see, even as, like I mentioned, temperatures are warming up, and you know, these pretty much our entire area is under this tornado watch until 4 o'clock. As we look at this, like I said, there's 3 counties that are not involved in that tornado watch that are in our viewing area, and you're probably watching on 5+ and you're wondering what's going on. And I know this is a very small sample size, but you know, just trying to cover everything. There's going to be an additional tornado watch likely later on today that's called a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. That's where the likelihood for significant tornadoes and long track tornadoes is going to be. But we're not involved in one of those. We're in a tornado watch where there are going to be some stronger areas to the south and southeast as a result of that. And we'll see how this plays out. But the longer that we work our way in the afternoon, in my opinion, the better opportunity that we get. And, you know, just looking at a standpoint of, you know, some of our updates here, let's look to see if they've made any changes here in terms of our risks. So these should populate. And let's see if they've moved this, because this has been, they've just updated this 4 minutes ago. And let's see if they've moved any areas. And I would say they really didn't move they didn't move too much, right? I really don't think they moved too much. You'll notice that, you know, the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, they didn't really move too much here in terms of that high still remains to the south, which we never expected that to be in our area. But there are maybe a few more counties that are in that moderate risk, and I'm not sure that really matters at this point. They nudged maybe a little bit, but let's see if they've updated any sort of things in the tornado risk. You know, I think same kind of thing. They maybe have nudged it a little further west, maybe by a skosh, right? So, you know, that is something that, you know, it's a very tight gradient, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fact of where we are right now when it comes to where these storms are right there, right? There's a lower risk with these storms, and as I can flash the radar back on, right? Like, these storms are not particularly doing much right now. They have had some weak rotation, and they're kind of reining themselves out in some regard, as they're not in a less than favorable environment, right? Because the front is behind it, or the boundary is, these are ahead of the boundary, but behind the boundary, it's over. And then the leading edge of this here, now this area has not been touched in terms of rain, essentially, and it's just been heating up, and temperatures are warming up, and we're seeing more moisture that settles in. And it's how do these storms interact with that environment? And I think at this point, you know, that's where we are in regards to this and a tornado risk. So let me put that back on so you guys we catch up with some of these texts here. Because eventually in the next 10 minutes, I'm gonna let Scotty get on there and get ready, because he's gonna be streaming, and you know, and I'll pop in at noon if need be. But let's see if they changed anything that they said about what's happening here. You know, the biggest thing that they're still talking about is, you know, similar things. Scattered severe damaging winds and a few tornadoes remain the primary threat, and you know, still, you know, as we continue to look at, so it will be interesting. They're talking about whether or not the cloud cover is affecting us, and it feels very likely that the corridor of moderate to strong instability will still continue to develop. So they're still on board with most of what we're looking at for us, right? So the potential still remains there for this specific threat, right? We're just going to watch to see when it starts to develop here over the next hour or two. Let's see. Thanks for the update. Do you think they will get the Cardinals game in? That's not till tonight, is it? No, it's 12:15. Oh, 12:15. they're probably going to have another delay again. They like delays so far this year, and that's what they're going to be doing. I would bet that it at least rains, and they're going to delay it. My guess is they're going to be having an issue. Somebody asked, is the environment more favorable than you thought it would be for today for severe weather? And I'm not necessarily sure that I don't think it's pretty much what we expected, right? I think if it was sunny or something like that, then I would think that, we'd have an issue. Like I said, there's still so many other factors in play other than the fact that it's cloudy. If it was cloudy and there weren't these other factors, you'd really say, okay, well, we're probably not going to have severe weather. We may have a couple of marginal severe storms, but there are so many other greater factors at play that the fact that it is cloudy and it hasn't been sunny and the instability is not quite as high as it could be really limits us from something really significant. So if we get by without just a couple of these weak tornadoes and a couple of tornado warnings and we have some wind damage and hail, it's actually going to be a win. And I know it's not going to be a popular answer for a lot of people, at least in this moment, because then they're going to complain that we talked for 4 or 5 hours, we've talked about this for several days, and then nothing happened. And honestly, I'm fine with nothing happening because I had to clean up a bunch for the last thing, and I missed the tornado by about 300 yards, so I'm not a huge fan of having to deal with that, as I'm sure you aren't. But in the short term, you guys may yell at us if there's nothing happening. But the reality is, we're probably going to see something happen. And despite the fact that we have, like I said, all this cloud cover, you can still see that. At Bush, they're still moving. Like I said, things are still okay. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, same thing for Bridgeton. Somebody asked 314-327, same type of risk there. Student driving from the Belleville campus to Waterloo, best suggestion to leave campus so she isn't driving by in it. I would say sometime around 1 o'clock is probably good. Still, 1 or 2 o'clock, you could probably get by with that. That's 314-486. 989-712 asks, what are we looking for the timing for Sauget? And, I would say that's closer to about 2 o'clock here at this point, maybe 1:30. Let's see. Somebody's excited about 217 is excited about the hour-long noon, Scott. So, yeah. Let's see. We are in class watching. Will they cancel my lacrosse game? I don't know where you are. 636. I gotta guess where you are, but maybe. I the best I can answer is maybe. The further west you are, the better opportunity for you to, and that's where my 636 people generally will be, is the further west you are, you've got a better opportunity for that to be still going on, just because I think it's going to be through there. But, and most of the lacrosse fields are artificial turf, so there's not too bad. 314 says, will my game in St. Charles get canceled? I run track. I think you could have it. I'm not in charge of those things, but I do think it'll be through there by that time frame and be done raining. So I would say, but I don't know, if the track is wet, are you going to fall? I don't run like that. I just run so I can eat whatever I want and drink whatever I want. So that's the extent of my running. So I can't answer that specifically, but if wet conditions involve, then that's a thing, right? So that's one thing. Let's see. I got a good one from 636-284. They said, please tell schools to let us leave. We got please with 6 E's, and then we got answer me with 5 E's. In fact, I'm going to say I called your principal, and you have to stay now. Thanks. There you go. You have to stay now. The schools are paying attention to what we're talking about, so they're very on board with what's going on. So they're paying attention. They're following along with the emergency managers. Somebody said, have you tried tea for my voice? Throat coat is great. I know, I need to, especially, and I got to get some. Fortunately, when I run out of water, I'll make Scott start talking for his hour-long noon, so I can get some water and maybe that throat coat. But no, they said no activity in Caseyville right now, so that's good. So let's see, 573 said, well, we have a tornado in Herculaneum. It's possible. We have that kind of just about everywhere. Everywhere has a potential there. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Do you think DePere is going to have a tornado threat at this moment? Like I said, anybody has a tornado threat around really, especially right around the city of St. Louis and points off to the southeast. It's just a matter of how it materializes. Let's see. Ooh, I got a BOGO deal at Denny's. Somebody's updating you. All right, thank you. Good for that. What time is the storm hitting Ferguson? I got to think you're somewhere around 1:30 at this point, maybe 1 o'clock. That was 314-337. Let's see. We got. Do I anticipate a tornado threat in Wildwood today? It is possible. It really is possible. So, like I said, it's we're going to watch it out for everybody. What time should these storms be out of the area? I really think most of our area is going to be done with it by about 4 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock. So this is either a leave work early just to avoid getting stuck in it in some cases, depending on where you are, or staying a little later and then driving home. And it's really going to depend on how many people are on the roads in that regard as well. I'll put the timing map up again, which I still think, holds relatively true for the most part, right? We've seen most of this rain that has been through the 10, 11 o'clock area here, and now it's 12 to 3 o'clock. And I think, it's still lagging a little bit, but I still think that even give or take 30 minutes here on the secondary part of it, this still reigns pretty true as I show you that timing map and leave that up for a second. I'll show you what Futurecast still shows that potential. Oh, they're moving it on me, which is okay, because like I said, I'm going to give this to Scott here in a few minutes. But yeah, we're back. I'll give it to Scott here in a second. Let's see. Villa Ridge has been experiencing significant wind all morning. Tree branches have been moving around, and I think that's all part of the wind advisory which is in play. Let's look at some of the winds right now, because we have seen some pretty significant wind already, and that's one of the reasons that I think it's important. You look at some of the wind speeds right now. We have gusts of 44 still in Chesterfield, 40 in St. Louis and St. Charles, 44 in Flora. I mean, the wind is still pretty strong here at this moment. So let's see. Thanks. Somebody said we're the best for weather. We appreciate that. Let's see. We got Jim's got some people texting him back. Let's see. Thanks for the update. I will try to take care of myself during the live stream. Thanks, 63618-795. Yeah, South City of St. Louis does need to worry about tornadoes, so we'll keep you posted. Hiding out at Friend's basement in Baldwin already. Thanks. Stay safe. We don't have a basement. Only place to go is the hallway. Flora, I think you should be really. That's a 4:30, 5 o'clock. But at least you have a safe. At least you have a safe place to go. What time will it hit Wildwood? Should I pick kids from school up early? I got to think Wildwood is a 1:30, 2 o'clock type of situation. So, we may get it through there by 3:30, but if it provides you for your own safety in terms of, if it provides you a peace of mind in terms of, just making sure that you're home and okay, right? Like this is what I think it may look like at this time, give or take a few minutes, right? This is right around school pickup for a lot of people. So that's why I think it's really important. And if we have a tornado warning, they're either not going to let those kids go or you're going to be stuck there. So I'm not telling anybody what to do, but I'm just kind of giving you an idea of what that may look like here. Same with Hazelwood, same size hail. How long do you think it will stay in this area? Is the weather strong enough to handle LeBron James or no? No, LeBron James is old now. He's 40. So, yeah, it's it's not even LeBron. Even LeBron would take this weather seriously. That's a good question. Are the chances of a tornado going to lessen since we have had more cloud cover? And I don't think that we're going to lessen in that regard. I think if we had less cloud cover, we'd be talking about serious tornadoes for everybody. They at least add that question mark for us. But I will say that I still think that there are other factors in play that can overcome this. Does it mean that they're going to overcome? Not necessarily, but it's something that we look at. What weather impacts should be expected in St. Louis City? All types of storms are expected in that regard. Let's see, is a storm going to hit outside of Forestel bad? Not quite as bad in Forestel. I really think that you're going to get a few breaks here. What is the likelihood of Arnold having a tornado again? You're still in that 10% risk area. So I want you to be paying attention today. Let's see, Jim's answering good questions about hail. We got a good question about good. What happened? Oh, you're just talking to yourself. Yeah, I got it. I talk to myself also. We do a lot of talking to each other and ourselves in the weather center here. Hasn't really rained Troy much at all. It's much warmer outside, okay? You know, not out of the question. We've had a lot of breaks today. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with you. 314-285. I will mention that in terms of that cycling and all that stuff. Let's see. We've got those updates as well. I'm kind of moved through most of them. Is today's St. Louis cloud cover going to cap the atmosphere and prevent severe storms from taking shape in the metro? Not necessarily, but there's always that possibility, and that's one of the things that we're looking at. But I think that the fact that it has not rained yet and that we have also seen a little bit of cool air mix in as well, aloft has kind of tried to break that cap a little bit. So it's something to be paying attention to as we continue. Let's see, we've got that. We've got updates. I'm through 1134 of these, so we've got quite a bit of questions here. Let's see, we got good updates there. And I called, let's see, yep, I got that update. Jim's updated there. Cool. We are in good shape for the most part. We're coming up 11:45. Jim's going to answer most of these for the most part. So, yeah, we're in good shape, I think. Time of the storm is going to hit Webster Groves. I still think you're somewhere between 1:30 to 2:30 for really anybody in this particular risk area. Like I said, once again, that particular risk area still expects to be the higher chance for tornadoes. So we're going to continue to monitor this here. There's an hour-long noon show here coming up, and it's 11:46. So I'll probably just try to fix a few things, check in. Jim's responded to these messages on the text line. I'm going to cut this loose so that Scott can be ready, and we're going to be following along with the rest of our weather team and reporters in the field as we continue to focus on this. And I know Allie is listening, I believe, and she's had to listen to this whole thing, so I apologize to her. Listen to me talk for the whole day. But we're going to switch this, so I'm going to let Scott take over, and you can look at the looping radar for the next 14 minutes, and then Scott will talk more about this at our hour-long noon show, and we will see you then.
This is 5 on your side at noon. Focused on you.
Much of the region in a tornado watch as we go on the air at noon. Here's a live look at conditions on Interstate 70 in Columbia. You can see traffic moving fine there. The roads look a little wet. The storm we've been watching is in this area right now. And here's a live look at Weldon Spring. The rain moving into our region. These storms could bring heavy rain, strong winds, and of course possible tornadoes. Thanks for being here for this extended edition of 5 on Your Side at noon. I'm Kay Quinn.
And I'm Ann Allred. Our team of meteorologists are here today to bring you all the information you need to stay safe. And we'll start with Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell.
All right, so our weather impact alert, that is in effect right now. The tornado watch in effect across the area. That's going to be right on through the afternoon hours. I know we're in a bit of a lull right now. All of our counties, with the exception of the far southeastern and eastern viewing area, which includes Flora, Mount Vernon, and Perryville, is under that tornado watch. All of the area is. Those areas east and southeast will get another tornado watch by the time things are said and done. You see they just cleared part of southwest Missouri out of that watch box as we go here through the lunch hour. This is what's going on across the region right now. And again, our focus is on the potential for severe weather. It remains fairly elevated, especially for the metro area east and southeast. We are already in the upper 70s, and we did that without much in the way of sunshine. The storms this morning have mostly been off to our west. So now until about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, that's our weather impact alert. Wind, hail, tornado threats, all there. Okay, the greatest tornado threat is east and southeast of St. Louis. Not everybody is going to see severe weather this afternoon, but some of us have the potential to see some pretty intense thunderstorms. So what you need to do right now is charge those phones, make sure everything is charged up. It's the first of the year high risk that we've seen issued from the Storm Prediction Center. It's very rare that you see that often. It may happen once or twice a year, but that high risk includes the Boot Heel down towards Paducah, down towards Memphis, and near Little Rock. Those are the greatest threats for severe weather, east and southeast of St. Louis. In general, this is working out about like we had expected. We have the clouds. We've actually had some showers sliding through, but the greater threat of severe weather will be to the east and southeast of St. Louis as we head into this afternoon. We expect an uptick during the course of the next hour or so in some of these showers and thunderstorms that are off to the west. What we've seen so far has been fairly light shower action around St. Louis. And that's probably going to continue off and on for about the next 30 minutes or so in the metro area. But as we look back to the southwest, thunderstorms are starting to build again in southern Missouri. And here you have the cold front pushing in from the west. That combination with the instability will generate more thunderstorm development this afternoon. They will race from the southwest to the northeast and probably develop in a broken line here as we head towards 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, sliding east and southeast of the metro area. Some of these storms, the instability, the storm fuel is higher for St. Louis points east and south. So these areas east and south of St. Louis, that includes Farmington, it includes Jefferson County, it includes into Monroe County in Illinois, right in the metro east here. You have the higher potential because you have more instability. And as these gusty winds work with that instability and that front approaches from the west, thunderstorms will develop along that front. Some of those storms will rotate. Some of them may produce tornadoes, and not just your typical tornadoes. Some of those tornadoes, especially for southern Illinois and southeast Missouri, may be the long-tracked, really intense tornadoes. So what are we looking at this afternoon? Outside and away from any thunderstorms, we're already seeing wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. So we're going to look at some power outage possibilities because of that. The strong storm chance now through the afternoon until about 8 o'clock. Some power outages are expected. There's going to be tree damage. We've had so many storms, so much wind this month that the tree damage is elevated at this point, our threat of that, because the trees are weakened, the branches are weakened. Now we have leaves on that, adding more resistance to the wind. In the storms, we may see some 50 to 70 mile per hour plus wind gusts. And yes, there is that possibility of a tornado. Not everybody's going to see severe weather, but we need you to be prepared this afternoon. Know your safe place. Keep devices charged. Have 3 ways to get those warnings. Make sure your family and friends know what's going on too, that there is, in fact, this severe weather risk, and it's a real risk. Again, not everybody's going to see it, but we all need to be prepared to act fast. We're keeping you updated. I'm here with Gary Frank. We have Tracy Hinson out in the Storm Tracker and meteorologist Jim Castillo as well in the newsroom working on with the digital team right now. So we have crews all over the place, and we're prepared for this. We need you to be prepared for it this afternoon, Ann.
Scott, thank you. Speaking of Tracy, she starts team coverage of today's weather impact storm alert with all of our crews across the area today.
That's right. She is looking at road conditions in St. Genevieve, Missouri. What are you seeing right now, Trace?
All right, so this is the calm before the storm. We are seeing just kind of quiet conditions here. However, stepping out of the car, I don't know if you can, if I roll the window down, it is very windy outside. These clouds are just moving across very quickly. Let me go ahead and show you that on our camera. So we've been watching this on our entire drive down. I do think this area, so my plan today is to start further down to the south where these storms will pick up, and then also move across the river near Chester, Illinois, to kind of cross over, because I do expect some intensity as these make their way across the river. Going to pick up on a bit of moisture there. I'm also going to zoom in just so you can see that flag whipping around out there. It is very blustery conditions, sort of similar to what we had on that March 14th day, where we just have some very strong winds, a lot of energy out there that is just pushing through. Do I think these are going to be as strong as March 14th? No, but we are going to track this as it comes through, starting off to the south and then kind of crossing the river as we expect this storm to cross over as well. So we'll keep you posted as these storms come in. I still think we're about an hour out in the St. Genevieve area. From the Storm Tracker, I'm Tracy Hinson, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you so much, Tracy. Continuing our team coverage, our Justina Coronel is live in St. Charles County.
You're at the Travers GMT auto dealership that's in O'Fallon. So Justina, I'm sure they've really got the jitters because hail could be coming their way.
Absolutely. They're worried from what happened last year. Now, first, let's talk about the weather. It is windy out here. I had to tighten my hat so it doesn't fly away. Now, I will say, if I'm wearing a hat, it is a bad weather day. Now, as for the rain, luckily that came through. We were in the car. We didn't have to get hit by all that rain. And now we're just feeling some drops. Now, as far as the cars, like you were talking about, and they are safe right now. Now, last year was March 2024 when I was actually in the area following storm coverage. When I drove by the dealership and immediately saw the extensive damage, I learned the hail from that storm impacted more than 300 cars and RVs. The hail then was similar to the size of baseballs, dropping as fast as 20 to 40 miles per hour. Windshield shattered into spiderweb cracks and dents were left behind. Surprisingly, the dealership had a hail sale with many wanting to buy the cosmetically ruined cars for a good price. We're told to be safer this time around. They're moving high-valued cars and RVs into covered and indoor storage to shield them. Now, we're told they're bringing in hundreds of cars and RVs, so if they are damaged, they'll just replace them. And we're told after the storm, they're ready to do damage assessments and do insurance claims. Reporting live, Justina Coronel, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you, Justina. We have a note to pass along about this weekend's Banana Ball games. Because of forecasted severe weather, Friday and Saturday's games are now postponed.
So now those games will be played on July 18th and 19th. So don't worry, if you have tickets, you will get an email with all of the details.
And we have one closure today. Kaskaskia College in Clinton County canceling all afternoon classes, and that's due to the potential for severe weather.
Our Megan Kernan is in Jefferson County.
She's live in the Emergency Management Center there talking with officials about their plans to keep us safe. Megan?
Yeah, that's right. We are in the Jefferson County Emergency Management Center to see how they're going to be tracking and monitoring this storm. Now, I just got done speaking to the county EMA director, Warren Robinson, and he says people can expect that severe weather to start around 1 until 4 p.m. He says that people can expect potential damaging winds, large hail, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. Now, the rainfall and flash flooding after the storm passes is also a concern for the county EMA. Officials tell me that more people are on edge this time around, especially after the March 14th tornado. I'm told that people are more aware of what can happen and how quickly it can come. Now, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office tells me that they're ready to send any and all resources out whenever and wherever. Robinson says people need to have that safety plan in place and take shelter if and when you hear those warning sirens. Now, the county does not have a public storm shelter, so if you need to find a friend with a basement, do that in case you don't have one. Live in Herculaneum, Megan Kernan, 5 on your side.
Crews on both sides of the river are ready to respond to any damage or downed power lines caused by today's storms. The utility says it uses smart technology to prevent outages. Last week, Ameren opened a new operating center in St. Francis County to help speed up storm response in areas to the south of the metro. So that's a new tool you know they're going to be using today for sure. Our Holden Kerwicki is live in the Metro East.
He is spending the day in a neighborhood in O'Fallon, Illinois. Actually got hit by an EF1 tornado just 3 weeks ago.
That's exactly right. And I'm in the parking lot of the New Life in Christ Church. That's along Troy Scott Road on the east side of O'Fallon, Illinois. And you can see that EF1 tornado just ripped the steeple off of this church just 3 weeks ago. And with another line of severe weather moving in today, the bishop actually just came out a few minutes ago and asked us to pass along that they've went ahead and canceled their noon service just out of an abundance of caution. Let's go ahead and get to the video of the church now, where in the aftermath of that storm, Bishop Jeffrey Dudley Sr. told me they actually couldn't find the cross after days of searching, until they actually had the roofers go up on top and take a look at things, and they discovered it was embedded into the roof. The congregation is now using this cross as a reminder of the power of these storms as we await another powerful line.
I have to admit, I'm an East Coast guy. I go in the basement. What does that mean? Not me. I'm going to watch the game, but not this time. When I saw this and I said, you don't ever have to tell me to go in the basement again. Not ever. Because this was embedded in the roof of the church, the houses around the church and all, and you can see how it's bent.
Again, preparing out of an abundance of caution, New Life in Christ Church has actually went ahead and moved their 6 o'clock service as well. They call that Word on Wednesday. They're moving that completely online. They want people to stay safe, stay in their safe place at home, and just really try and stay out of the elements outside that we are expecting later today. Now, one thing from earlier today, the O'Fallon City Manager actually called me. He wanted to pass along. They're asking people to go ahead and clean the storm drains out front of their homes. That way, as we get some of these high winds and rains, it doesn't flood and kind of back up into your basement or even into your garage. Reporting live in O'Fallon, Illinois, Holden Kurwicki, 5 on your side.
Still ahead, some of the day's other news, including results from the Illinois consolidated election. There's new leadership in Belleville.
Our weather impact alert continues this afternoon. Most of the area under a tornado watch. At this moment, there are no severe thunderstorms in our area, but strong storms are continuing to develop across parts of central Missouri, moving into Montgomery and Pike counties to the northwest of St. Louis. They're moving pretty quickly northeastbound, and gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour, are outside of any thunderstorms anyway. So it is windy, it is warm, it is muggy. The stage is set for severe weather this afternoon. That potential increasing over the next couple of hours. That's why we're in our weather impact alert at 5 on your side.
All right, Scott, we'll check in just a few minutes. Let's switch gears. Results are in from Illinois' consolidated municipal elections.
The city of Belleville will have a new mayor. Jenny Gain-Meyer beat first-term incumbent Patty Gregory. Gain-Meyer will be sworn in before the first council meeting in May. In Alton, David Goins won re-election with almost 40% of the vote. He beat two challengers. He'll serve a second term. You can find all of the results on KSK.com. Just text the word results as well to 314-425-5355 and we'll send you that link.
Taking off to tee off. Meet the 9-year-old golfer whose big trip is anything but par for the course. That's next at noon.
Hollywood is mourning the death of Val Kilmer. The actor died yesterday at the age of 65. Kilmer's known for his role as Iceman opposite Tom Cruise in Top Gun. He also played Batman in Batman Forever. His daughter says he died from pneumonia. Kilmer had been battling throat cancer since 2014.
Right, we are in a weather impact alert. We have a tornado watch in effect for almost the entire viewing area, and our weather team is hard at work covering every aspect of this severe weather that's moving in. Let's get right to Scott Connell.
All right, let's check it out this afternoon. Here's that tornado watch area. Almost all of the area now until 4 o'clock. It doesn't include over into Clay County, Jefferson County, Illinois, or Perry County in Missouri just yet. You will get another tornado watch issued farther east and southeast a little later on as these storms evolve. Right now, we're tracking the storms here out to our west, and until 8 o'clock, we think we're going to be under some threat, at least in some part of the area, not everywhere. Metro area, we're probably over and done with our threats by about 5 o'clock tonight. But there is a wind threat, there's a hail threat, and there's a tornado threat. It is higher as you go from St. Louis eastward. So keep those phones charged. Stay weather aware this afternoon. Know your plan. Know where your safe place is in case you have to get there in a hurry. And that's very possible. Starting to see the lightning uptick a little bit on these storms here off to the northwest of St. Louis. Also down here over the Ozarks coming up 44. Those are the ones to watch. Our area here is unstable. Walked outside this morning with the dog. Soon as the garage door opened, I said, oh boy, we have an issue. You can feel the humidity. You know the wind is there. The ingredients are in place. We'll see how this evolves this afternoon, but we need you to be safe. The showers we're seeing in the metro area right now, just light. They're not severe. They're not causing any big problems. These are some stronger storms. They're moving into an area where there's more fuel to develop these storms further, and so they may strengthen, especially that cell that's out approaching Montgomery County right now that will be moving into Pike County. We'll watch this cell closely. It continues to show some signs here of strengthening a little bit. And then we look down 44. We'll watch this area from around Lake of the Ozarks down 44 for development as this line advances on to the east. Again, we have a cold front out to our west. It's a pretty sharp cold front, but it's the wind field around this and that strong area of low pressure that right now is over northwest Iowa. That's just sucking up the moisture from the Gulf right over the region, bringing us the warm and humid conditions that you can feel. That also is one of the precursors that you need to get severe weather, and the Storm Prediction Center has that high risk off to the southeast of St. Louis, far southern Illinois, far southeast Missouri. It does not include our viewing area, but that's a level 5 out of 5 for a severe weather risk. If you have friends down in Carbondale, Paducah, down Cape Girardeau going south to Memphis, make sure they're staying weather aware today as well. As you go farther north and west, the severe weather threat does lessen a bit. But even though the probabilities are lower, that doesn't mean we're out of the woods in St. Louis. We'll be watching to see how this evolves this afternoon as this front comes through. So watch these storms here to the southwest. This is Futurecast simulated radar. Just an idea of what will happen this afternoon. But as we head towards 2 o'clock, we expect an uptick in these thunderstorms, probably between 1:15 and 2 o'clock around the metro area. Then they slide off to the east and to the southeast. And it's this air that's in southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, that really could prompt some intense tornadoes along with some really intense winds out of these storms. The wind field is pretty substantial with this system. Notice that by the time we get to 8 o'clock tonight, most of this is out of our viewing area over towards the Wabash River and down towards the Ohio River. Here's a closer inspection of what we can expect in and around the metro area. Again, as we head towards 2:30, 3 o'clock, sliding through the metro. I know that's when a lot of schools normally dismiss. This afternoon, your school districts are well aware of what's going on with the weather. Trust them. They may delay things a little bit, but they're keeping the kids safe this afternoon. They always do. They have a plan. Look at these storms. You have some rotation in those storms as we head into this evening across southern portions of Illinois and southeast Missouri. So 3 things that you need to know. The winds have already kicked up, 40 to 50 miles per hour. We have a wind advisory in effect. That's going to stick with us through the afternoon hours. That's outside and away from any thunderstorms. Some will see strong to severe thunderstorms, not everybody. But those that see the strongest storms could have hail that's larger than golf balls, could also see wind gusts above 70 miles per hour and that potential for a tornado. The third thing really is just sort of setting up with this right now is we're getting some rain today. We will have more tomorrow. There will be more Friday into Saturday, into Sunday. There is a heavy rain threat here as we go towards the end of the week, and we have weather impact alert days for Friday and Saturday because of the flood threat increasing across the region. This afternoon, it's the high winds, the hail, the tornado, especially east and southeast of St. Louis, and the possibility that power outages will exist simply because these winds this afternoon will gust 40 to 50 miles per hour, locally some higher gusts right on through the late afternoon into the evening hours. Here's your rainfall totals. Why are we concerned? There's some spots down here that are going to have 10 to 15 inches of rain close to the Ohio River Valley. For our southeastern counties, and that would include St. Genevieve, and back towards Farmington, Ironton, Centerville, over towards Mount Vernon to Nashville, Illinois, you may be looking at 5 to 8 inches of rain. As you get closer to St. Louis going north and west, we back it off just a little bit, but the flood watch is in effect for that. So it's multiple systems that we're dealing with here in terms of what we'll be watching over the next couple of days. Why are we concerned about this afternoon? All right, your shaded area here is your instability. All these arrows represent the stronger jet stream winds that are above 60 miles per hour. That's spreading right over us this afternoon. Notice how deep those reds are as you head down into southern portions of Illinois. And again, we'll be watching that area of thunderstorms we think march south and east of St. Louis, producing severe weather east and southeast of town. So we have our weather impact alert for today with the strong storms. We also have weather impact alerts for Friday and Saturday. Today, know your safe place. Temperatures in the upper 70s already. It is humid. The ingredients are all there. Don't want to, we just want to make sure you're safe. Is it a serious situation? Yes, the potential is there. Are we all going to see severe weather? No, we're not. But we need you to take this seriously, take the threat seriously, because as we go through this afternoon, some of these storms will produce some damage across the area. It is 12:25. You're watching an expanded edition of 5 on Your Side at noon.
Today in St. Louis is weather plus traffic.
Waking up with chilly air this morning, so a weather impact alert.
3 things piling on which could affect your morning commute.
Anthony Slaughter and Paul Cook have you covered. Out the door, on the roads.
The numbers do not lie. It is very cold this morning.
A tumultuous commute. That's what you're dealing with.
I'll tell you what weather to expect and when it will arrive.
And I'll show you how that will impact your drive.
Get your weather plus traffic on Today in St. Louis to start your day safe and prepared.
Watch 5 on Your Side at 10 every night.
For breaking news every night.
Take a look back there and you can see those flashing police lights. This is all happening right now.
These firefighters here have been working non-stop.
For stories in your community every night.
This is a new norm in St. Charles County.
Now to a state of emergency in St. Louis County.
To stay informed and to stay safe every night.
Stay with 5 on Your Side as we work to get you answered.
A lot can happen in a day.
So we are here every night.
That's how 5 on Your Side is focused on you.
We do have actually a lot of news to get to.
A 3rd grader from Wildwood is leaving today to golf on the same course as the top players in the world.
Joshua Hooper is his name. He beat thousands of kids for one of only 10 spots. 5 on Your Side's Annie Kroll went to Weldon Spring to see his small but mighty swing.
When asked what 9-year-old Joshua Hooper's favorite club is,
driver, because I hit it far and straight.
Which is going to serve him well at Augusta National Golf Club in Georgia. Coach Dan Bummer-Berry says in his 7 to 9-year-old age category for the annual drive, chip, and putt competition.
I think there's probably 4,000 kids trying to qualify. His age group, 10 of them make it to Augusta, and he did it in a playoff.
As the old saying goes, golf is really played in the 6 inches between your ears. But as Little Jay's coach says, it's not only his ability to pitch, putt, and drive the ball that's going to help him at Augusta. It's also his calm demeanor.
He's just, if he hits a bad shot, he forgets about it.
How'd you feel about that one, Josh?
Good.
Before playing at Whitmore Country Club, he was hitting in the backyard at 2 years old.
Came pretty easy to him, and he just wanted to keep practicing and asked me every day to take him to the golf course. Still does. Can't tell him no. So this is our life now.
So is Joshua nervous heading into this weekend?
Yeah, but I'm mostly excited.
It's really hard to comprehend. He's the only kid this year from the state of Missouri that's going. It really is hard to wrap our head around.
Even getting recognized by Babler Elementary School in the Rockwood School District.
We've got a lot of support in St. Louis, a lot of friends, family, everybody that plays up here, school parents, teachers, everyone's had our back and supporting him.
He doesn't show that he's nervous. He walks like a champion.
Annie Krall, 5 on your side.
That is one talented kid. Josh says he'd love to play in college and even at the PGA someday. You can watch him compete Sunday on NBC's Golf Channel. All right, time for a final check of weather, although we are in an extended version of 5 on your side at noon, and we have time for the dog walk forecast.
Yeah, we will squeeze the dog walk forecast in. We don't have any warnings right now. We have the tornado watch, but we did throw some red paws on there. Obviously, you don't want to be outside walking in the middle of a thunderstorm, but I think in the next hour, we're probably okay in the metro area, and that's Dutchess. I don't think Dutchess wants to be in the storm today.
No,
I'm just thinking.
I think you're right. So keep watching us here on 5 on your side, and we'll let you know when it is safe to go out. Because as you were saying, not everyone is going to get hit by this storm.
No, not everyone's. We're all seeing some rain from it, and the rain is going to keep coming later in the week. But we also have that severe threat, especially over the next 2 to 4 hours.
Everybody should act like it's coming their way, though. We just don't know where it will hit. Thank you, Scott.
All right, we will have continuous weather impact storm coverage right after the break.
We do have actually a lot of news to get to today, including new tariffs.
Next round of strong, maybe even severe storms. So we'll take a deeper dive into this.
Hey, we have a serious accident right now. It was a rollover here. Tucked in that bill is the state takeover of the city's police department.
Last time I spoke to you on one of these streams, not directly on TV, was the fact that that's when we had some of the snow-covered roads.
Hello, 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 and welcome to Mary with Extra Dusty.
Welcome to Faves, where KSDK reporters get to talk about their favorite stories.
You can't make this stuff up. So, look, I think the idea of...
And welcome to 5 Plus News Flash, an express look at the day's top stories and interviews.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Michelle and the Money.
And we're looking back at some of our favorite stories this past year.
And welcome to our 25th anniversary special of the greatest show on turf. We got a lot to talk about. I'm Frank Cusimano, and join us for Sports Plus Final Cut tonight.
I'll probably come on right after 10 o'clock. I do want to use the snowblower. I gotta be honest with you, I'm really excited to use a snowblower. It never gets used anymore.
We do have actually a lot of news to get to today, including new tariffs.
Next round of strong, maybe even severe storms. So we'll take a deeper dive into this.
Hey, we have a serious accident right now. It was a rollover here. Tucked in that bill is the state takeover of the city.
Our weather impact alert coverage continues at 12:30.
Storms are moving through the region right now, so let's get right back to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell. Scott?
So we're in our weather impact alert. We're going to bring you extended coverage here through 1 o'clock this afternoon. Then we'll be streaming on 5 Plus, just so you know, through the afternoon hours. When we get tornado warnings, and I suspect we will then join you back on Channel 5 on broadcast TV. And we're just trying to keep you safe this afternoon. These storms could have a big impact across the bi-state region. Things are working out about as expected. We're in that lull right now. We expected clouds to be with us this morning. We expected a few showers. That's what we're seeing. It's in the next hour and a half to 2 hours where we expect to see a bit of an uptick in the activity across the region. It looks like the road is dried out there as we head down towards St. Charles after getting a little shower earlier. Most of the area, including all of the metro area, under a tornado watch until 4 o'clock. A watch means the ingredients are there, the conditions are favorable, and the potential for severe storms is increasing. We are monitoring that potential right now. We already have wind gusts here. Look at Centralia at 47 miles per hour this hour. Chesterfield gusted to 28 this hour, but we have seen gusts above 40. Your severe weather threat, it's really high, a level 5 out of 5, which is as high as you can get across far southern Illinois, far southeast Missouri, down towards the Boot Heel, down south of Cape Girardeau into the Paducah area. You get into a level 4 over our eastern and southern counties. And then once you get back into the metro area and then north and west, the risk area drops off a bit. It's not that the risk doesn't exist. It's just that the probabilities are lower as you go into the western parts of the viewing area, and you really have just an hour or two from now before those probabilities drop even further. So we'll watch this line as it marches across the bi-state region. Right now, what we're looking at, we've seen some light showers around. That's been it for St. Louis. We did have warnings earlier this morning up into Pike County in Missouri, Pike County, Illinois, northern Calhoun County, northern portions of Greene County. That cell we were just watching that's over Middletown right now, moving up towards Bowling Green, it doesn't look like it's intensifying. So it's just a typical thunderstorm cell right now. Might have some pea-sized hail with it, but that looks like that would be about the worst of it. But your wind gusts, again, outside of thunderstorms, pushing 40 to 50 miles per hour anyway. So we're very unstable in eastern Missouri into Illinois. You're seeing the line here of thunderstorms kind of start to form here down over the Ozarks, marching northeastbound. This area will fill in some as the afternoon wears on, and some of these storms will be strong to severe because that's an intense storm system. This front is coming our way, and it's bringing a lot of upper-level energy and a lot of upper-level wind with it, and that's going to cause us some problems as we head through this afternoon. So here's kind of the timing just in and around the metro area. You have your storms up to the northwest of St. Louis right now. We're going to pull more in, develop more from the southwest. So between now and 1:30, 2 o'clock, if you're down in the Rolla area, Cuba, Sullivan, south of Herman, as you go down towards J-Pan, and then heading back towards Salem, Missouri, Ironton, Cotaway, we'll be watching that area down to the south and southwest of St. Louis, and then it spreads into the metro. As these storms are spreading closer to St. Louis, if you've been outside today, you know it's already in the upper 70s. We have humidity. It's pretty thick out there, and we have a lot of wind. The ingredients are there. So these storms, some of them should strengthen to severe levels. That chance of strengthening to severe levels even greater as you head east of the Mississippi River into Illinois and across southeastern portions of Missouri. So this line will be around towards the evening rush hour for our southern and eastern counties. And then it slides on to the east and mostly out of the area by about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. At that point, you're looking at potentially some long track tornadoes occurring across southern Illinois, spreading perhaps into western portions of Kentucky and down into portions of Arkansas as well. So 3 things to know. We have not only the severe weather risk, but your 40 to 50 mile per hour winds. That's going to cause some scattered power outages. Some of us are going to see some strong and severe thunderstorms, but not everybody. That does include a threat of a tornado. Tornadoes are going to be isolated, but the potential for long track tornadoes exists, and strong tornadoes, particularly east and southeast of St. Louis. That's one of the reasons why we are so committed to keeping you up to date this afternoon, because that risk is much higher than what we normally see. The heavy rain threat, that ramps up as we go into Friday and Saturday, especially towards the end of the week. I don't think we're going to look at a lot of flash flooding today, even into tomorrow, but by Friday and Saturday with those rounds of rain, that could push us into some pretty critical situations with potential historic, if not catastrophic, flooding down along the Ohio River in that area of southern portions of Missouri where more than a foot of rain could fall. So there's a lot to talk about this afternoon, a lot to keep you posted on, and KNN, we're going to do that all afternoon long.
Thanks, Scott. Tracy Hinson is continuing to be in our storm tracker in St. Genevieve. Tracy, when we talked to you last, you said the winds were picking up. Do you feel that humidity?
Definitely feel the winds. It doesn't feel all that humid here, though. It almost has a crispness to it, which could be an indication that the atmosphere is stabilizing a little bit. However, we're still an hour or 2 from those storms really starting to come closer to St. Genevieve, and as they march closer, we may see a bit more of that humidity. One thing, though, I want to show you is you can kind of see it here, especially if I just pan up just a little bit. And I'll leave it there for a second. Look at how fast these clouds are moving. This is coming roaring in, so it's got a lot of energy with it. Off in the background here, and I showed you the flag earlier at about 12 o'clock. This is a different one, but just whipping around out here in pretty much every direction. You'll see wind gusts that are very strong that are moving through. One thing that is a positive is there's not a lot of foliage on these trees, so as this wind comes through, it's blowing right through those trees instead of, you know, being caught up in the wind. This would really be whipping around. We'd see a lot of these trees whipping around had these trees have had leaves on them. But we're just watching, especially those clouds up a little higher out, just move over us very quickly here in St. Genevieve. We're going to stay right about here as the storm comes in because this is where we expect it to have a lot of energy. We're also going to cross the river into Illinois because we do expect this storm to intensify a bit as it crosses over the Mississippi River. So for the next few hours, we'll be watching this storm and repositioning the storm tracker as needed to see where this storm is going to be most intense. Live from the Storm Tracker, I'm Tracy Henson, 5 on your side.
We're getting a look at storm damage from central Missouri. Here are some pictures from Pilot Grove that is outside of our viewing area in Cooper County. The Missouri State Highway Patrol posted these. You can see the damage to those buildings, some of them crushed, siding missing. Gary Frank thinks this is probably about 3.5, 4 hours that this happened. You can see that overturned car, so some very strong winds and probably a site where the National Weather Service will go out and take a survey eventually.
All right, forecasters are using relatively rare high-risk designations to warn that a major tornado outbreak appears likely to our south.
Jeffrey Michaels from the Weather Channel is in Memphis with a look at what's expected.
A very dangerous, potentially deadly next several days setting up here in the south and over a huge swath of the United States. We're in Memphis, Tennessee, and this is just one community. Also Jonesboro, Arkansas, and Paducah, Kentucky, all in a Tourcon of 9, and all the little surrounding towns around those larger metro areas in a Tourcon of 9. That is highlighting the risk for potentially deadly long-track tornadoes. Also a very increased hail threat for what we're talking about, huge hail coming down, and also very strong, potentially hurricane-force wind gusts that are going to cause major problems over the next several days. But that Tourcon tonight is going to be a very dangerous night for many folks. Take a look at this time lapse we shot earlier today here on Beale Street in Memphis, Tennessee, and you can see the southerly flow of those clouds, low-level clouds going from south to north. If you look beyond them, may be difficult to see, but further up in the atmosphere, you're seeing other cloud levels going from west to east, highlighting the shear in the atmosphere. It's going to be a very dangerous afternoon and evening for many, many people. But that's not where the threats stop. We also have a very dangerous flood threat. A particularly dangerous situation flood watch has been issued for northern Arkansas. And also take note to this map how the flood watch itself extends to a huge swath of the United States. All those people under the risk for that flooding over the next several days. Some areas could see 8 to 15 inches of rain.
And our Jim Castillo is here. He's interacting with you about today's weather.
You know, social media is such an important tool during times like this, so he's here to answer your questions from the newsroom. And a good reminder, Jim, we should tell our viewers don't take pictures unless you feel it's really safe to do so, right?
Yeah, great advice, Kay. So when these storms do start to pop, and again, we're in this lull right now, which is great, but anytime all the way through the afternoon, these storms could pop up and all hazards are on. So one of the questions I had from Harvester, Missouri, should they lay their baby down in the upstairs portion of their home? And I said, absolutely not. Because again, if a storm pops up and let's say it's tornadic or has high winds of over 70 miles an hour, or even hail that could break the windows, you do not want to have your little ones, your babies, your pets in the upstairs portion of your home. So another thing we've been watching is just the timing on all these storms. So a lot of people asking, when is it going to move through the metro? And again, I'd say now all the way through 3, 4 o'clock. That's what the entire weather team is discussing. We should be in the clear in the metro after about 4 o'clock, and then further east in our eastern Illinois counties between 6 and 7 p.m. So keep those questions coming. Stay safe. Have several ways to receive warnings, and we'll continue to answer your questions, guys.
All right, thanks so much, Jim. 5 on your side's Holden Kerwicki is live in the Metro East.
He's been spending the day in a neighborhood in O'Fallon, Illinois. It got hit by an EF1 tornado just 3 weeks ago on March 14th. Holden.
Oh, Ann, you're right. That was 3 weeks ago, and the damage is still extremely visible here along Troy Scott Road. You can see this fence was completely blown out. This would have been the western fence here in this neighborhood. As you see the house behind us, they're lucky. They actually have shingles in place where they're getting ready to put in a new roof, but as we have another line of storms coming in, it's kind of questionable about what's going to happen with those shingles. As we continue moving over here to the east, this is some of the most extreme hail damage I have ever seen in my life. Photographer Andy Broadway and I were actually just discussing, it's 3 weeks past the storm and there is still debris in these backyards. And if you take a look at the fence here, part of it blown down as well, but you can actually see where it almost power washed or pressure washed that fence with the hail that was hitting it and knocking off some of that old mold and grime outside. As we continue moving over here to the south along Troy Scott Road, I want to give you a look at New Life in Christ Church. The hail was so intense, it actually just chipped the paint off the side of that building. Now, they have a daycare inside of that church. There are kids inside of there right now, but just before noon, we saw a number of parents actually going ahead and picking up their kids just out of an abundance of caution. Many of them live in this neighborhood where we've had some severe storm damage. I asked the bishop what his message was to his congregation after that storm. He told me that they just need to stay safe and hunker down. He said he's from the East Coast originally. He didn't really know what to do in the event of some of these storms. He said now you will no longer have to tell him to go to the basement. Now, in advance of these storms, the church itself, they have about 800 members of their congregation. They were supposed to have church service at noon. They went ahead and canceled that. And then with their 6 o'clock, they call it Word on Wednesday, they're moving that online because that's about the time that that line of storms should be moving through this area. They just want to make sure everybody stays in their safe place until this storm has passed. Reporting live in O'Fallon, Illinois, Holden Kerwicki, 5 on your side.
All right, thank you, Holden. We should mention another cancellation. Kaskaskia College has canceled afternoon classes, all because of the weather, the potential for that severe weather. So that's something to keep in mind.
Let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell. Jim was talking about how you've been discussing maybe 3, 4 o'clock. It's out of the metro?
We're thinking that, yeah, by 4 o'clock, most of it should be east and southeast of St. Louis based on what we're seeing right now. But still, we have to get to that point, right? So we have the tornado watch in effect for all of the area. There is nothing imminent at this moment that looks concerning on the radar. We think that's going to change as we head into the 1 o'clock hour towards 2 o'clock, including in the metro area, all right? Let's set the stage here. These are the temperatures around the metro area, mid to upper 70s at this point. If you've been outside, Tracy's talked about it and Holden's talked about it. That wind is whipping up today. So we have very warm and somewhat humid air being pulled to the north. 78 degrees in St. Louis right now. It's 81 in Memphis. Look at the dew point temperatures. Our dew point's 60. Look at the dew point in Cape Girardeau, 67. Notice the green, darker green shadings here just off to the west of St. Louis. You're actually Lake of the Ozarks, Jefferson City, and up to Pittsfield in the low to mid 60s. That's moisture. It's available. Okay, one of the key ingredients we have to have for severe weather. If you've walked outside, you know that. So temperatures are warm, even without much in the way of sunshine. That cloud cover this morning helping us out. If we had sunshine this morning, things would be bubbling up a lot worse than they are at this moment. But nonetheless, as we're working our way from now into the remainder of the afternoon, the stronger winds aloft are swinging overhead to interact with this unstable air that's in place. So the storm energy is there, the storm fuel, if you will. The winds aloft are there. We know the moisture is available. We know we have shear. We have all the ingredients for the potential of a significant severe weather outbreak. And the greatest threats for severe weather are across southern Illinois and southeastern portions of Missouri. Right now in St. Louis, Cardinals, they're doing some baseball at this point, trying to get that game in. We do have some light showers at Lambert with the last observation, 78 degrees. Winds are out of the south-southwest at 20, and they have been gusting. That's a sustained wind. They have been gusting upwards of 35 to 45 miles per hour, a few spots close to 50. Your high-risk area down towards Paducah, south of Wren Lake, but then you get into our southeastern counties, it's a level 4 out of 5. Metro area still a level 3 out of 5. The risks are there. The probabilities increase as you go through the levels. All of us still have the risk of severe weather this afternoon. But the probability of seeing that within 25 miles of any point increases a bit as you go to the south and southeast of St. Louis. That's why we increase those levels, going from just the slight risk to the enhanced risk to the moderate risk and then to the high risk. We have some more showers coming in here down into southwestern portions of St. Louis County, northern portions of Jefferson County. The strongest storm right now is zipped right on past Bowling Green, and it's heading on up into Pike County in Illinois. So that's getting out, didn't turn severe, so that's good. But again, we're watching this area develop here down to the southwest. And you see there's some clusters here where there's a bit more in the way of cloud-to-ground lightning. This area is now encroaching on the area where you have the ingredients readily available for strong to severe thunderstorms. So our anticipation is in the next hour or two, we're going to see showers and thunderstorms bubble up here along 44, roll into St. Louis. Some of them will likely become severe, and we'll see strong winds. We'll see some hail with those storms. Again, your better potential for severe weather is east of the Mississippi River and then into southeast Missouri. That doesn't mean St. Louis and the metro area is out of a risk. It just means the potential is a little bit lower for us in the metro area. Nonetheless, the ingredients are still there, and we all need to be alert. Here you are by 5 o'clock. Most of this is out of the metro east and really just kind of scooting east of Farmington towards St. Genevieve, over towards Sparta, to DuQuoin, to Nashville, to Mount Vernon, Salem, Illinois, Centralia. You'll be looking at this between that 3 and 5 o'clock hour as we head through this afternoon. And then by 7 or 8, most of this is out of the viewing area, and we'll have a chance to settle down some as we go into the overnight hours, and the winds will diminish a little bit as well. So again, as we track this afternoon, strong wind gusts away from any storms. The strong storms now, we are after that noon hour, so the chances are there until about 8 o'clock. Power outages, there are going to be some, simply because of the wind gusts. Tree damage is possible from some of these stronger storms, 50 to 70 mile per hour winds in some of those storm gusts. And we could see a tornado too, in addition to the large hail. So what are we all doing this afternoon? Well, we're keeping our devices charged and we're staying weather aware. By you being here, watching us either on TV or on 5+, you're doing your job. You know where your safe place is. You've told your friends and family that, hey, there's a potential this afternoon. We're prepared. We know what to do. And you're ready to act fast. So when we start seeing those warnings come in this afternoon, it may get a little fast and furious at times, but you know what you're going to do. You already have your safe plan mapped out. School districts are well aware of the severe threat today. They're making decisions, and they have protocols at the school district level to keep the kids safe in school this afternoon. So, you know, I know this is going to hit potentially when a lot of schools dismiss. They may adjust that, but the mission is to keep everybody safe this afternoon. So Ann and Kay, that's what we're doing this afternoon, and we're going to keep watching these storms, expecting the development to increase over the course of the next hour or so.
All right, thank you, Scott. Continuing our team coverage, let's check in with 5 on Your Side's Justina Coronel. She's live in St. Charles County right now.
At the Travers GMT Auto Dealership in O'Fallon, where you were there a year ago when hail pretty much destroyed so many cars there.
Absolutely. I was actually driving by when immediately I saw the car's damage, and my curiosity, and as a journalist, I drove in and asked what was going on. So for now, this was a completely different scene. When I saw these cars, they had massive dents, and then all of the windows were damaged. I'm told about 300 cars and RVs were ruined from that hail. That was March 2024. We're told the hail were baseball size, and they were coming down 20 to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So you can imagine the damage left behind. Now, I spoke to the owner who says they're going to be trying to be safer this time around if they do get the same impact. They're moving high-valued cars and RVs into covered and indoor storage to shield them, so they're prepared. But of course, a lot of the cars are out here right now, and the owner is going to be coming here about 1:15. So we'll talk a little bit more about what they're going to do to protect all of these cars, and as well just talking about the uneasiness when they see the storms coming around another time. We're going to send it back to you in studio.
Thank you, Justina. Of course, the Cardinals are about 3 innings in right now. They did go ahead and kick off the game, but they've got the rest of the afternoon to get through the rest of the innings. So losing right now against the Angels.
So hopefully that game will end before this weather moves in, as Scott's been saying, in the next hour or so is when we're looking at. We also want to mention the Savannah Bananas game, there were 2 games, Friday and Saturday. These games were sold out. These are college players who play hilarious baseball. They were going to play at Busch Stadium. Both of those games have been postponed. You will be emailed if you had tickets. The new dates are July 18th and 19th. So they already have a plan in place, but the Savannah Bananas games this weekend will not take place. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Scott Connell once again, catching his breath as he goes back on the air with the latest of the radar. Scott?
Yeah, and we don't have anything right now that is rising to severe level limits. We did get some reports of some significant damage out in Cooper County, which is west of Columbia at this point. But again, our radar has not been overly active, and that is a good thing. We want to keep it that way for as long as we can. We know that's going to change in the next hour or so. So let's just kind of look at this around the Metro St. Louis area now. We're tracking a few showers, starting to see some activity build up here down along 44, but these aren't severe as they come out of Jefferson County and into South St. Louis County. Those storms back into parts of Franklin County, Gasconade County, they don't look severe just yet, although this storm that's off to the west of Herman on the Missouri River headed towards Montgomery County looks like it might be intensifying just a little bit. And then we look farther to the south. Again, none of this is concerning at this very moment, but in the next hour, as this area that's down to our south and southwest keeps streaming north into this very unstable air, at the same time the upper level winds start interacting with that and providing more support for storm development, we think we're going to see quite an uptick here in the severe weather potential. So I want to give you a kind of a preview more on a bit of a broader base here of what we're looking at. This is our whole region here. And again, I think we're going to look at these thunderstorms building and developing in from the southwest in the next hour or so. They are working with a very favorable environment, and I can't emphasize that enough. As meteorologists, we can look at all the ingredients, we see that they're there, we know what can happen. Will it? We don't know exactly how these storms will evolve because the individual ingredients that we need to create severe weather may or may not interact with any particular one storm in the way we think it might. But we know that potential is there. And the potential is for something very bad to happen in far southeast Missouri, far southern Illinois, western Kentucky, eastern Arkansas, and western Tennessee. And that's one of the reasons why we've been sticking with you this afternoon. Now, we'll take a little bit of a break here around 1 o'clock on 5+, where unless we have any warnings, we will end up with, your looping radar while we kind of reset here and restart the computers to make sure that they are capable. But all risks are on the table this afternoon. Large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. And some strong tornadoes are possible southeast Missouri, southern Illinois. These rainfall totals are going to be astounding by the end of the week into the weekend. It's not something that's just tonight, but rain is going to, this system stalls to our south, and we're going to get waves of energy off of this thing right on through Saturday. And there'll be some heavy rain around St. Louis Friday into Saturday. And by the time it all adds up, we're going to be talking, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain across parts of the metro area. So that's why the flood watch goes into effect. Again, as we look right now at your next 7 days, we have our weather impact alert here this afternoon. We also have weather impact alerts on Friday and Saturday. That's going to be for heavy rain. The flood threat will be increasing by Friday night into Saturday. And I know a lot of people have weekend plans. We all have weekend plans. And this is the time of year where a lot of folks like to do camping and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
This is a weekend where you really want to make those decisions carefully and factor in the weather.
Especially if you're around a body of water,
yes.
a river, right.
Yeah.
Very dangerous situation.
You were talking about the chance for these long track tornadoes.
Yeah, especially southeast Missouri and southern Illinois.
So what are you seeing that says that there's a chance for that?
We have the upper level winds, and the low level winds are out of the south, southeast, upper level winds more out of the southwest. So you get the natural twisting, plus you have instability that's very high. So.
Got it.
We know
Thank
you'll
you.
be watching it very closely. We'll be back on the air whenever we need to be. We will be there for you. Remember, we're always streaming on 5+.
We're going to join NBC News Daily. Be safe.
Continue with us.
This is a 5 on your side local news update.
1:23, Weather Impact Meteorologist Gary Frank alongside Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell as we continue to update you on our tornado threat. And we have a tornado watch. We've had this since early this morning, and it continues through 4 o'clock. And you're probably wondering what's going on outside. We only have this tornado watch for another 2.5 hours, and there hasn't been much going on yet. We're still in the process of watching how these storms interact with the cloud cover and other environment. I want to talk about some of the things that we're dealing with right now. We still want to expect through 8 o'clock, and I know that doesn't reflect the tornado watch, but I do think that at times it's either going to get extended, amended, or added upon to over the next few hours because of our wind, hail, and tornado threats. So I still want you to be prepared as we start to see these storms fire up, and I'll show you where they are, but I want to show you some of the risks that we've talked about. First and foremost, look outside. You can see those clouds are thicker, but even as I pause this before I flash the temperature on, not only is the wind moving, but if you've just gone outside, you've seen how the clouds are absolutely roaring across. That's one of the things that we look at when it comes to some of our severe weather ingredients, and so it really doesn't matter the fact that we haven't seen much of the sun. That's one of the reasons we have this severe weather threat. It's 79 degrees, and think about how soupy it's been all day long. We have a sustained wind now out of the south at 26 miles an hour. We've had gusts over 40. This is how the last system preceded us beforehand, but it's a little bit different. I do want to point that out, though. We're still in a big area of enhanced risk for severe weather, moderate, and of course high. That's out of our area, but significant. And we're just talking about some of the other ones that are lesser right now. We're going to start to be able to trim a couple of counties off where I think that we're going to see severe weather. But I do want to point out our hail risk. Still, you'll notice these darker black lines. That involves a hatched area with a 10% or greater chance for 2-inch plus hail within 25 miles of this point. That's where the greater hail threat remains to be seen, as well as our wind damage risk, which is higher now. You'll see that here with a 45% wind damage risk from Mount Vernon all the way to Carbondale, and then also areas in the Metro East. So that's where we're going to see these things start to kick up over the next hour or two. Same thing, 74 plus mile per hour wind at 25 miles at any given point here. And then when you get to the tornado risk, the significant risk, look at how farther to the south that is. That's a 30% risk. That's very significant, but we're also, in a good majority, even in the St. Louis area, in a 10% risk with, once again, these black hatched lines, which are deemed by the Storm Prediction Center, a 10% or greater chance for an EF2 plus tornado within any 25 miles at this point. And that means the stronger tornadoes are still possible. And I know it's hard to believe because it's just cloudy and there's not much going on. The other dynamics in play, and if you get our text updates from our 314-425-5355 updates, I sent a message out the other, just a few minutes ago, talking about highlighting this area specifically. The instability is great, and what we're going to watch here is we have this entire low pressure, which is one of the driving forces behind this, and along this line, this cold front, we have the warm front that's already lifted north, but this cold front, that's where the initiation is starting to develop, and you'll see that. And I want to zoom in just a little bit more, and just over the last few minutes, you're able to see where some of these storms are already starting to pick up some of their strength here. And I want to point out in their direction, notice how they're getting a little closer to Raleigh. That's the area that I think we're going to see more of. It's the most robust looking thunderstorm, but it's this area right about here where we have the instability that it's already starting to pop up, and we're starting to see more of that thunderstorm energy that's going to allow these storms to continue to strengthen and grow, and that's where we're going to see that. So over the next few hours, watch how really Troy, Herman, I think you're kind of on the back side of things where I'm almost within the next 30 to 45 minutes be able to give you in the clear. I think if you saw something right now, it's a wind damage or maybe a brief spin up tornado. That's why you're still involved in that at this moment. But watch over the next couple of hours where we see that storm start to develop. And that's where I think we're really going to see things fire. And then you're going to see a lot of us over the coming hours. Watch how temperatures continue, low 80s out ahead of it. And as these storms develop, that's where the areas of rotation will remain possible over the coming hours. So now through 3 o'clock, 2 to 4, and then 4 to 8. That's the risk that we have. Like I mentioned, high wind between 60 to 75 miles an hour, up to tennis ball size hail, and there will be a few tornadoes possible. So coming up here over the next few minutes, and I know I've just had about 4.5 minutes, I will be answering your questions live on 5+ and have updates on the storm development. So I'm going to end this here at 1:27 in the next 8 seconds. I'm going to go walk over and talk about it on 5+. If you don't have that, you can download it for free. I'll let it pause, and we'll see you then. And, all right, I believe you can hear me now. Thank you. Cool. We will start off by saying welcome to our next update here as we continue to look. I'll probably go over the next few minutes before we have another update here at 1:52 on the air, and I'll probably pause for you for a second and do that. And then I would think in the 2 o'clock hour, we're going to continue to see probably more development. Weather impact meteorologist Gary Frank with an update here, live alongside Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell. We've got updates, like I said, if you watch the update on air on Channel 5, now you're updated on 5+, or you saw that and you want updates here, we're going to continue to keep you posted here over the next several hours. Like we said before, it depends on when we're starting to see these thunderstorms develop. And I know, like, we've had a tornado watch in place for about 4 hours now, and not much has happened, right? And so you're probably thinking, is this going to be still impacting us? I made all these plans. I still think that we're going to see a few issues here, and I do really expect that as we continue to look at some of this here, and I'll kind of talk about what's going on here over the next few hours. I want to talk about why some of these things maybe have not quite settled in quite as much yet, and let's focus on where some of this continues to be. And I've got the chat line open here as well, so we can continue to talk about this tornado watch that's in place until 4 o'clock. And as I mentioned, really now and through 8 o'clock. And I know that doesn't necessarily reflect the tornado watch, but it's still going to be something that we monitor here in that regard, because I do think that we're still going to see the threat for tornadoes and all types of severe weather possible. So charge the devices, fill your bathtub up with water if you're on a water well, things like that, just in case you run out of power. Maybe you got some extra power, just have that. So just keep that in mind. Like I said before, look at this from a standpoint of how the winds are roaring, and I'll put this one on. I mean, just look at it here in Arnold. I mean, the wind is roaring, but you look at how quickly those clouds are moving, and it's almost, to me, it looks like a time lapse. And I'll put this one in the arch now. Watch this little one cloud in between, how fast this thing is racing across the middle of the arch. I mean, that tells you how fast these clouds are moving here at this hour. And I think what you're going to notice over the next a few hours is that is a significant driving force between the reason that we have all this weather. Now let me show you where our temperatures are in that regard, and I don't think that we've had any update. We have not had any update in terms of, not had really any update in terms of the outlooks, right? So let me find my temperatures on here for you. I want to find them in a regional standpoint so you can see really where this front is, because it is the driving force. And here we go. It is the driving force behind why we have all this, right? We're close to 80 degrees in many spots, right? Look to the south. Once again, it's 80 in Cape Girardeau, but it's 86 in Memphis, right? That's the reason they have a higher severe weather risk than us. That's the bottom line. It's so much warmer there. They have the similar ingredients. if we didn't have cloud cover, we'd be seeing storms fire up like crazy right now. The fact that we have cloud cover and we're still talking about severe weather typically tells us that the other dynamics that are in place are so significant, right? So that's really what we're dealing with here at this time. So let's talk about what it looks like here at this moment. If you're just following along as we continue to look at, what I am expecting to see is more severe weather development now to the south. And that's where I want to zoom in and take you here once again, because as we continue to monitor this little area to our south, and I just showed you this specifically, let me get that out of the way. Watch how close we are to some of this stuff here over the last 45 minutes. Now, I'll pull this back out here in just a second. This is probably the most robust thunderstorm that we had, and even as I put this, make sure that I've got all the watches here and warnings. That's probably the first severe thunderstorm warning that we're going to have anywhere in the area. And it may be one of these things where I'll talk to you for the next few minutes, we'll have updates, and then you're probably going to see a steady diet of us here, I think, over the next few hours, right? But this is where the development is coming from. It's not these storms along this area. So if you're in Bowling Green, the reason that you're still kind of in the middle of this here as I kind of zoom while I'm moving here is the fact that, this is where the front is and the initiation still is in play for where that cold front is. But I think the limiting factor is there's just not quite as much instability. You've seen rain over that area already. It's kind of washed that chance. So, if I'm going to pick a couple of spots, and it doesn't mean that it won't happen, right? We're not shutting the door. At a certain time tonight, we're going to be able to say, the front's moved through, your threat's totally over. And we're not there yet. But when it comes to, a few spots that I would say have less of an opportunity for severe weather, it really is anywhere in Gasconade County, Herman, Truxton, really right on, and even some of our areas. I know we got some 5+ watchers in Montgomery City that kind of check in as well with High Hill. Those are the spots, right? This storm in Eolia is probably producing some pea-sized hail. I know we got weather watchers up there. I'm not convinced that you're going to deal with severe weather at this point in that regard, because I really think that we're going to watch that front continue to gradually work its way from west to east, and as a result, we're going to start to see more storms fill in right here attached to this one. And even as I just kind of look at where this is, look at how some of these, not all of them, but some of these, and I'm going to put this on a full screen while I point it out, but watch how some of these are kind of getting notchy, right? That's where we watch those inflow winds, and I'm not saying that that's what we're dealing with here at the moment, but that's the environment that these storms are headed in. And I want to show you why we've had such a hard time. I'll save that, put it on a full screen, let you look at it for a second. I want to show you why we've had such a difficult time, seemingly, for why we've had such a hard time for storm development. I also will, let's see if I want to show you what this satellite picture looks like here, because watch where we've got that. You'll watch in the middle of this, and I know it's not, is it going to loop for me? No, it's probably not going to loop. Let's see if I can refresh it and do that. That's where the storm initiation is really starting to get to. So I'll zoom into that on my own time. But I want to pull this back out here, and I show you where these storms are initiating. And these are some of the things with the surface plots that I want to pull out, and I'm going to reset this so that I can take a look at some of this here. Let me find that, and I'm actually going to get rid of that because I don't like it. You got it back on me, so that text me while you're at it. I'll put that on here so you guys can see me when I'm trying to add. I want to show you where this is in terms of what we're looking at. And Scott has talked about this in general with thunderstorm energy. And right now, let me see, that one's going to be number 4. Okay, cool. So watch this. Let's find this. Actually, let's find this. I'm going to put it. I got to do some stuff to put this in my system on the fly. So I want you to be able to see this because I want to give you an idea of why we've not had thunderstorms that have really fired up so much, right? So let's do that. So you're able to see where this energy is coming from, and this system always takes a second, so we'll play out here. Like I said, this is our one lone area with a severe thunderstorm warning that is for Douglas, Ozark, and Ozark counties, at least until 215, right? You can see that these storms are moving at 65 miles an hour. So they're moving pretty quickly, but they're still out of our area. Like I said, as we continue to focus on, let me find that deal. Is that what this is? No, that's not what this is. I think it's this one. No, you're going to be able to see it. I can actually see it a little bit better here. It's not bad. Okay, there we go. Okay, now I can show you this, and I'm going to show you this, and I'm going to zoom in. This kind of gives us a better idea of some of the stuff that we look at in real time. And this is something called CAPE, but it's really thunderstorm energy is the best way to put it. And you'll notice where, as I'm kind of pulling this all up, you'll notice where the higher values to the south. Look at that, 3,500, 4,000, 4,500. Those are the spots that I was talking about where we have that's where the high risk is, right? That's the significant instability. But look at areas to the north, and you're starting to see more of these storms that I just mentioned that are developing that are right along that line where it's 1,500, 2,000, and that stretches all the way to the north. Look at those contoured lines. That stretches all the way to the north. And because of that, that's where we're seeing this enter a very favorable environment. And watch those areas behind. It's 500, it's 1,000. It's not quite as much, but it's riding along that front where you get through that. And that's why I want to say that, you know, some of those areas specifically behind this or that have been rained on, not quite as bad. But look at those areas in the boot heel and they even stretch further to the north. You're talking about 1,500 to 2,000. That is plenty to get any of that, right? And so as a result, that's why I think it's important to talk about, you know, what we're seeing in terms of these storms entering more favorable environment. That's all part of where that thunderstorm energy is. And I know it's taken some time to get going, but once it gets going, it's going to get going in a hurry. And that's what I think that we're going to be dealing with here over the next several hours. So let's talk about what we're expecting as a result. And this is what I think it's going to look like here rather shortly. Put this back on for you and I'll try to answer your questions. I do have a cut in here coming up shortly and Kay will be talking, so, or it looks like it might be Ann this time, a news update. But I want to show you the specifics here because as we go throughout the next several hours, you'll watch by 1:30, 2 o'clock, you're starting to see some of these storms off to our south. And that's the area that I mentioned, right? You're seeing that storm cluster work its way in a more favorable environment. And that's where I think it's going to start to impact more people at 2:30, 3 o'clock. I think at this point, that could be where we have over the next hour, 45 minutes to an hour, depending on where you are, that could be our first, not only severe thunderstorm warning, but some of these are entering a favorable environment for rotation as well. And that's where I think we may see our first tornado warning of the day. And I really think that's going to be somewhere, like I said, if you're in Sullivan and Rolla, you're right on the edge of that, and I think you may miss out on that. Same for Herman, same for Troy. Watch where this moves, right? St. Charles kind of on the edge of it as well. And I think it's going to be kind of a fine line from West County into St. Charles County, Franklin County, as well as to who gets that edge of severe weather. Because remember, this front is all pushing from west to east, and you'll notice that as that wind shifts. And watch as that storm continues. 4, 5, 6 o'clock, that's where it settles in just a little bit more, and then kind of develops more of a linear component as it pushes out of our area. And that's where we could see some pretty strong tornadoes on that side of things. That's where they're more likely to see another tornado watch at some point. But from a standpoint of our timing, I still think it's between 2 and 4 o'clock for the city of St. Louis, Centerville, Fredericktown, Shiloh, Edwardsville. I still think that's a pretty good lineup, right? It almost is going to be, normally we say from west to east, and I'll bring this back out. You know, normally we say from west to east and we're bringing in storms here. These are moving in this direction, kind of parallel to where this front is. So once the front moves through, that shuts your chance off here in Herman, Troy, St. Charles, even in West County. Like we're talking about Eureka, Pacific, even High Ridge. That's right on the area. And we're going to see if those storms kind of slow down, develop ahead of that or not. It's going to be a fine line here, but I think what you'll notice here between 4 and 8 o'clock, that's where storms continue to develop that line and they hold together. They're going into a very favorable environment here at this point. So that's where we are with it right now. In terms of our severe weather impacts, I really do think that overall, high winds 60 to 75 miles an hour is going to be possible with even up to tennis ball size hail, especially off to our east, south and east. That's where the larger hail. We'll see how these storms start to develop. And I think there's going to be a lot of quarter-size hail. There's going to be a lot of golf ball-size hail, but maybe some in-betweens. Like I said, there are some higher risks for that as well. And there are going to be a few possible tornadoes, without a doubt. We've left the flash flooding off the last couple of times, but I think there's some maybe localized amounts of that. It's not as dry as it once was. We're starting to see a little bit more of that so far. So like I said, this could come a time where we're starting to see more of that. So like I said, we're going to be streaming on 5+ and on the air when we start to have, in all likelihood, our first tornado warning. Let's actually take a cross-section look at a couple of these storms and see. Look at this one near Mountain Grove, right? And I know this is way out of our area, but look at the types of shape that they're having, right? And I'm going to put a different product on it. You'll notice, and I just want to prepare you for this simply because look at the types of storms that we have already, right? Pull this back out. You're going to see us mention this a lot locally. Like I said, this is not our area specifically, but you may be watching on 5+ down there. So we appreciate it. We're going to try to keep you safe, but you've got toward the radar, away from the radar. That's where we're seeing the twisting of the wind, even if it's with height, and I think that's what we're going to start to watch out for over the coming hours. So, like I said, it's those type of things, even as I loop this for the last 30 minutes, that you're going to see a little bit more of. Watch how that starts to get tight. It's a matter of time, in my opinion, before we get a tornado warning on this thing. I just think that's the way things are set up right now. I think that as we continue to look at this, that's one of the storms that I think is maybe going to continue to push off to the north. And yes, that involves us talking about it in areas in Phelps County. That could be something that we watch. So, like I said, if you're in southern Phelps County, maybe Edgar Springs, maybe Salem on the Missouri side, even though I know that we talk about you a little bit because you got a temperature station we talk about. This is a very favorable environment for tornadoes, right? So I think while this is the line that I'm looking at, that's the main line. Look at this. I mean, to me, this is a pretty significant look at, some of the stuff that we're going to be dealing with here in the short term. So, like I said, those are the types of storms as they form and will continue to fill in right about here. They're going to continue to fill in here and push this direction. So, like I said, it's going to be a fine line between affecting areas like, Gerald, New Haven, Union and Washington, I think, are right on the edge. Sullivan, Cuba, right on the edge of where this could be. But there are going to be some pretty robust thunderstorms that start to develop along this area. And like I said, when you look at how the radar is playing out with this, you'll look at where this whole area of thunderstorms is starting to develop. I do want to get to a couple of questions here and see if there's a couple of people, since I pushed this on 5+ here. We've got 636 for 636-515. It's windy here in O'Fallon, Missouri. So far, no heavy rain or thunder. Thanks for the update. Let's see. So, let's see. As we continue to look at a few things, we've got a couple of pictures. We appreciate those as well. Jim's updating some people as well. How's Melville looking? Melville still has a pretty good threat, just like a lot of other people, for potential for these storms as they continue to move in this favorable environment. Like I said, we don't have any active tornado warnings, but notice how some of these same storms, I'll even look at this one right here, this one near Bull Shoals in northern Arkansas. These are the types of storms, and this is the type of environment, right? And I just want to point this out from a risk standpoint and show you let's just show you what the risk is from the Storm Prediction Center, right? I've got two storms that may be tornado warned at any point over the next 10, 15 minutes. If you go into northern Arkansas, where I just showed you some of these same spots I've never been to, maybe you haven't either, but look where they are. They're in that orange area, teetering the red area. Well, guess what? While they don't even have the highest severe weather threat that we have throughout the region, right? Like if you go a little further off to the east, then that's where the highest threat is, but they're still capable of producing tornadoes. And that's what I think we're going to start to see over the next few hours, because we already have these storms to our south that are taking shape. They're starting to get that structure. And now it's a matter of, will they produce a tornado, and will they produce larger hail? And you're starting to see a lot of them that look the same, right? This one obviously has some larger hail, and just ballparking it without clicking on my end what these storms are doing, you know, just ballparking it, I bet you this thing's got ping pong ball size hail. You know, I mean, that's the way that this sets up to me. And let's look what it says. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You're going to see a lot of these. And I think that's what we really have to look at. And look at these storms moving over the same location, but they also have a lot of this. Let's check the wind on this deal now. You know, this is what we're dealing with here in the short term. As, you know, you still look at that rotation on a lot of these storms. Same for these ones in northern Arkansas. These are all headed in our direction in some fashion. And it's a matter of, as they continue to move into this same, similar, favorable environment, how are they going to react? So, you know, as we continue to look at that, you know, that's what we're dealing with here in the short term. Will the weather impact school pickup between 3-4 o'clock in the St. Louis region? I got asked from 636-288. I think it might. I really think it might. You know, I think if you're watching this stream and maybe on the border about picking your kid up, leaving work early, not out of the question, because I think once we start to see it get more active, and we're starting to see that, you know, these storms are moving at 65 miles an hour. And even if I just, you know, use this and make sure that all these storms out ahead of it are moving at that same speed, right? They've got them all moving at 65 miles an hour. Our Weather Service friends in Springfield, they are moving at 60. That one to the south is moving at 60. So let's just for funsies put a track on this one and talk about where this would be if it held together, because I think they'll hold together, and perhaps a couple of more may fire up ahead of it, because we're going to start to see that. Let's look at this and just put St. Louis in the crosshairs. That's going to put it in the city of St. Louis, right, and even O'Fallon at about 3 to 3:30. So that could put you in the middle of things on the road and at that time. So, you know, from that standpoint, I think that's going to be something that we want to watch out for. You know, that's going to be one of those things as well. You know, from a standpoint of that, and this is going to be for people behind the scenes for me. John, are you listening by chance, John Anderson? Do you want to just keep me here for my weather portion of it? Okay, yeah, thank you. And then if you want to at any point, you can take me back and forth from full screen to this until I'm done. And I'll stop talking whenever I'm supposed to. So, thank you. All right, thanks for listening on stream. Ann's going to be doing a news update on the air, and so will I. And then we'll continue to stay with you for 5+ for a moment, and then eventually I'll let it loop radar, and then I'm probably going to go to the bathroom, because I know that once I go, then I won't be able to go again for a while. That's a reality. I did eat my popcorn, Ann. I ate my popcorn, so I got that box checked off. We've got questions from 636-849. Do you think, what time will storms be in St. Louis? And what time is the severe weather coming? Let's plan on a window of 2:35. Let's plan on a window between 2:45 and 4 o'clock. Is Ellisville in the path of one of these potentially severe storms? Yes, I believe so. 636-744. Thanks for checking. How fast are these storms moving? I think is what you meant. 314-630 number that texts me. They are moving at about 60 miles an hour. Do I think Arnold will be affected again? I do think Arnold will be affected again. 801-361. Afternoon, I'm in O'Fallon, Illinois. Will we expect similar conditions, specifically hail size and strength to the 314 storms? I think it is possible. Also, just tell me when to shut up, and I will shut up from... I mean, you guys can text me to shut up, too. That's totally fine, too. Or you just turn it off. But I'm talking about for them behind the scenes. I think it's... Okay, thank you. I'll shut up in a minute and a half, or a minute. And then I'll let you see the radar for a second from your perspective. And you'll probably hear Ann read a news update, and then I will come back and talk to people on Channel 5, and then we'll be back on the 5 Plus streaming. And like I said, it's this storm to the south that we're starting to see take more shape of kind of what we figured. So, you know, like I said, these are the types of storms that I think are very capable. And even as I just look at this specifically, if we're going to cross-section one of these and look at this, you know, I really think that you're starting to see, I just don't like the way that looks either. I'm going to use a different one. You're starting to see these things really grow in size and take some of that shape where we're starting to see these storms rotate. Let's see, there we go. Yeah. So look at this from a perspective. You can really see where some of these are getting as high as 40,000 feet. Okay. All those on the stream, I'm going to leave this up, and then I'm going to shut up, and I'll talk again in a second.
This is a 5 on your side local news update.
Good afternoon, I'm Ann Allred. We are watching the weather as storms are moving into our area. Here's a live look at gray skies over Forest Park. So get that picture up. The storms are expected to bring heavy rain, strong winds, possible tornadoes. Gary Frank is monitoring the forecast, and he'll have that in just a couple minutes. We are also getting a look at storm damage from central Missouri. A tornado is believed to have caused this damage. This is in Pilot Grove in Cooper County. That is out of our viewing area near Columbia. A radar-indicated tornado has been reported in that area. The Highway Patrol is reporting serious damage, but no reports of casualties, thankfully. More damage in Nevada, Missouri. The storm downed several power lines and tree limbs and even overturned a mobile home. All that debris in the woods. There is a report of at least one person hurt. City officials are assessing the damage. We're also monitoring closures. Kaskaskia College in Clinton County, Illinois, has canceled all afternoon classes. Scott Air Force Base is also closed for the day because of today's forecast. And the Savannah Bananas announced that the sold-out games at Busch Stadium have been rescheduled to July 18th and 19th due to storms forecasted for the weekend. A lot of rain coming this weekend. If you have tickets, you'll get an email with all the details. Stay with us. The weather impact forecast is next.
Thank you. .155 Weather Impact Meteorologist Gary Frank here on this Weather Impact Alert Day. We obviously have a tornado watch at the bottom of your screen. You can see that until 4 o'clock. Don't think that means the threat is over immediately at 4 o'clock, as I'm alongside Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell as we prepare you. Now, it hasn't done much all day, admittedly, and that's fine. A lot of it has to do with the advancement of this cold front, and you'll see this here as I continue to show you where now we're starting to see some more robust storms. And these are out of our area specifically, but notice how over the last hour or so, we've started to see a little bit more. And you're starting to see this all on this cold front. And as this cold front advances from west to east, that's where the line of development is. Now, this area to the south is a little bit more robust. That's our first tornado warning that I've seen. Now, it's, of course, south. It's right in the Arkansas border, but this is in the same risk area that we are. They're in the enhanced risk for the most part. So, like I said, look at how some of these storms are already starting to take that classic shape where, yes, they are specifically out of our viewing area, but they're getting very close. There are no current severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, of course, for any of our 5 on your side viewing area. But watch these storms, how they become more robust within just the last 45 minutes. And this is important, I think. because as these storms continue to reach this favorable environment where we have, even though we've been cloudy, we've got a lot of wind aloft, and we also have more thunderstorm energy in this specific area. And if I'm just talking about from a timing standpoint of what we may see, I think you're going to start to see this perhaps impact areas around the city of St. Louis, specifically right around 3 to 3:30. We're going to see where that is, and it depends on where you are, but I think as early as 3 o'clock in Bonne Terre. Now, we'll watch probably more storms develop along that, even as I kind of remove this here. And you're probably going to see storms develop around that. Now, as we look at some of these so far, they have been producing over 2-inch hail, and I've seen a couple of them start to rotate. This is where we just, as I flip the wind on here, and you look at the storm relative wind, there is some of the twisting of the wind, and that's what we're going to continue to hear to monitor over the next couple of hours. Right now, I'm live on 5+ here as I continue to answer some of your questions here, and of course, as you're not following along, we'll see you on 5+ with myself and Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell. We'll have an update shortly. Thank you, John. My throat is dry, and we are back on 5+ for at least a little bit. As at some point here over the next few minutes, we'll probably get some fresh batteries in our mics. We'll get caught up here, and I do think that some of these storms, and like I said, watch over the last 30 minutes as I continue to loop this here. You can really see that they are still holding together as they reach this favorable environment. And I think that it's going to be important to see what they do when it comes to these types of storms, as you can continue to text your questions. I say overall, I really think that we're starting to see, oh yeah, I got somebody, all right. That's a fun, I got some, thanks for the funny one there, 6366299. I don't have to go that bad, but don't worry, we're good here. Let's see, so when is this storm supposed to end? I really think that we're going to see a lot of this done by 6, 7 o'clock for the most part, if not 8 o'clock. It depends on where you are. There's going to be a hard and fast line where most of this is out of here. It's this system right here, this little storm right here that I point out, and it's going to be kind of where we're riding this fine line along 44. I think part of it to where it's hard for me to totally shut off spots like Washington is the direction of this movement here. I don't think affects Rolla, but you're also watching this cold front move over. So while this is here, these storms are gradually working their way, and I think they're going to work up 44. And so that's where I think you're right on the edge in Gray Summit, Villa Ridge, unfortunately, to where we're looking at a few showers that are in Washington and New Haven, but we're not seeing much in the way of, we're getting close. I think, it's New Haven, Gerald, that you're kind of right on the edge of where I can almost say, I don't expect that this is going to affect you as much. So, we're pretty close to this here at this point, but it's this area right here as it switches radars. And I want to show you where some of this hail is. I think that we're still getting some pretty good hail here at this point. Let's see what they say that the hail is in this one. Golf ball size hail. So, if you're in this area specifically, there's our first severe thunderstorm warning so far, and that's Phelps and Dent County. So that's the first one we're able to see, right? And so this is kind of the storm that we've been talking about so far, as we have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day. And I would bet it has to do with that potential for golf ball size hail. And yeah, they've got up to 2-inch hail, so even higher, and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I'm going to put this on full screen so that I can go get my water, but it's okay. I'm just right here. I got plenty of water. I'm always prepared. Let's see. So as we continue to look at that one specifically, looking at, let's see, let's see, we've got a couple of updates here. First and foremost, we got the potential for 2-inch hail here, and they're also doing some recording in the other studio, so I'm hearing that in my ear. But I want to talk about where this hail is here, and it's this core of this hail right here that's south of Rolla. It's this area right here specifically. That's where the larger hail is at this moment, right? And so we're going to continue to let's just take a look. Like I said, I think if you're just on east side of town. That's where this large hail is moving. Now, in terms of the large hail, if you're in St. James, you got about, let's call it, you got about 30 minutes to where you can get your car to a safe place here. One thing that we don't want to see, which we're probably going to see along 44, is people putting their car into the underpass. That is something that we just absolutely do not want to see. But I do look at this potential here as these rapidly, so the most recent update here from our friends at the Weather Service continues to update you. They're talking about very large 2-inch plus hail and perhaps, once again, strong tornadoes possible. So it's not all that different from what we've said, but now it's starting to come to reality where, like I said, this tornado watch that's in place until 4 o'clock is likely to be extended in some regard, and whether or not it is parts of it are shaved off and the other part is amended, that's not out of the question either. I think they're probably mowing that at the moment right now. So we're going to keep a close eye on that at the moment. But like I said, this first area that is our severe thunderstorm warning has to do with the potential for 2-inch plus hail and large tornadoes. The environment is very favorable, and we're going to start to see more of that here over the coming hours. So like I said, this is what we're going to be dealing with here in the short term as we talk about that very large hail that's starting to settle into Rolla and areas right around this area. Let's see if we have any updates from our friends on the other side of the wall and a couple of things. Cool, got it. We're going to continue to look at this. Right now, I don't have this storm rotating at all. That doesn't mean it won't, because I think we'll see that potential. But let's look at what that storm is doing. It'll bounce back and forth. And there's some rotation at the moment with that, but nothing. And there's our first tornado warning, as I just say that. But it's south of our area still, like I mentioned. So we're getting close. And these are the same types of storms that I mentioned that you're still, and this is going to be a fun Polygon day, because there are going to be a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings where you look at this and it gets awfully confusing from that standpoint. You know, our friends in the St. Louis office do their best to not try to do this, but not all the times it's going to work out because of the messy nature of these storms. And, you know, if I just show you this right here without any and then these are hard to see polygon-wise anyway, but when you look at how all this is settled in at the moment, you know, from south of Rolla and then all the way to the south here, south of Rolla, all the way here, it's a mess. And these storms are going to collide, they're going to have rotation, they're going to have all kinds of stuff. And so you're going to see the potential for large hail, and then you're going to see a couple of them rotate, and then there's going to be a couple of them over the top of each other. So, you know, that's what we're looking at. And that's where I think it's going to get awfully nasty here as we look ahead to the next couple of hours. So, you need something, John? We're just on the stream. You're good. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Oh, hopefully it's throat coat from a tea. No. I'm drinking my water. Don't worry, because like I said, I mentioned this once again as we've been talking about this for a while. You know, we're going to see most of this continue as it works its way to the north. This is, once it starts, it's not going to stop. I'm going to leave you just for a second on just the radar, and I'll be back in 2 minutes so that I give my voice just a half a second. I know you won't hear. Open this thing. Yeah, I think so too. Yep, I agree. That's why I did that. Yeah, it might be a good idea for all involved. So we are back. I am back, and like I said, we are in pretty good shape here at the moment. But you know, when you're in spots like Rolla, right on the edge here, this is the area that still has that right now for larger hail involved in this entire area. But there are a couple of these storms that are starting to rotate as I switch back and forth between radar products, and you can see where this large hail is. You can see this hail core. Like I said, this is out of our area, but I want to continue to keep you posted about where this is. As we continue to look to the north here, you'll notice that we still, over the last 30 minutes, are starting to see this enter a more favorable environment. And I know it's hard to believe, but you know, even with temperatures right around 80 degrees and cloud cover, we're still looking at these storms. We'll have the potential to rotate. And from our friends at the National Weather Service, these storms are rapidly intensifying. And we have the potential for up to tennis ball size hail. We really do. And I want to put this on here once again so that you can look at this here, because you know, our severe weather impacts, we're going to see 60 to 75 mile an hour wind at the very least. There will be some higher wind, there's no doubt about that, especially in some of these tornadoes. That it is also possible. I think we are minutes away from our first tornado warning to our south, and we're going to watch how those storms progress to the north. They're going to impact your commute. Right now, if I'm telling you anything, is the fact that, you know, if you're going to listen to anything, it is the fact that now we're starting to see these storms develop, and now we have the potential for these storms to continue to rotate. They're entering a favorable environment, and in my opinion, they're going to start to affect the St. Louis area and point south a little further to the south. At their current pace, just this storm doesn't mean that this is the exact storm that's going to develop a tornado, but I want to talk about where this is in regards to some areas around the area, around to the southern portion of our area. Let's talk about it from Richwoods. That's 302. So that's St. Clair. That means it's up 44. That means, you know, storms like this are around there at about 245. So, you know, as we continue, so here's the updates. So they're going to, here's an update, and kind of like what I've just been talking about and mentioning is about this tornado watch that's until 4 o'clock. And I know I said we've been kind of sitting here talking about this tornado watch till 4 o'clock, and I said, well, it's a good majority of the day we've had nothing. Expect it to be extended or something. From our partners at the National Weather Service, they're going to extend it past 4 o'clock for portions of the area, especially past Southwest. They can't extend the watch yet because they're going to, once they get closer to 4, they're going to fine tune that. So expect it to change. But just because the watch is supposed to end at 4 doesn't mean that it will. So that's we will still probably add some more counties and extend the time frame. So like I said, we are going to be dealing with that over the next several hours. So like I mentioned, we're still looking at this area that's to our south. It's a rotating storm. It's got a tornado warning on it right now, and it's out of our area. Doesn't mean you're not watching on 5+ the streaming, but watch how these storms are starting to take that shape where they are rotating. They have that supercell development, and when you just look at them from a standpoint of how big they've gotten here, also Scott's eating, so I'm proud. Scott finally is eating. Scott is notorious for not eating, and then he's, you know, we're stuck. Scott's been eating, so that's good. That's how you know he's getting ready. You can see where we're up to. These cloud tops are up to 40,000 feet. That's where these hail producers are. This hail production is pretty strong in this particular storm. So let me go back and forth. You'll still see how this is going to get awfully messy in terms of polygons everywhere. These storms now starting to work their way into Rolla, and that one is on the severe side, where you're going to see a little less hail in Rolla unless that storm continues to strengthen, which it may, right? But I think we're going to start to see a few of these storms to the south. And watch this whole cluster here, and I want to show you what a future radar may look like just to show you what we've kind of illustrated here through the 1 o'clock hour. Because watch where those storms are going to start to develop and push 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and this is lined up pretty well with our thinking, right? So this could very well be in the St. Louis area between 3 to 4 o'clock. And that is going to affect a very busy time for school, rush hour, all of that. That means you could be dealing with hail. So if there is one thing that you're going to take from the stream and pass it along, is pay attention to what we're doing and telling you, because if I can give you an hour heads up to get out of work, get your kid out of school faster and get home and not be on the road when there's golf ball sized hail or greater, or at worst, a tornado, that's going to save a lot of time and a lot of problems for you over the next few hours. So keep that in mind. I think that's what we're going to be dealing with here as we talk about this. Watch how these storms continue to push through the area along that front. That's why they're moving like that. So 4 or 5 o'clock, like I said, past the sun. I got an update from a former coworker. He said for the first time all day, the sun just came out in Kirkwood. So that's, one of the things that we're seeing. Let's look at Busch Stadium right now. There's still no sun there, but there are some breaks in the clouds here. But you see, once again, how fast those clouds are moving above the surface. This looks like a time lapse. That's how fast. That's what's in play. Those are the dynamics that are in play. When the wind is ripping at that high, at that much, that's what has driven that force behind it. Where it's even like what he said. Yeah, the sun's out, and that usually causes instability. But that's one of the reasons that we have the more significant threat to our south. And just to kind of line it up from a standpoint of, we show you this Storm Prediction Center outlook all the time, and show you, some of these areas that are involved in this, moderate and high risk, which is rare, right? Like we don't see that very much throughout the entire year, and we're not involved in that. But look at where these storms are developing. They're in this orange area, or maybe on the fringe of this red area, which is 3 and 4, and they're strong storms, and they are going to be capable of producing a couple of strong tornadoes at the very least with large hail. And they're not even in the worst of it, right? So we need to pay attention to these and take them seriously. And I know it hadn't done much all day, but we're still going to be dealing with, storms that are working their way up from the Missouri-Arkansas border and continuing to push into the area. So as we continue to focus on all these messy polygons in this area, this is what is headed our way in some regard. And this one right here, if I'm going to pick where this is probably a tornado or, a radar indicated tornado at this point, you'll notice it's right here, and this is going to get real wonky once again because of the radars, but we'll go with this one for now. And it's this area right here. You're looking toward and away from the radar. And like I said, we're not tracking this thunderstorm for our area right now. But if I'm going to put it into a perspective of the 5 on your side viewing area and the current pace of this storm, and where this tornado is, you could say in theory that for Viburnum and Quaker and Palmer, 247, 249, you're talking about spots here that are going to graze. This is Dent County, this is Iron County, this is, St. Francis County, this is Washington County. These are areas that I think we're going to have to watch out for specifically here. So, as we continue to see this radar image, that's what I'm going to look at here. And I'm going to switch back to this. Also got a lot of lightning, which I don't have turned on. We don't need more messiness. Just understand that it is very busy at this point, like I said. And I'd take another break, but I think once we start to go on, we're going to be talking. Yeah. Switching me to 2. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So we're, like I said, the other thing about one of the reasons that we didn't want to just get Rolla off just yet is because, this is still a favorable environment. Look at, that storm over the last couple of minutes. It is still, in my opinion, strengthened over the last 5 minutes. And it's going to start to pick up some bigger hail. And it would not surprise me if that storm also has a little weak rotation in it as well. And, this is an area that if you're in Cuba, you're in St. James, you're on 44, this is my first area of concern right here from Rolla all the way up to 44. Let's call it St. James, Bourbon, West Sullivan, Pea Ridge, 256. This is where we're going to start to see some problems as we go throughout the next couple of hours, right? So, these storms are moving quickly, but also from a standpoint of where they're moving in adjacent to that front. This is the difference from what we have last time, is the fact that, I'll pull this back on myself real quick, you know, we've got this front that's pushing here. These storms are kind of riding along the edge of this front. So last time it was, these things are moving fast from west to east. Well, these ones are moving adjacent to the front, but also rotating. So you have areas where it's starting to get warmer, and still with temperatures at this hour that have settled into, my guess would be they're probably already at 80 degrees, just looking at it. 79, yeah, 5-minute obs tell us it's 80, so Scott is over here, and he's going to be switching out with me in a second, at least for a brief moment. You'll see plenty of both of us, I'm afraid. So let's see, someone text me if you were having, yeah, so that's, we're good with that one. Let's see, like I said, this one now is, this sucker is really putting out some hail. And I would bet this hail right here, man, that has got to be some serious hail. Let's put this on here. I mean, that has got to be some really big hail at this moment. You know, it's also rotating right there, but that, if I'm circling this spot right here to the south, I got to think that you've got at least golf ball size hail, if not tennis ball size hail right there. And that's south of our area, but it's a good idea. And now they've extended that tornado warning a little further, right? So those are the same areas. This one goes until 3 o'clock for Dent County. Like I said, not our viewing area. Doesn't mean you're not watching this on the 5+ stream. We'll keep you through this here. But my guess is that if you're in, I'm going to try to give you an early call if you are paying attention to this, and you're in Potosi, you're in Belgrade. These are spots where, if you're in Potosi around 3 o'clock, if you're paying attention, it's 2:20, you're laying around the house, you're thinking about going to pick your kid up early, not a bad idea, right? I think the sooner that you can do that, I'm going to try to call off some of these cities that I think that would probably be the best to do that, is, you know, you're looking at this specifically here. I would say, let's get that out of here. If you're in Potosi, you're in Belgrade, you're in Bonne Terre even, you know, you're in DeSoto, you're in Richwoods, you're in Hillsborough, anywhere along 55, even in Festus. And I know it may not get to Festus in time for that, but I'm not sure what you have going on at 3:15, 3:30, just to kind of give you a heads up, because I don't want you to be stuck in no man's land and not home or have your safe plan in between this specific area, because this one right here is producing some very large hail. You'll see when I switch it back and forth, that is going from different spots, different radar. Radar to the south, that's why it's more detailed. You'll see us mention that as well. Radar to the south, more detailed. Radar here, not as detailed, a little further away. That one's in Weldon Springs. So I'm going to let this switch over to Scott, and I'm going to switch you over on this. So Scott is going to give me the other one.
There's a Max 2 here.
What's up? Is it not on?
It should be outputting stuff.
Is it? Let's look. That's not clicked. That's why. That happens. I've done that before. It was working earlier, so I was making sure. There you go. Yeah, all good. So we're letting that over, and I'm switching the system over to, we're good for that. I'm going to switch this over to Scott's so that I'm going to hit, see, now that I got Max 2 up, I'm going to hit to the radar on mine. So that way, when you guys are watching this, that way you can still see the radar, because Scott's going to switch to talk, and then I'm going to go kind of give everybody an update in the newsroom about some of these storms. Although, and Scott's going to talk about this in a second, but I think this one is going to be our next tornado warning. But I'm going to let that on Max 2 so that you guys can see that. That's my area of concern right there. And then I'm going to switch to Scott, and I'm going to give him this mic so you'll hear a little bit of a dead period. But it is all good. We're going to get you through this here, and I'm going to save that.
There's no question. I don't think it's going to be good.
I don't think so either.
Okay, so that's on. Here, over here. I'll let you go out there.
Yeah,
It's not going to be good.
I'm probably going to go because I think if I wait till 2:30, things
Yeah.
are going to be banging.
Yeah.
I am going to go some more.
Yeah, I can see where that is going to be an issue. All right, we are back over here. Is that one? All right, so Gary and I have just switched out. Here's what we know. This storm that's coming into Dent County right now has rotation with it. There's no question about it, that it's a discrete supercell. So there's a tornado potential with that storm. Is there one on the ground right now? We don't know. We're not seeing any indication of that at this point. But when we look down here at the winds, and again, we're kind of between the two radar sites, but you can see there is, and it's really just working its way into Dent County right now. But that's where that circulation seems to be here, southwest of Salem. And that's why we have the tornado warning there. Now, if we just kind of track where we think that is and where it's going, assuming these storms are rolling about 60 miles per hour, the rotating part of that thunderstorm in its movement to the northeast, here are the towns. And this is a really early heads up for you that we have problems coming. Okay, so Salem is technically outside the 5 on your side viewing area, but we do know we have some folks down there that are watching. So Salem, it's at 2:31. So that's when that rotation portion of the thunderstorm will be close to you. All right, Howes Mill, Viburnum, up to Quaker, Belgrade, 317 in Potosi, 323 in Irondale. Are they exact times? No. Gives you an idea. This storm is moving very fast to the northeast, and that's kind of where we would see that circulation being. That being said, we also have additional severe thunderstorm warnings here for this storm that's now in Phelps County. Just moved into Rolla in the last few minutes, kind of along and west of 63, and it's going to continue moving northeast bound. So that storm, capable of producing some hail here. I'll put the hail locator on there, and you're not going to see a whole lot showing up here on the hail detection at this point because that cell's not looking quite as impressive as it was just a few minutes ago. In fact, if I put a hail scope on it, I don't think we're going to see much in there at all, really kind of just looking in there. The storm farther to the south is more of a hail maker for sure. So either way, we have gusty winds outside of thunderstorms here this afternoon that are 40 to 50 miles per hour. We're around 80 degrees in St. Louis. You can feel the humidity. You know those winds are whipping as it is, and you don't have to get far off the ground before you really have some intense wind fields. And that's helping to fuel these thunderstorms this afternoon. So the area down to the southwest of St. Louis is what we're going to watch. And we're going to try to track this area right into the metro. Now, I want to show you just on the broader perspective here. You're looking out at the western portions of St. Charles County. We're looking back into portions of Warren County here, out towards Hawk Point and Truxton, going up into Lincoln County, up into Calhoun County, up into Greene County, up towards Carrollton, up towards Root House. You do have showers and thunderstorms. In fact, that one near Root House may even have a little bit of small hail, but they don't look severe at this point. And here's the thing. The better ingredients for severe weather is really right around the metro area and just to the east and just to the south. So the metro area, not out of the woods yet. In fact, all of what we're seeing out to the southwest, all of this is going to be rotating towards St. Louis or moving towards St. Louis in the next couple of hours. So we're going to have to deal with this. We just don't get out of it this afternoon. The tornado warning right now is down in Dent County. That is rotating supercell there, or at least a semi-discrete cell. There's another one coming back into southern portions of Phelps County. I mean, we have multiple ones that we're dealing with here in these areas down to the southwest of St. Louis. Storms that are rotating thunderstorms at this point, and they continue to move northeast. They are moving into a very favorable environment for severe weather. And when we say favorable environment, you see the high-risk area for southeast Missouri, southern portions of Illinois, down towards Paducah, down towards the Boot Heel. But the St. Louis area is not out of the risk. I think as you get back up towards Bowling Green and as you get back towards Herman, your risk has decreased somewhat. But still in the metro area, there is a risk of tornadoes here. They'll be isolated, but the stronger risk is just off to the east and southeast of St. Louis. That's where you get into that moderate risk area and eventually south of Carbondale into that high risk area, which is pretty rare that we get level 4s and level 5 risk area. That's the second time we've had a level 4 in our area this spring. So it's not that it doesn't happen, it's just one of those rare things. So we're in our window of timing right now as we're tracking this out of Arkansas and into southern portions of Missouri. I added the lightning in on this one, and you see there's pretty large amount of it here down to the south. I'm going to take it back off because we've seen it, we know it's there. These are noisy storms, but that just kind of clutters up our picture. You have some semi-discrete supercells. Again, they're working into an environment that's very unstable, where you have the turning of winds with height, you have the winds increasing with speed as you go up. So you have all of the favorable ingredients to create severe thunderstorms, including the potential for some stronger tornadoes, especially here across southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, and that would even include potentially into the metro area, especially with what we're seeing coming up 44 right now. So as we look at that at the moment, coming up 44, these are the storms we're watching. I'll switch it back over to the other reflectivity and get a better sense of what that is. We've actually got a little hook there. That was south of Fort Leonard Wood. Got a little hook with this cell. Not sure that we have anything hooking out here around Rolla, but it's definitely been rotating. You can kind of see here as we put it in motion, these storms lifting northeast bound. Hail has been a concern. Looks like quarter-size hail or larger. This is going to spread over much of Crawford County, spread into Gasconade County, spread into Washington, Iron County, and eventually these storms that are farther southwest here, down towards West Plains, you folks in Reynolds County and the rest of Iron County, and eventually over towards Farmington, probably going to get on with those storms as they move on to the north and to the northeast. So here we are, kind of looking at this area spreading in from the southwest. Storms moving very quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning down in Phelps County. Tornado warning is in Dent County. So downstream counties of this, you're talking Washington County, you're talking Crawford County in Missouri, western Iron County for the southern cell. The one that's close to Rolla and north, that's going into Franklin County, going into Gasconade County. So you're kind of on the western fringes there of where that favorable environment exists. Let's do this. Just so you know, these cells here, as they're moving northeast, I'm not saying they're severe, but I want to put a track on that because those cells are strong. They probably will produce some hail. They will be moving potentially over areas that were impacted by the March 14th tornadoes, including Villa Ridge. You're also going to be looking at them moving into the O'Fallon, Cottleville, St. Charles area, and eventually into North County. That is from the storms that right now are located here around Rolla and to the north up towards Canaan into portions of Gasconade County. They're strong storms, but because they're moving into an environment that is more favorable for severe weather, we have to monitor that, and that's why I wanted to put that track on those storms to give you an early heads up for that. All right, so we're going to track the southern one that has the tornado warning on it. And again, assuming they're running at about, you're already starting to see that storm, assuming it's moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour, this cluster of thunderstorms with the potential of large hail, damaging winds, and maybe tornadoes would be into South St. Louis County by 3:45. All right, we're talking into the Imperial area as we head towards 3:30. Richwood's just after 3 o'clock. So these are moving fast, 319 into Hillsborough. That's that cluster of storms. Is that exact? No, but it gives you a general idea of what we're looking at as we're tracking these into the metro area, and the potential is there for severe weather to occur with these storms. In fact, there's a higher than average probability that we would see severe weather around the metro area as we go through the course of the next hour or two. So like Gary was saying, you know, if you want to go now in the metro area and get your kid out of school, you know, do it now. Don't do it when the storms start moving in. It's too late at that point. And I think some of the school districts will probably hold the kids a little bit this afternoon. So we're looking at these storms here down to our southwest. One thing I can tell you, you just look at this over the last hour, you see that storm has some broad scale rotation. That's out to the west of Rolla. It's not really showing me the signs that it has really large hail at this point. I'd say Nichols to, and I'm going to check in with Springfield here real fast. I would say Nichols to up to quarter size. I don't think I'd go much larger than that at this point. But again, potentially a severe thunderstorm. Will that warning get extended? Very possible into Gasconay County. That's being assessed right now, and parts of Franklin County too. Will the tornado warning storm down here that's moving over the Salem area right now with a bit of a hook there just southwest of Salem, is that going to be warned farther downstream? Probably. You see that little bit of a circulation there just to the southwest of Salem where we've got the brighter colors coming together. It's an indication we're up really high in the storm at this point. The radar angle's up really high, so we don't get the low scan that we'd like to see. You know, we get the lowest scan, but it's still pretty high up. Now, this storm will be moving into southern portions of Crawford County and into Washington County. So again, Potosi, Belgrade, Codaway, south of Steelville, you're in the path of that storm. Right now, still looks like there's rotation in that storm. The other thing, and you probably heard Gary talk about this, the storms, while they're moving into this environment that is generally favorable for severe weather, they're also interacting with each other as well as interacting with the ingredients of the environment that's around them. So it's going to get messy, and it's going to be difficult to track things this afternoon. I think we're going to have quite a number of warnings that come out as we go through time. But I think we're also going to be looking at messy storm mode here as we go through the remainder of the afternoon as these storms interact with each other. For instance, this storm that's in Dent County may be stealing some of the moisture that otherwise would be available for that storm up towards Rolla. And again, I'm not seeing what I would say are severe signals for hail out in Gasconay County right now. I think it's a strong storm, but I think you're probably looking at pea-size hail. These storms that are coming up to the west and north of St. Louis, they don't appear to be severe at this point, but they certainly have that potential of generating some severe weather here as we go through the remainder of the afternoon hours. All right, a lot of clouded ground lightning with these storms. I think that's going to be a trend that we see this afternoon. Just looking at some of the computer generated info, you know, they're telling me we've got some hail in those storms, but like I was just saying, I didn't think it looked like it was all that bad. And that's exactly what the algorithms are saying off the computer. Maybe some pea-size hail in some of these storms, but it looks like the hail size actually has gone down a little bit with some of these storms. Now, farther down to the south, down towards West Plains, that's a different story. Again, we get the broader impact here of what we think is going to be happening this afternoon. This area is going to be sliding into the metro and then sliding to the east. Exact timing on this, still a bit uncertain, off to the east and southeast of St. Louis, so it may not match up. I think by 7 or 8 o'clock, most of us are out of a threat at this point, but we certainly are still looking at this evolving into quite the line of thunderstorms as we go through the next hour or two, and potentially some of these storms are going to be problematic. And we've already seen some of those circulations down to the southwest. What's west and northwest of St. Louis, none of this looks severe right now. Maybe some pea-sized hail, and that would be about it as you go up towards Troy. And then once you get out of that, I think you know, we'll zip that on off, and life will be good there. Your threat will then be over. We do know that the tornado watch that's in effect until 4 o'clock for most of the area, part of that probably within the next hour, once they can clear some of the counties and the threat is over on the western side of that tornado watch, once they're able to clear some of those counties, I think what we're going to see is an extension of the rest of the counties until, say, 6 o'clock tonight, or maybe 5 o'clock tonight. Probably 6 would be my guess. East and southeast. The Storm Prediction Center is also contemplating issuing an entirely new tornado watch, and that is within the realm of possibilities here, for areas of southeast Missouri and southern Illinois that would include the eastern and southern parts of our viewing area. So it is possible that we would get one cancellation and a whole new watch issued that would take us into the evening. But I think, again, by 7 or 8 o'clock, our threats for the 5 on your side area will be over. That's what we're looking at right now. One tornado warning down into Dent County. Okay, that storm is still spinning. You can just kind of see from just looking at the radar, you can see the whole storm turning. So you have this semi-discrete supercellular structure there. This storm that's coming out of Rolla also has some broad scale rotation in it. There's nothing that screams right now. There's a lot of large hail. Looks like we might be getting a little bit there south of Bell, I should say, that will be moving into portions of Gasconade County here, probably just off to the south of Drake and out towards Canaan. That's where I'd say your larger hail chance might be, with that, where you see the darker red shading in there, that's right in there. Okay, so again, that's south of Bell. So this is moving northeast. So we're on guard this afternoon for the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms across the area. Again, what we're seeing right now, as far as the warnings go, the only warning we have is a severe thunderstorm warning in our area that includes Phelps County at the moment. We do have that tornado warning down into Dent County. Everything's lifting northeast. So when we look at what's down to the southwest of St. Louis, we know it's going to ride right along 44 and eventually up into the metro area. This is how it's been moving for the last hour or so. These are definitely strong to severe thunderstorms. They're right on the cusp of finding the ingredients and the ability to be able to produce damaging winds as well as produce tornadoes. I'm not seeing that we've got anything there particularly, but we already have damage. We just got emergency management from over in Washington County, Illinois, just shared some siding damage because of the wind today, which is not associated with thunderstorms. So already outside of that, we're dealing, outside of thunderstorms, we're all dealing with the wind, and we'll have to for a while longer. So we're just looking at this radar image here right now, and Gary, everything's sliding to the northeast. I don't know that we'll get a tornado warning here for this cell. It looks like it might be losing a little bit of its strength there in Dent County as it's pushing into Crawford County. So we don't have any warnings outside the severe thunderstorm warning in Phelps County and that tornado warning down in Dent County. But again, the environment still seems favorable for these storms to strengthen as they move off to the northeast. And that's what we'll be monitoring as we head through the remainder of this afternoon, is if we can get any tight circulations, if these ingredients that we see that exist that are so impressive, if these storms are able to take advantage of those ingredients and interact with those ingredients in such a way that they create strong to severe thunderstorms. That remains to be seen at this point. But again, we are seeing gusty winds outside of thunderstorms, and that's going to continue to be the case without a doubt here heading into this evening. So just to kind of give you an update on what we're expecting here, away from any storms, we have the strong winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. So that's just away from any storms. So we already know we're going to have some power outages because of that. We've already seen some. We are now after that lunch hour until about 7 or 8 tonight, where we're going to be dealing with some of the potential for some of these strong to severe thunderstorms. So power outages, that's a concern. Tree damage, it's on the table. A lot of wind in the last month, and all the storms we've had with the waves of severe weather that we've dealt with, that has weakened many of our tree branches. And so now you're starting to get the leaves budding out, and so you have more resistance to that wind. So 50 to 70 or higher mile per hour wind gusts could create some problems there. And there's also that potential that we have a tornado as well. So we're keeping our devices charged. We're staying weather aware this afternoon. If you're watching us right now on 5+, you're doing all the right things. You're staying weather aware. You know where your safe place is. You've told your friends and family something could be coming, and you're ready to act. And you may have to do so this afternoon. Then again, you may not. We don't know how these storms are going to evolve as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. We know that it's a threat. We know that they're out there right now. And we know that they have produced some large hail and some damaging winds. And those threats seem to be continuing towards St. Louis. Now, we may be getting a little bit of a break here with some of this activity as it's rolling up 44. Even though it's coming into this very unstable air, the ingredients may not be just perfectly together for these storms to create a monstrous severe weather outbreak. I'm okay with that. You should be too. If you have a storm failure mode and it doesn't go into severe weather, we should all be okay that that didn't happen and it doesn't pan out, because we don't want damage. We don't want people to get hurt. And the reality is these are the types of situations where we do have those kind of problems. The storms north and west of St. Louis don't look severe, but I bet you're getting at least a little bit of pea-sized hail up towards the north and west of Troy right now, and also between Hardin and Rosedale, and then heading over into northern Jersey County. Again, they don't look severe, but they look strong at this point. And again, the only warning we have at this moment is down here with the severe thunderstorm warning in Phelps County, which is set to expire here in a few minutes. And it really looks like the severe threat's kind of marginal there. And then our storm that's coming out of Dent County, it looks like it might be losing a little bit of its punch. Having said that, this is the whole area that's going to slide right up and along either side of 44 and into the metro area within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So that's going to put it into St. Louis here within the next 30 or 45 minutes. Everything's still on the table. Gusty winds, large hail, damaging winds, everything's still on the table. All right, so we'll keep you updated on this. We'll have an update and just a little bit while we wait on, the assessment of these storms from our forecasters at the National Weather Service office. right, so you're just looking here. We don't have any new warnings at this point. We're still kind of status quo. Still have a little bit of that circulation down there across Dent County, but that's going to expire at 3 o'clock. And then we've got all this stuff in Arkansas that's down in Arkansas that we've got to get through. Let me put that back on. And again, when we look at this, I've added in all the lightning there. Look how much lightning there is. It's a lot of electricity that we're dealing with in this area. But I'm going to take the lightning off because it just kind of clutters the map. Look at the intensity of these storms. Look at all the tornado warnings that are in effect here, farther to the south of St. Louis and across southern Missouri, just coming out of Arkansas from Mountain Home up to West Plains to Mountain View. Those storms look really ugly, okay? And they're moving northeast. So if we just kind of look where they're headed, that's the cluster that most likely is going to impact you folks down in Reynolds County, down in Iron County, down in Madison County, eventually towards Farmington and St. Genevieve and Perryville. If it holds together, could we have some influence from these storms to the north and changing the ingredients that are available for those storms, changing the environment? It's certainly possible. Again, more questions when it comes to severe weather than answers sometimes, but we know the overall environment remains conducive for severe weather, especially here across eastern Missouri and the St. Louis area, and then going east into Illinois, and then going south down 55. Those are the areas that are of greatest concern at this point. So here's a broader view. We're still watching the showers and thunderstorms here developing off to our west, starting to see them come into more of an area that is gelling, if you will, into a pretty solid line. But they're strong, but they don't necessarily look severe at this point. Most of the hail signatures with this basically is showing us pea-size hail and not much more than that. And that's okay. We know you're getting showers and thunderstorms developing around St. Charles County and into Warren County, Lincoln County. None of what we're seeing here in the Metro West is all that threatening at this point. All right, so they were able to trim off some of the counties out of the tornado watch there in mid-Missouri, but pretty much still in for all of our area, and I guess we're going to have to wait until a little later on before they finally update. They get the Storm Prediction Center on board to update what's going on with that. Again, if you're just joining us this afternoon on 5 Plus, we're continuing to monitor our severe weather potential across the area. The potential is there. Numerous thunderstorms have developed across the region. We have strong thunderstorms, but there's no indication that this is severe here as you go from Greene County into Calhoun County, into Lincoln County, and then back into St. Charles, Warren, Western Franklin, and Gasconade counties. It doesn't look severe. They just look like strong storms at this point. Now, as we get down into southern portions of Gasconade County and the northern portions of Phelps County, they do look a little stronger there. So we may have some hail that's maybe pea-size to dime-size in some of the tallest cores there, but it's going to be hard to get much more than that. The storm that's been down here into Dent County, where we have that tornado warning, even though there is still that hook there is still some rotation. It certainly looks like it, but it looks broader. The storm intensity actually has eased a little bit over the last hour. When we look at that, watch it, you can see it's getting messy. The storm mode is going to be messy this afternoon. I think that's going to be a word you hear us say often because there's nothing about this that's really all that clear cut when we go into this afternoon. On a big scale, we can look at this and we can say, yeah, all the ingredients seem to be there. Why is this storm behaving this way? Why is that storm behaving another way? We don't know how those ingredients always interact with each other within each individual storm. And then as the storms continue to develop and evolve this afternoon, Gary, you're going to see storm mergers. You're going to see storms that end up knocking off other storms and cause them to weaken. And then, you're going to get all these kind of interactions going on that in the broad scale has an impact on what's going on, but the overall threat still remains for us in St. Louis. Now, I would be thrilled this afternoon, Gary, if we did not have any, if there were no, from this point on, it would be excellent if this is the worst it got and there were no warnings anywhere and we actually end up with no severe weather.
What are the chances?
The chances are low of that, yeah. The chances are low. Mike Bush is out here on the anchor desk in case things go haywire weather-wise. But we don't think it is in the immediate future. So we're still watching. You know, a lot of us probably won't see severe weather, especially north and west of St. Louis. That's what our thinking is. But south and east, that risk just kind of really, the probabilistic risk goes up, up, up as you go farther east and southeast of St. Louis. And the ingredients are there. We just don't know how they're going to interact with these storms. Again, when we look at this, I'll take you down into Springfield's radar, a little jumpy there, but look at those storms coming out of Arkansas. Those are beasts. So they're moving out of Arkansas into southern Missouri, and again, that's all going to head in our general direction. So we're going to have to deal with that at some point and in some way, shape, or form. Right now, you still have the severe thunderstorm warning technically in effect there in Phelps County. Although I don't think we've seen any reports of anything out of Springfield that was overly concerning at this point. And we haven't seen anything from the St. Louis office that seems overly concerning. We know all of your local National Weather Service offices here in the middle part of the country. For us, that includes the folks up in Lincoln, Illinois, the folks out in Weldon Spring, the folks down in Springfield, Missouri, and the folks in Paducah. Those are the local weather service offices that cover our counties and that we work with directly. They are all staffed up for this event today, and they are analyzing these storms. They have warning teams that look into these storms, two-man teams or two-women teams. You know, they're looking at the storm. So two people are looking at different products to make sure that they are assessing the accurate severe weather threats for these storms as they're moving to the northeast. So these are the storms which, you know, as you're looking down here to the west of Cuba up towards Oak Hill, this is north of 44, they actually look like they may be strengthening a little bit here. Just a little bit. Let's look at the winds down there and see what we see, if we see anything that looks dramatic. Nothing that looks overly concerning at this point down there, at this point. But again, this is an area we would watch. South side of a storm. Problem is you have all this other debris that's over into Crawford County with the other thunderstorms, which may be hindering those from developing further, which is okay.
So that line,
Mm-hmm.
you mentioned Arkansas.
Yeah.
Is that coming metro or is it coming to our south?
I would bet that let's see what we get here. Let me see what I'm going to put on. I'm going to pop this one on. Didn't change that. Let me go down and pop this and pop that. You know, just by looking at it on a projection that you see here, the worst of that, and Mike asked if you couldn't hear, Mike asked about this area that's coming out of Arkansas to southern portions of Missouri. That most likely is going to be just east and southeast of St. Louis. Let's take this over the last 3 hours and you watch how it's evolved. Let's go back. So over the last 3 hours, we've had this smattering around the region and nothing really dramatic. But within the last hour or so, these storms down in south central portions of Missouri into Arkansas have really bubbled up and have become strong to severe. And they are the rotating storms. So they have rotation in them. They are capable of producing the tornadoes. They're also capable of producing very large hail, larger than the size of a hen egg. So those are the concerns. And, you know, just kind of tracking, there's two distinct areas, I would say. One is this area that's on the northern side that's more likely than not going to be the one that impacts Metro St. Louis around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then going over towards Greenville, Illinois by 5 o'clock. That's the one area. And then, Mike, to your point, the area down in that's a little farther to the south here, we look at that, this area that's coming into Arkansas right now, just putting that on the northeast track, that probably stays just east and southeast of St. Louis, but that's also where, as you go east and southeast of St. Louis, it's also where the better environment and ingredients are. So, you know, we'll see how this evolves. That's the wild card with every severe weather situation we face, is we can only see what the ingredients are forecast to be. We don't know how those ingredients are going to interact with any specific storm or within any storm. But this is definitely strengthening here as you look back into southern portions of Gasconade County and into northern parts of Crawford County. We're definitely seeing a little more organization and a little better reflectivity there, and that's going to be moving into Franklin County. This is pretty much kind of along the lines of what we expected. Not any big surprises at this point. We thought we'd have clouds this morning and the rain, and the only surprise to me was that even with the clouds and the rain, it was 78 degrees. I mean, you know, we had the showers around and we're already 78 degrees and we don't even have any sunshine. Kind of tamper it down, yeah. And I think to some degree we've done that, but now as we go into the afternoon, we're starting to see the upper level winds come in from the west and overspread all of this instability and all of this storm fuel. And I think east and southeast of St. Louis, and perhaps even in parts of the metro area, we do run that risk of seeing some stronger tornadoes, especially as you go into southern Illinois and southeast Missouri. The risk is higher. You know, Mike, we had a level 5 out of 5 risk far southern portions of Illinois and southeast Missouri. That doesn't include our area, but we do have some of our counties southeast, from say Mount Vernon to Sparta to about Perryville, that are in that level 4. All right, here we go with the tornado warning. I need you, John. Let me know. Tornado warning here is for Crawford and into portions of Washington County right now. John, I'm ready to take the air. So tornado warning here is for Crawford and Washington counties for that storm that is coming out of Dent County. When we look at the winds on that storm, for those of you watching, you can see that circulation there. So yeah, we're going, Gary.
He's got you on the BAM.
Okay, yep.
Does this one work for you?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, well, we'll see. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah. I just need you to get there.
They moved that, you don't care right now, but we can. They moved that tornado watch to midnight, which isn't long.
Yeah. All right, so we have our first tornado warning in our area this afternoon for this storm that's coming out of Dent County into Crawford County. It's actually got a little more rotation that just showed up within the last couple of minutes here on the scans, and that's why the National Weather Service hoisted this tornado warning in effect for central and southern portions of Crawford County. This is south of 44. It doesn't include Cuba. It doesn't include Bourbon. It is to the south. It does include the area around Steelville and then stretching over into Washington County. So really along Highway 8 going west out of Potosi is where you will find this thunderstorm and the potential that you're going to have rotation with that. I want to give you kind of a little in-depth tour of this as we stop the radar and show you the winds, because it's all about what we see on the radar here. There is your circulation right in this area. And you know, we're in an area at this point that is very rural. We're down along Highway 49, Highway 19 in that area, and that's where this circulation is. There are not a huge number of folks down in this area, but this is moving towards Highway 8, and it's moving at about 60 miles per hour. So when we put a track on this, you know, the circulation in here, we move it to the northeast. Here are some of the places you need to be concerned with as we go into about the next 10 to 15 minutes in particular. Dillard, Westover, Hoosa, 4 Points, Shirley. That's going to take us up until about 3:20, the next 15 to 20 minutes here, as this storm rapidly moves on to the northeast and slides over the region. So this is what we're tracking right now. This is a tornado warned storm. No confirmation that it's on the ground, but we expect to see that rotation sticking together. We know it is there. We know we've seen it strengthen within the last couple of minutes somewhat in this area, and it continues to move towards the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. When you look at this, you know, there's no confirmation of damage that I'm aware of out of Springfield, out of Dent County, around Salem, but that circulation was there. And now you kind of have that, these cells are moving into an environment that is very favorable for severe weather and for the potential of tornadoes. So as this moves along Highway 19 and then up across Highway 49, then heads towards State Highway 8. Again, Mark Twain National Forest here, very rugged, very rural area, but this is moving northeastbound. And when we broaden that view out and we look at what this looks like as you broaden the view, if the mouse will work with me. No, Gary, I
got you, no worries.
Don't think it's going to work. But this is the area that we're watching kind of coming up and along south of 44 that we'll get into eventually. Jefferson County could be into parts of the metro area too. And our environment is very much favorable around these areas for the potential of severe weather to continue to develop across the region. So again, just kind of going out to the broader perspective. This is the only warning we have in effect for our area at the moment. Reynolds County, you may be next. We have another cell well to the south that's coming out of Arkansas up to the north, and that may be a problem there. This one has supercell potential. We're already seeing the semi-discrete supercellular storms. So the rotating thunderstorms, they already have the rotation in them. The area out ahead of these storms in metro St. Louis and into southeast Missouri and into southern portions of Illinois is very unstable. Even without a huge amount of sunshine, we had temperatures in the upper 70s. So the environment is favorable for these storms to rotate, for these storms to produce severe thunderstorms, for these storms to sometimes produce tornadoes. And we're seeing that circulation, that storm hooking right now as it's coming in across this area of southwestern portions of Crawford County right now. So again, you need to be in your safe place if you're in this storm, in the path of this storm that at this point is working towards the northeast and heading on in. Gary, you got something else on this storm?
Well, I just want to zoom in and talk a little bit about the specifics here as we look at that tornado watch that's still in place till 4 o'clock. They've also added a few more counties, including Mount Vernon and areas that have been expanded. That's off until midnight now, so that kind of fills in a few more spots. What we do want to continue to monitor here as it switches for me here, as you'll notice, is this specific rotating storm, and it's all these storms that are moving in that more favorable area. And of course, one of the things that we're going to mention specifically, if you're out ahead of the storm at the very least, let's talk about Arnold, Festus along 55. This is going to enter the St. Louis metro area, South City, South County, Jefferson County, right around rush hour and when you're trying to pick your kids up from school. And you'll notice that if I just let this loop, you'll notice how you start to see that rotation that we so often mention just as we continue to let this loop just a little bit. And what I'll point out here specifically right now, like I mentioned, is it's this area from really south of Steelville all the way to Potosi. This is where we have this tornado warning that is in place here for now. And I'll cue this up for you so you can take a look at the specifics in that regard before I at least show you where the rotation is right now. You'll look at this tornado warning is in place until 3:30 for Crawford and Washington. You'll see that here. And it's for this particular part of the storm. You'll also notice on the leading edge of things, these are the storms and areas of rotation that Scott was mentioning that are starting to see that more favorable environment, right? As we start to see that from Gerald and Union, and it's right on the edge of where that front is working its way in. While there's no tornado warning, I want to point out that I think some of those are starting to at least rotate as well. Maybe that more of a broad circulation, not the tight circulation. So we're watching those areas as well. And I want to point out where some of these spots are in regard to where those, they're not quite as tight. You don't see those darker shades of red or lighter shades of green, but I want to point out where this is, and I'll move it now because it moved on me by the time I got over here. But let's find this for you in that tornado warning. I want to pull this down here and show you, and it's right about here. That's where we see that specific, and it's south of Highway 8 here, south of Steelville. This is where the rotation, this area of rotation is right about here. And this is a cross section where this is probably, even though it's a little further away from both radars, as you'll see us sometimes, especially over the course of the next few hours, talk about where in between the Springfield radar and also Paducah's radar, depending on the time frame, or St. Louis radar. Well, keep in mind that the radar beams are different here here, and you'll have these areas of coverage where we're going to see these wonky colors. Well, that's an area right now from Highway 19. Even as we want to zoom in just a little bit, and I can find specific landmarks and maybe give you a heads up just out ahead, because I can zoom into this thing specifically and maybe find out at least some specifics, especially if you're from Westover, right around Highway Y-8. That's where I'd at least prefer you to be taking your shelter here at this moment. And I want to go upstream here just a little bit more here as we continue to work our way further to the north here. As you continue to get to maybe 4 points, this is out ahead of that. And I know that I'm going to go ahead of the circulation here, and it's still going at a pretty good clip here. But this is moving at about 60 miles an hour, and I'll put a track on it ahead. And in fact, I'm going to put the track on it ahead to where you're not able to necessarily see the rotation, just so that I can give those areas a heads up, because I've zoomed in so far here at this moment. And even so, I can actually zoom out just a skosh more so we can maybe get a couple of more spots here. Areas within this polygon, you're going to be able to see this over the next few hours. Like I mentioned, this storm is moving at a pretty quick clip, and it's about 60 miles an hour. So if I find this area of circulation here, which we will, and out ahead of it, the leading edge, let's start this at Highway 8 and go further to the north, because I want to give you at least, this is 4 points by 310. That's one of the only spots that queues up for me here at this moment. But even as we kind of maybe go out just a little further, I think overall you're still maybe ahead of that polygon. Like I said, there are a couple of more spots that we're going to look out ahead just because of how fast this is moving at about 60 miles an hour. This is still something that, in my opinion, looks like it is, has some pretty good rotation on it. And I know Scott's pulling up some different products to kind of give you an idea of it as well. So we're all looking ahead at this as we continue to look at how this system is kind of working its way ahead of maybe the polygon. Like I said, if you're in Rich Woods, you're DeSoto, spots even into Hillsborough, we're going to give you about a 30-minute heads up. You're not in a tornado warning right now, but I'd like you to at least think about your plan. If you're at a spot where you don't have a basement or a bathroom to go to, you're in a mobile home, think about your plan. Let's find a neighbor, let's find a friend, and get safe, even though you're not involved in that, because this storm is headed your way. And I know, Scott, this is one of the things that if we can give people advance notice, I know we talk about these things all the time, especially in recent memory, where we're trying to find those things. And, as we look at these areas of rotation, there will be more like this, and especially in areas like this, where perhaps we can, make that plan to school, stay away off the roads and things like that, just because the timing is different than the last storm.
Yeah, the timing is a bit different with this storm, and just on a broader perspective here, we're taking that broader look here across the region. One tornado warning. It is in Crawford County. It's rapidly rotating pretty close to just south of Cherryville, and that is sliding into, in the next 5 minutes or so, Washington County and Missouri. The track of this storm takes it right into a populated area eventually across Jefferson County and perhaps across the southern parts of the metro area and into the Metro East over the course of the next hour or so. So we're giving you some advance notice here. That's the only tornado warning right now for any of our counties. Crawford and Washington County. So you need to be in your safe place. Many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you're going to the lowest spot. And remember, we're wearing our shoes. What did we have? What have we had in the last month with damage? We've had broken glass. We've had splintered wood. You want your shoes on. You want to protect your head. So get into your safe spot for that. Now, you can clearly see this storm is actually got that hook on it as it continues to work on towards the northeast. Everything that's farther north, while they're strong, and we are starting to see quite a bit of lightning here increase across western portions of Franklin County, that is going to slide into St. Charles County in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Probably looking at some hail with that as well. Maybe not severe just yet, but at least you're looking at heavy rain, hail, a lot of lightning, and probably gusty winds 50 to 60 miles per hour. We'll see if those storms start rotating. The other storm we're concerned about, look at all that lightning coming out of Arkansas into southern Missouri. That storm has just up against Reynolds County a tornado warning on it. That storm is going to push across Reynolds, Iron County, parts of Madison, and into St. Francis County and the southeastern portions of Washington County. It is possible this afternoon that we will be dealing with multiple tornadoes at once. We don't know if this is on the ground or not here, but that circulation certainly does look like it's there here, just to the southwest, if not right over Huzzah at this moment. You can see the storm kind of wrapping around. You're getting some heavier rain with that on the north side of it. Here's our circulation showing up. Looks pretty tight at this point. Again, that's going to be very close to Huza and then heading off to the northeast from there as we go through the next 10 or 15 minutes. If you're in 4 Points, if you live along Highway 8, we know there's not a lot of people west of Shirley that live along Highway 8. You're in the Mark Twain Forest here. But if you're in that area, you need to be in your safe place. One thing we like to do is occasionally pop on the debris tracker and see if we see something that indicates, hey, there's a tornado. Yes or no. We're not seeing a clear signal here at this point of where we think there might be. We're also far enough away where you kind of get a lot of interference at times. So we're going to pull this back here a little bit and look and see. Yes, we see that moving in, but I can't tell you if that would be a debris signature or not. I don't think it is. The other storms that we're watching right now, again, going through Cuba, it doesn't look severe for you. We will watch the storm north of Sullivan. It may be trying to do a little spinning here as it approaches the Union area. I know that's not what you want to hear around Union and Villa Ridge, but these storms are approaching your area. Looks like the hail's starting to pick up here just to the north of New Haven. That's going to slide right towards Innsbrook, although no warning on that yet, but it looks like we are starting to see the hail increase a little bit. Tornado warning is in effect for Crawford and Washington counties right now. That storm has a pronounced rotation on it. Here's the other storm that's down here coming out of Mountain View and Winona. That is going to be heading towards Ellington, Lesterville, and Annapolis. So we're giving you some early warning here. If you're down in Reynolds County and Iron County, you have a storm that's headed your way that has rotation, has a tornado warning on it, and the same is true for you folks in Jefferson County, and maybe even into Monroe County and into southern portions of St. Louis County. This storm with that hook that's off to the east of Cherryville right now and pretty close to 4 Points, approaching Highway 8, is moving to the northeast, moving over a very rural, forested, densely wooded area. So we don't know if there's a tornado on the ground. We can't tell at this point, but we know the signature is certainly there with the rotation. The area from Metro St. Louis down into southeast Missouri and across into Illinois, very favorable for the potential of severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail and damaging tornadoes. And potentially here in the metro area, points east and southeast, also some long track tornadoes that could be EF2, EF3 or higher. That probability, that chance increases when you look at the weather, the meteorological environment that exists farther to the east along Interstate 57 over into central and southern portions of Illinois. So that's a thing we're monitoring as we go through the remainder of the afternoon hours. Again, what we're seeing west of St. Louis, this has not prompted any warnings yet, but I think we're probably getting close on this hail that's south of Warrenton. Looks like it might impact Innsbrook, likely up to the size of pennies at this point, perhaps nickels. You may see some small hail moving into Washington and Wildwood as well. While they're not severe, Gary, they are strong storms, and you should be inside away from windows and doors.
Well, and like you said, because of the timing of this situation this time, that's where we really have to pay attention to it, because it is a lot different. Where we had the timing on a Friday night, well, now we're dealing with this, at least at this moment, where you're dealing with all this stuff at least during the afternoon hours, and that's what we're going to continue to focus on right now. As Scott will mention, and he said that it's taken this classic shape, which is this hook, and I want to point out what this is here specifically. Obviously, we have this right here. You'll notice that even as this wants to draw for me, watch how this has one side of it right there where the wind is going one side, right there. The wind is going on one side, and then you have the twisting of the wind on this side. That's where we're starting to see that spin and that rotation, and that's where it is almost a classic type of signature. And now whether or not we're going to see a debris signature lofted on radar or confirmed tornado, Scott's going to check that out for you as well. But I do want to point out what you are ahead, because this is something we try to do, especially when these storms are moving, and especially the time frame along really from Arnold into Festus. I know we have a lot of people on Arnold that were watching on 5+ throughout the day, so I want to make sure I keep you posted here. Just out ahead of this, I want to move this a little further north here and let's talk about a track. And I know you're not involved in the tornado warning right now, but I want to point point out where this system is, because anytime, as you've seen of recent memory, sometimes these produce tornadoes and sometimes they cycle and then there's no tornado and then there's another one. So anytime that this has the potential, I want to point this out, because let's start the leading edge. And you'll see Arnold right now and the camera there, of course, quiet, cloudy like it's been all day. But let's look at the leading edge of where this is, at least at its current pace right now. And that puts it in Arnold at about, let's see, as far as time-wise, it's cutting me off in the box. I want to say it's 3:47 just based on my mind, but, that's where we are at the moment. I think over the next half an hour, that's going to give you about a half an hour from Cedar Hill into Imperial, Arnold, Peevely, right about 55. I know it's a busy time here at 55 here. And, of course, as we continue to watch where the leading edge of that storm is, that's the area that at least I'd think about getting in your safe place here at that moment. Of course, from Arnold into Peevely, Hillsborough, even into DeSoto as well. Even as I race that back here and move back here, you'll notice where even the most recent radar cycle, it's right about here. That's the area that we're looking at for the potential for tornado as that tornado warning continues here over the next 15 minutes. We'll watch some of these other areas as well as we continue to even go further to the north. Like Scott mentioned, this is the area that's more favorable. There are more storms to the south, even as we stay where you're not involved in any sort of tornado warning at the moment. And I'll cycle this back here to where we start to see this wall of very heavy rain, but you'll not necessarily see the significant rotation. We still have that rotation that's showing up right now, and that's, of course, as we so often talk about, the twisting of the wind. The radar is able to see that, especially as it gets closer to the St. Louis radar. You'll see the red, which is away from the radar. That means the wind is blowing away. And then you see the green. That means it's blowing toward. That's how we notice where that is. And of course, even to circle it just to double check, that's where we're starting to see that. And it's held together over the last few minutes. So like I said, if you're in Richwoods, DeSoto, really in Arnold, we have about a half an hour before we see that. And I know you're not involved in any sort of warning right now, but I just want to point that out simply because it gives you a heads up, especially at this time of the day where you're picking your kids up, you're trying to get off of work. And if you're in, Arnold, Festus, Barnhart, Waterloo, even South City, this may be the time to say, hey, I was watching Scott and Gary on 5+ on the live stream. I think I may need to get out of here a little sooner just because of that, right? And I think that's, at the very least, you're at least safe and not on the road when we have some of the potential for some of these areas to produce large hail and, of course, a tornado. But like Scott has mentioned, some of this has gone over rural areas so far, so people may not be seeing it at this point, or it's maybe not lofting that debris. But that's, as it starts to get into more populated areas, we get more eyeballs on it, and it's, of course, still light outside, Scott. This is going to impact us differently than the last time, simply because of the time it's impacting us from 4 to 6 o'clock and a rush hour period.
Rush hour period. And as you look at the broader perspective, again, this is a pretty solid line that's filling in of showers and pretty intense thunderstorms. And then we have some embedded, discrete or semi-discrete kind of supercellular storms that have that broader rotation and tries to tighten up and create those tornadoes. So that spin right now is trying to cross out of Crawford County into Washington County, very close to, perhaps just south of Highway 8. The other area we're watching is that area that's down to the south that's going to be impacting Reynolds County here. You don't have a warning yet, but it's probably coming within the next 15 to 20 minutes as that storm continues on to the north and northeast. Looking out into Chesterfield right now, we're starting to see some of that rain as you see that popping in, moving in along Highway 40. That's not severe out in West St. Louis County, out into St. Charles County, although some of that hail does look a little more intense as you get out towards Innsbrook and just southeast of Warrenton right now. Let's go in a little bit tighter here. This is the storm of concern right along Highway 8, very close to just south of 4 Points. This is west of Shirley. This is where you're seeing that circulation right now. That's where the winds are coming together, where you have the potential of that tornado. If it's on the ground, it's going to be somewhere in this area. That's to the southwest of 185 here, to the north of Highway 8. Again, the majority of this area is basically, forested area. It's very rural in this region. Here's your circulation showing up. Again, scanning it towards the radar, away from the radar. Here's your circulation just to the southeast. And this is, a minute or two old. We're going to say, let's move it up here. So if you're north of Shirley and up towards Lolly, that's an area that we need to be concerned about. Let's look at the debris tracker. Gary, that's very concerning there, that potentially is showing up there. So this would be co-located with where we're also seeing that circulation and that reflectivity, that kind of looping here. So that would be pretty close to where we would place some debris if we were going to see it, as it would be lofted into the air and then carried away. And this scan comes in a little bit behind. So that's potentially telling us that, yes, that is indeed a problem. And we know it's coming into the metro area, right? So we want you to be safe. Be proactive in St. Louis. All right, if you're out in St. Charles County right now, you know, I know it's school dismissal time for a lot of kiddos. Most of the school districts have plans in place to deal with this because they don't want the kids on the bus when you have storms that are rolling in like this. That is a hail maker right now as we look at this point around the area that's pretty close to Warrenton. Okay, and I'll pull this back. You can see that looks like it's just off to the southeast, probably went right over Innsbrook. That's going to head over Forestell here in the next few minutes. So that's a hail maker, probably up to the size of Nichols, might be approaching Quarters. Here's our tornado warned storm. You can clearly see you've got that little bit of a hook there. That's the only tornado warned storm. Now the warning is just for Washington County, Missouri. But again, if this storm that's moving into this very favorable environment across Jefferson County, across Monroe County, St. Clair County, southern parts of the metro area, if it moves into this environment where the ingredients are all there to not only keep it going, but potentially strengthen it and keep those circulations and those dangerous twisting of the wind spinning in those storms, then that creates a problem here for those areas. Again, we potentially have something on the way in a little bit down here for Reynolds County. You know, we're pretty far away from the radar site, but these storms coming out of Arkansas have had tornado warning on them for pretty much their entire duration as they came out of Arkansas into Missouri. They are spinning. They are supercellular thunderstorms capable of producing very large hail and tornadoes. And they are moving into and towards Reynolds County and into Iron County in the next hour or so. So these are the concerns that we have as we go back to the southwest of St. Louis and to the south of St. Louis, as all of this is pushing towards the north and to the northeast right now. Again, just to give you the broader view across the entire area, what you're seeing now, northern portions of Macoupin County into Greene, Jersey, Calhoun County, Hardin, Carrollton, Jerseyville, that's not severe, but those are strong storms, lots of lightning there. Coming back into the metro area, we're looking at some of these strong storms around Harvester, over towards Earth City, moving towards Bridgeton, moving towards Florissant and Ferguson. Strong storms don't look severe right now, but keep in mind, outside of the severe thunderstorms or any thunderstorms, winds are 40 to 50 miles per hour on those gusts. So it doesn't take much to get to a severe wind gust here. These are strong storms in Franklin County. Our tornado warned storm, that one down here as you look into Crawford County, that is the storm that definitely has that rotation with it. And there's your hook as it continues to work just north of Highway 8 here down into portions of Washington County. Not sure if this is going to get extended to the east, but by golly, that sure does look like, and we'll add some different perspectives. There's your circulation right there off to the west and northwest of Potosi, moving northeast. So it's still showing up on radar, still holding its own at this point. Let's look at that one last time. You know, I'm not sure if we can confirm anything based on looking at that, but Gary, that circulation is certainly impressive, what we're seeing right now. Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, we've been on 5+ for a while. We're changing batteries as well, so that's part of the thing. So Scott, if you want to go ahead and do that, that'd be an all right time to check in with that. That's what we're preparing you for. We've been talking about this on streaming through about 10:30, and we've been monitoring this progress. And it feels like we've been sitting around for a while just looking at clouds. But here we're finally seeing this materialize, and that's why we've been talking about this specifically. Of course, we have that one lone tornado warning that is in place so far, as Scott has mentioned, and we'll continue to zoom in on this specifically. Like I mentioned, it's this area right here as we have our weather tracker as well. We have DeSoto right now, and we'll try to find out what that looks like. You'll see, obviously, this is where Tracy is right now. monitoring the progress, staying safe, but also tracking this potential tornado. So we're going to at least be able to get eyes, if nothing else, if we're not able to see that, we're going to be able to get eyes on the fact that, whether or not there was any damage. So that's going to give us an idea here pretty quickly. And you'll notice here, as I zoom in just a little bit more, you'll notice that we're continuing to look at a couple more spots that we haven't mentioned just yet. And I know this tornado warning is out of our viewing area specifically, but there are still some spots here as we look at that next tornado warning now for Washington and St. Francis County. So that's the most recent thing, Scott, is I'll pop back up and it's downstream like we've been talking about here. And so that's the most recent update here as we looked at that, the same area where that tornado warning continues. It's a pretty strong signature for where the tornado is, and I'll point out where that is in case you're just unfamiliar, you're just following along, and we'll talk about where that is. This is what is the likely tornado. It is not a confirmed tornado. Keep in mind, not only will we confirm it with you unless you are able to see it safely, but we don't want you to do that. We have trained storm spotters, other meteorologists, and our Tracy Henson is out and about and watching this specifically, but you'll also notice the polygon turn pink, and we'll reference that. That typically means that it's a confirmed tornado. Right now, it is a radar indicated tornado until we get eyes on it or see that debris signature that is lofted here. So as we continue to monitor where that is, we also have the additional storms. And I'm going to get back and change this to the velocity product here shortly. And you're able to see where this is specifically here. And what you'll note here is I probably got this where it'll zoom in just a little bit more. Like I said, I was already tracking that storm to the south, which I do think is also our next potential. But let's focus on this here at the moment as we continue to look at where this signature here over the last few minutes. Look how it continues to hold strength, and you see that tight couplet, and that's what we look for here. And when the winds are toward and away from the radar site, and that's where it gives us an idea of where that tornado is. And just kind of from a standpoint of what we're looking at in terms of now that we're getting into more populated areas, let's find some highway crossings so we can get an idea. This is from 185 here in Potosi. I feel like, unfortunately, I've mentioned that before because I think I couldn't see it very well, just kind of where that is specifically, just because the letters are small. And I said, I think I commented last time, Scott, that I needed glasses here. But now as we get closer here, I want to point out some of the area. Cruz Mill, Vineland, this is where you're seeing this here by about 3:35. And this is moving about 60 miles an hour, Scott. Are we able to see anything on that debris tracker just yet? I know you got this also as well. Yeah, we have not seen it just yet. I put a longer track on here of where this storm is headed because that circulation has been very consistent. Again, as Gary mentioned, very rural area here in Washington County, so we don't get a lot of reports, but it looked like Washington County Emergency Management had a report west of Potosi of a wall cloud, which would definitely fit in with what's going on because there's rotation up there. Cruz Mill, this new tornado warning does include a chunk of southwestern portions of Jefferson County and far northern portions, and that little nub there, of northern St. Francis County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning a little farther to the south, but just kind of tracking this out, the reason we wanted to do this is because, yes, it's going to impact 55. If nothing else, you get some hail and some high winds and torrential rain. We don't know if the tornado will make it that far, if it's even on the ground, but it is going to be tracking towards the Mississippi River and then across the river as time rolls on. Storm trackers out there, that's what the radar looks like right now. We broaden out the view here a little bit. Again, Tracy and the storm tracker down in the DeSoto area right now, so they're trying to get eyes on this storm and doing so safely as it's lifting off to the northeast. We're also starting to see the rain, as you see from the storm tracker, picking up ahead of the storm right now. How that impacts this storm's ability to stay organized and stay strong, that remains to be seen. All right. Let's get out with a broader perspective here. Go back to the wide view because we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning down here into Reynolds County. We were talking about that earlier. That's the area that we'll be watching. Storm that's coming in from the southwest, has had some rotation on it. Again, this area was hit hard in many cases on March 14th in Reynolds County and down into far southern portions of Iron County. So you folks take this seriously. Get to a safe place. Even though it's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, you still want to be in your safe place. This storm has a history of rotation with it. All right, and it is also moving off towards the northeast, but it's in a very rural area at this point. Let's get a broader perspective, bring it back out here so we can look at everybody and what's going on. The one tornado warning, southwestern portions of Jefferson County here, going down into far northern portions
of St. Francis County and then into Washington County. That circulation's been pretty consistent there. We don't know if there's a confirmed tornado there at all at this point, although I do see flashing light. It is a confirmed tornado northwest of Potosi, and the Weather Service does think they have debris on the signature on the radar. So, and we were talking about that here a few minutes ago, so let's look in that. And again, as we go down here into, and I got to get a little farther south, it is a little bit of a cluster there, but that's the potential where we're seeing a debris signature, which is debris that's lofted into the air, probably tree branches, probably some leaves, or maybe just the budding out of the leaves at this point. That's another thing we've been concerned about with these winds today, the fact that these winds and the trees now are starting to leaf out. So now we're actually starting to get more resistance to the wind that's across the region. All right, your lightning counter up there in the corner, we let it catch up here for a minute. And again, that is a confirmed tornado northwest of Potosi. That will be moving off to the northeast into Jefferson County now. A lot of lightning with that storm too. Let's put a track on this. I'm going to do that by hand, Gary, because when I do it on this, it sometimes doesn't like me. But again, I'm going to give you a really long track on this. Not only for the immediate future, actually let's do two. This is where we think the circulation is. This is just up to where the warning is. So Laddie, Aptos, Mudtown, Cruz Mill, Fletcher, Vineland, DeSoto, Hillsboro's included in this. So those are the towns right in the path of this in the immediate future. Okay, that's the immediate future. That's in the next, 10 or 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so. Let's broaden that out. This circulation, if it holds together, moving northeast, kind of assuming it's on the same path, we're talking after 4 o'clock over here in Valmeyer. We're talking about 4:15, getting in towards Waterloo. And then eventually over towards Shiloh and Freeburg in Illinois and St. Clair County. If it holds together, this could very well be a problem. And part of that is this area here in Monroe County and St. Clair County. You're looking at very favorable conditions for strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, along with some very large hail and damaging winds. That's why this is a great concern for us as we head through the next few hours, because this environment here off to the east and to the south of St. Louis, very conducive for severe thunderstorms. This whole line continuing to advance towards the northeast. Those storms are moving about 55 to 60 miles per hour at this point. Your tornado warning, southwestern Jefferson County, far northern portions of St. Francis County, and into that northeast corner of Washington County in Missouri. That is now a confirmed tornado by radar and by spotters. So Gary, get into your safe place in those spots.
Yeah, and out ahead of it, right? We need to take it very seriously, especially as more people are on the roads. And I mentioned this earlier. If you're out in some of the spots that Scott tracked, especially in Millstadt, out ahead of it, you have after-school practice, you have something like that, just go ahead and cancel it right now and make your plans to get to a safe place, at least in that, just because of the fact that we've had this storm seemingly stay on the ground for a while. But I do want to point out, of course, as we zoom into this, you'll see how it is continuing. There's that back edge right there, specifically where right about here, that's where the wind goes in one way and the wind comes in the other. And you can really see that inflow wind right there specifically. And that's why we have that confirmed tornado. The other one spot that I want to watch before I get back to that one and find that debris signature is in that same spot that was hit earlier. Like you mentioned, southern Iron County and even into Des Arc. We had some of those spots that behind it, not quite as much. I think Gerald, Oak Hill, you're starting to settle down. Here's where that area is, that I mentioned that we're still, this is a tornado warning here out ahead of it, a severe thunderstorm warning. Still watching this area of rotation. Notice how Des Arc, at least in the path. And I know that you got affected by that EF3 tornado just a couple of weeks ago. That's something that we're watching for very, very specifically here. There is no warning for that storm at the point other than the fact there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Now let's get back to this one here from Hillsboro, DeSoto, this confirmed tornado. And like I mentioned, as we kind of find what this debris signature, this is all debris that is lofted into the radar. And you can even see this right here specifically. I'll even zoom in just a little bit because I think that's the most interesting debris signature that we've had right now. And to me, that's where you can almost see where the tornado is actually on the ground here at this point, where we want to zoom in right now. And that is from Potosi. You'll see that really south of Aptos here, right that is working its way from old mines between Highway 185 and 21 as it continues. And this is the area right here. And just if I could pause this, which I will in a second, but just from talking about where we're seeing this, this is upwards of, let's see, let's find this and I'll pull this back up here. I've got this queued up where, let's find how big that potentially is, right? We've got at least, 1 to 2 miles of debris in the air that is being lofted at the moment. And so that's something to pay attention to, right? As we talk about where this is, and I want to point out, and let's find this track out ahead of it where you see that, right, like I mentioned, that's the most telling debris signature that we've seen so far, and that's the reason that we have to take this very seriously at this moment. So let's find the leading edge of this and consider that this is maybe a minute or two old because it is moving 60+ miles an hour. And let's pick a direction here that it has continued to move and go toward DeSoto and Festus, just out ahead of this. 3:51 for DeSoto. That means you have about 15 minutes. So if you're watching us on 5+, you're watching this at school, you've got a message about it from one of your friends or family that are out and about, you have about 15 minutes. Let's go to the bathroom. If you're at school, let's go to the basement. If you don't have a basement, interior area with windows and doors. Because this tornado has been on the ground for several minutes here. Like I mentioned, DeSoto, Festus is 4 o'clock, so you have about 24 minutes. That's the spot that we want to pay attention to because this is the first time that we've been able to see that, right? Like when I show you the debris, the Doppler winds here, as we look at that storm relative wind, you can see where that is specifically. This is where it is, that wind toward and away from the radar. And so often the case, Scott, we look at this and we talk about the potential for rotation, and you see that couplet moving around, and then we look at the different radar products and you see debris lofted in such a way that it's showing up as a tornadic debris signature. That confirms exactly what we're talking about, and now it's a matter of taking this seriously.
Yeah, and we need you to be in your safe place right now. If you're in the path of this storm as it's working its way across northeastern portions of Washington County and Missouri and heading towards that circulation into southwestern portions of Jefferson County. If this continues, right now the National Weather Service not only confirming that this tornado is on the ground, and we've done that with our products looking at the debris detector, but also spotters have been able to see what's going on. This is going to be moving towards more populated areas here very soon as it enters into Jefferson County. So this warning could be extended a bit. Here at DeSoto, you've got your cluster of the schools right there around town near the railroad tracks. We'll need you in your safe place here until this storm goes through. It is moving to the northeast at this point and doing so very quickly at about 60 miles per hour. So when we look at this, you're really looking at this area just to the south of Richwoods. Here's Highway 21. And again, we're talking about this a minute ago here. You look at 47 to Cruz Mill and 21 here, Wacola, the Cruz Mill. These are small, very small communities. The storm tracker's in that vicinity right now looking in this area, but we're watching that circulation as it's about to cross Highway 47, and then it's going to be crossing out of Washington County and into southwestern Jefferson County. Now, if it continues on, not only is Vineland in the path of this, but DeSoto under that tornado warning right now, also up towards Hillsborough. The track of this takes it closer at this point to DeSoto than Hillsborough. But we want you in your safe place in all of these locations as we're watching this storm track east. It will impact Interstate 55 eventually. And of course, as Gary mentioned, we are now into rush hour. The last place you want to be right now is in a car on a road with this bearing down on you. So again, that's our confirmed tornado warning. Treat this as a very serious situation because it is. And if you're out ahead of this line of thunderstorms, in southern portions of Illinois, in southeast Missouri, we have the tornado watch that has been extended pretty much all of our counties east and southeast. If you're back behind this line, Herman, up towards Bowling Green, probably west of Troy, your severe weather threat coming to an end behind this line. But in the metro area, we are still under that tornado watch. And right now, as we look into far northeastern portions of Washington County, tracking this supercell and this rotation, which is approaching that area with debris being lofted by this storm up about to 5,000 to 10,000 feet, so a mile or two up in the air, indicating that this is potentially a significant storm as it's moving on towards the east. That circulation is still there, maybe not quite as tight as it was, but here's the thing. When we deal with these supercell thunderstorms, they sometimes cycle. And so your rotation may not be as tight now as it was, but then it cycles back and it gets tighter again. So it broadens out, cycles back, and you get those storms cycling. Be in your safe place now. If you're out ahead of this storm, that includes in Hillsborough down to DeSoto. Also down here into Reynolds County, we are looking at that severe thunderstorm warning. Can't rule out a tornado with that storm either, as those thunderstorms had a history of tornado warnings and circulations with them, and still do, coming out of Arkansas, sliding on towards the northeast. Here in the immediate metro area, it is now pouring out in St. Charles County, down 44 into Franklin County, 70, 64, 40. It's a drenching rain out here into St. Charles County right now, but that is not severe. Still some gusty winds in that area. The one warning we're concerned about, this tornado warning and that circulation, confirmed tornado, possibility that we may be looking at winds well above 100 miles per hour with that storm. We'll have to wait and see. It's tracking northeast into Jefferson County. And again, moving into a very favorable environment here in the Metro East, on the south side of the metro area, and down into southeast Missouri for severe thunderstorms and potential tornadoes, Gary.
Yeah, and it looks like, confirming with some of our law enforcement partners, that they did see the tornado. I've seen a picture of it, and we'll try to share a picture with it if we can here shortly. They have a video of it, right? So Kay's we're gonna share a video of that, and they're either gonna put it up over the top while I'm talking or tell me to stop talking. But right now, let's focus on where that is. So the tornado was obviously confirmed. We saw the radar, but like what they mentioned is the state trooper also talked about how, and just like what Scott mentioned, he thinks it lifted. These storms cycle, so we still want to pay attention and just keep in mind when we see these pink polygons, that means it's a confirmed tornado. So. And so we are going to take a look at this video. So I want you to be able to, let's check in with Mike and Kay. They got an update on what this tornado looked like here before we talk about and track this a little bit more.
All right, thank you, Gary. We are here in the 5 on Your Side set where Patty Wright from Potosi has sent us some video of a tornado on the ground in Potosi. We have that queued up and ready to go. This was recorded on her cell phone, and you can see a definite funnel cloud there. We are waiting to hear reports of damage. We have not heard anything, but this is a very serious situation, and why you want to be in your basement or the lowest level of your structure right now, wherever you may be. The good news we're hearing is a lot of the schools to the south of us let out early. Potosi schools let out at 1 p.m. Park Hills in the Francis County School District, Central School District, they released early. So did North St. Francis County R1 schools. University City schools have canceled all afternoon activities, and so we're hearing, you know, people are taking precautions, Mike. They are either releasing early or hopefully keeping kids in, if that is the case. We also know at Scott Air Force Base, they have many early closures there. We know the Visitor Center closed at 2, the Exchange closed at 1, so
and Governor
people
Kehoe has activated the Missouri National Guard to assist with the storm response. And there's a similar video being posted by a Missouri State Highway Patrol trooper that very
shows
similar to what
this
we just saw.
funnel cloud, or you know, maybe Scott and Gary can tell us more about that video that we just showed you, but an extremely dangerous situation, and you're going to want to keep very closely tuned to what our weather impact team will tell us.
Right, and I think the important thing is what Gary was saying and what Scott was saying. This tornado is heading, and this dangerous storm is heading towards more populated areas, and so that is the big concern at this hour, Gary and Scott.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at here at this moment, like you mentioned. And Scott mentioned that it's cycled sometimes. Even the state trooper said, "I don't see it anymore," and we'll see what it looks like in terms of the radar as we have our Tracy Henson is looking at that storm specifically. You see where it's raining here right now. And I want to point out, as we try to find out what that looks like here on our wind, you'll notice that it's maybe not as tight in terms of that circulation. You don't see that as tight of a circulation as it once was. And even if I let that loop, you'd be able to see that a little bit more. We had a brighter shade here on both sides. That doesn't mean that it's not possible that there's still a tornado or a funnel cloud. Keep in mind the funnel cloud is before it reaches the surface. When it hits the surface, it's a tornado. So that's going to be the differential that we're going to watch out here as let's see what the debris detection here. And you'll notice here the debris detection says that to us as well. There's not as much debris lofted, if any, at this point. You can see where that clear circulation was, where that debris was lofted, and that was right about here. And I'll pause this and zoom, and you can really see where that debris was lofted, at least at that moment. But now you're talking about where, you know, for the most part, that has perhaps cycled and lifted at this point. It's still something we want to pay attention to, at least because the fact that it has a history of producing a tornado, and that's why we want to zoom in, or zoom out, that is, and point out where perhaps we're going to see that north of Potosi. So Mike and Kay just mentioned, the more populated areas that this could perhaps affect over the next, let's just call it an hour, as far as I can draw that. Let's say Festus at 403, right? Not far off. Herculaneum 406. Waterloo 420, and Redbud at 423. New Athens not far behind that as well, about 430. So because this has a history of producing a tornado and obviously lofted debris, and we've seen this thing, it's not only been seen, the radar's confirmed it, and the storm structure is similar but not exactly the same. It's going in that more favorable environment that you mentioned, Scott, that has really been untouched. And yes, there is some rain out ahead of it, but I still think that there are going to be more storms like this, unfortunately, over the next 3 to 4 hours at the minimum.
Yeah, and Kay, you got something you just want to pipe in here?
Yes, we want to let you know Potosi police say they have opened a FEMA storm shelter at Potosi Elementary School, and we have also gotten reports of people stuck in a building on H. Smith Road. This is in Washington County. Not sure exactly what the situation is for the storm in that area.
Okay.
But we are getting some reports of, we're not quite sure, you know, why they're stuck in a building, but Missouri Highway Patrol is checking that out. And in the meantime, if you need shelter and you're in Potosi, it's at the Potosi Elementary School, a FEMA storm shelter.
Okay, and really, you know, your options to get there pretty much have passed at this point because the storm has already moved through there. This was from earlier, I guess, out in Pilot Grove, or is this the Washington County storm? You tell me.
This is Potosi.
Okay, so this is the Potosi video, Washington County. That was a storm. The spotters have now confirmed that's lifted, but we still have our tornado warning in effect. Storm looks like it's cycling right now, still moving back in and across the area. And guys, we'll come back to the radar because we need to see that as this storm is moving into Jefferson County. Look at the, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning here, northern portions of Macoupin County. That storm finally looks like it's producing some hail as it is lifting across northern portions of Macoupin County into far northern portions of Montgomery County. That's going to be up in the panhandle here of Montgomery County, if it in fact can get there. We'll see, but maybe some hail here, and then that storm's going to move very quickly out of the Verdon area and then into Springfield's area. Here's the storms through the metro area. Notice, if you will, there are some signs of broad rotation with these storms coming through the metro right now. That's not to say there's going to be a tornado, but keep in mind the environment out ahead of this line of storms. You know how windy it's been today. If you've been outside at all, you know how warm, you could just feel the air, and you know it's unsettled, and you know this has potential. All those ingredients are working together to create and continue to create strong, perhaps severe thunderstorms. Right now, that tornado warning down here as we go into Washington County, the circulation about ready to push here into portions of Jefferson County. It's broader than it was. We don't have the exact same setup that we had a few minutes ago, but we still have that circulation here. And we'll get in a little bit closer. It's not as tight, it's much broader, which means at the moment we're probably in between the tornado touching down. At any moment, this could tighten back up and once again drop a tornado. We have a history with this storm of dropping a tornado. Where would that circulation be? Probably very close or just north of DeSoto. Perhaps between Hillsborough and DeSoto is where it would go if it drops another tornado. So you need to still be in your safe place. All in this area here. This is Joachim Creek. You need to be in your safe place in DeSoto up to Hillsborough and then back to the Washington County line as this storm moves on to the north and the northeast. I think in northern St. Francis County, you may have some winds, you may have some hail, but I think we're out of the tornado threat at the moment there. Let's look a little bit here as we broaden it back out. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing down here into Reynolds County. This is the tornado warning going into Jefferson County. Again, that storm keeps moving to the east. Now, the complicating factor, and Gary talked about this a few minutes ago, and I'll zoom it in here just a little bit, maybe come back over here so we get the right radar. And let's kind of put this into motion while we talk about this. So here's our tornado warning now just for Jefferson County. If that circulation continues, and if this rain doesn't dampen, if you will, the impacts of the ingredients that are here. We know we have a lot of severe weather potential. If we're going to realize that, all of those ingredients have to interact within each individual storm in a way that creates that severe weather. We're getting to a situation now where this is a really messy storm mode. So we have our line here. It's almost a solid line of pretty strong thunderstorms. You have this one supercell that was out, semi-discrete, out a little bit before the main line, but now the line is catching up to it, starting to interact with that. Plus, we're getting some rain out ahead of this line. Okay, when we look down to the south, we have more thunderstorms down here. And again, just kind of following where the line was, you see that line back there, but then these individual cells. The individual cells, or the ones that are a little more isolated, tend to have better access to the ingredients and create severe weather. The areas most favorable for that, east of St. Louis, south side of the metro area, and then going into southeast Missouri, southern portions of Illinois, right? Those are the areas that are most favorable for that. Around the immediate metro area, going to the north and west, the storms are interacting with each other. So while we may still have some wind gusts and we may see some hail, the threat of a tornado north and west of St. Louis drops off dramatically. In fact, behind this line, your threat of severe weather pretty much coming to an end. I think we could add this back here that we are all clear back to the west of this line of the severe threat. It's along this line and ahead of it where we have the potential of strong winds as well as the potential of some tornadoes. Say that again, Steve. Okay, so the storm tracker's down in Herculaneum at this point, okay? You can see the rain in that area as it's pushing in. The all clear, back to the west of this line. Ahead of that line, we have problems. And that includes in this area here that's down into Jefferson County as this storm, with its circulation now getting very close to the Hillsborough area. I'll give you a couple of options. First ones here are going to be the storm relative. So this kind of takes into account the storm's movement and takes into account the winds. And you can see that circulation here just to the northwest of DeSoto. So it looks like that circulation is going to be very close to where Highway 21 and 110 come together here just north of DeSoto. That's going to continue to move on towards the east, and eventually this takes it over to 55. Now that circulation to me doesn't look like it's as tight as it was. Gary, you can pipe in on that. It looks like it's still fairly broad, not as tight as it was earlier. But that just means that the storm may be cycling a bit here, and we still have that potential because the ingredients are favorable for it to drop a tornado at any point. So we definitely want you to take these storms seriously this afternoon. Stay in your safe place if you're there in Hillsborough and DeSoto, certainly for the next few minutes. And I'd be getting there off to the east here towards Interstate 55, towards the Mississippi River, Herculaneum, Festus, Peevely, in that area, as these storms, and this storm in particular, slides in that general direction. You can see the low clouds there showing up from the storm tracker at this hour down around the Herculaneum area. So again, the tornado warning just in effect for this area of Jefferson County on the Missouri side. Tornado watch is in effect for most of our areas. Basically along this line and to the east is where our threat of severe weather is. Once you're behind this line, which includes back into Lincoln County, Warren County, Gasconade County, Western Franklin County, in fact, most of Franklin County is probably out of a severe threat, and certainly up towards Pike County, Missouri. You're out of the severe threat north and west of St. Louis, still very much in it and still very much in play east and southeast of St. Louis. Gary, we just don't know exactly what's going to transpire in the next hour with all these ingredients.
Yeah, I feel like we've got to the point now, like you mentioned, where these storms aren't kind of by themselves anymore. Not that they have always been by themselves, even though you just see the tornado warning extended. And we'll talk about that a little bit, of course, as that goes. That even beat my watch right there. So that's the area that we'll talk about. And of course, has to do with the same system that produced that tornado that we actually confirmed. And that's going to buzz the county. And if you're in St. Louis County, that's going to start to buzz you. And I'm going to talk about it specifically. It goes till 4:45. So we'll zoom in and talk about that specifically. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that we have that broad area of rotation here. That's not as tight, but it will be interesting, as I was going to finish my sentence here, it will be interesting to know whether or not we're going to see that rain. And as these cells merge, will they still rotate the same? And this one still looks to me like it is to some degree. You'll notice the last time, if you've been following along for the last 15 minutes, where we had almost that ball at the end, right? We had like a ball at the end where that classic, that hook there, you know, and we're not seeing that quite as much, but it still is rotating as we start to pull that out. And I'll show some of the areas here as I drag this. Obviously, we have to do it in real time, and it's not going to be as pretty. Scott will make it a little prettier here, but we're going to keep you informed here as we talk about what's out ahead of this, right? I just mentioned that is going to go until 4:45, and really the area of circulation remains near Hillsborough, but it's right across 55. So you're going to be able to start to see those cameras, those MoDOT cameras as well. And when we track this area of circulation, which I'm going to highlight and draw on for you first before we get to that, like I mentioned, this is the area where the circulation was and still is. And before I turn the velocity product on, that's where we're going to see that. Now let's track this for you here before I get to where the wind may be here at this moment. And this is still moving at about 60 miles an hour. So let's go out ahead of it and talk about Pevely, Imperial. Those are spots just out ahead of it that I already want you to be in the basement, your safe place, whether or not you're at school. But let's talk about this in terms of where this is in Valmeyer at 4:07, in Waterloo at 4:15, in Millstadt at 4:20. That's the area of circulation that has produced a tornado. And you'll notice, once again, the radar, this polygon is just red and not pink. The difference is the potential for rotation on radar is still there. I'm watching this one as well. That's what I was going to pull up before. It's still just a severe thunderstorm warning, but I want to see how that's going to go into that more favorable environment. But as I zoom back into this and look at the most recent radar scan, that's where I want to get. And I'll pop back through this. I had a couple of slides here. This is where it's starting to pick up a little bit more. What Scott mentioned, cycling. He just talked about it just a minute ago, or it didn't look quite as impressive. To me, it looks within the last couple of scans more impressive. You'll start to see that brighter shade right here. That is the wind that is toward the radar. This is the wind that is away from the radar. Currently, that is in Hillsborough, between Hillsborough and DeSoto. And when we pull this up right now, I want to zoom in just a little bit more to where this is in terms of where the circulation is. So we can pinpoint as we continue to monitor where this is. And it really is from Hillsborough to Victoria. That is, I can't tell because, like I said, when it gets small like this, it's harder for me to see, and I'll pull that up. But in terms of highways here, but you'll notice that as we go closer to Pevely, Festus, this is an area across 55, which is, I'm sure, one of the MoDOT cameras that is pulled up here at the moment. That's the area right from State Road Z. And like I mentioned, now I can look at my better screen over here. It's Highway 21, and you're looking at from all the way to Jarvis, State Road Z. These are the spots that over the next few minutes, I'd like you to just go ahead and get in your safe place here. Monroe City, that includes Maystown. And I know Maystown, you're kind of on the edge of the polygon, so you may want to think about maybe not taking this seriously. The sirens are going off now as well. Let me go further to the north as well from Imperial, also to 55. Where's that at, Ashley? I'm sorry. Okay, perfect. As we continue to monitor this, as we look at this tornado warning that's still in place until 4:45. And like I mentioned, Imperial, Barnhart, these are spots I'd already like you to be into your safe place at the moment because of this We've already seen this storm produce a tornado, and as we continue to watch right now, we don't have that debris signature up just yet, but this is where we're looking at the specifics. We've had not only a radar confirmed tornado, but we have multiple videos and pictures of it. And as we continue our storm coverage here as part of our Weather Impact Alert Day, we have a tornado warning, we have a tornado watch. You're watching 5 on your side at 4.
This is 5 on your side at 4. Focused on you.
And as Gary just told you, we are in a weather impact alert with a tornado warning underway. We have had reports of tornadoes in the Washington County area, and we are going to get right back to Scott in just a moment.
Yeah, we have a confirmed tornado in the Potosi area, and now that storm is moving into more populated areas. So let's get right back to Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell in the Weather Impact Forecast Center.
Yeah, and we continue to track these storms. Tornado watch still in effect here, especially from St. Louis east. It's along and ahead of this line. And at the moment, that watch is there. Actually just got triggered back a little bit. I think you'll see the National Weather Service reissued that for some spots here in just a moment, because the area east of us has the watch until midnight. We're not going to go that long. We're pretty confident of that tonight. We got about another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we're done with this as we go into this evening. All right, so our tornado warning right now, that includes, dadgummit, our tornado warning right now includes parts of Jefferson County and down into portions at this hour of Monroe County and into St. Clair County. It's a storm we've been tracking for the last hour, hour and a half or so. Now, we don't have a confirmed tornado on this at this point. We did earlier, west and north of Potosi, actually saw the debris, but look how long this line is, okay? The only other warning outside of this tornado warning, which stretches into far southern portions of St. Louis County, Monroe County, and into St. Clair County, the only other warning just expired up in far northern portions of Macoupin County, and now we have a warning here for this storm coming out of Reynolds County, moving into Iron and Madison and southern St. Francis County. That one may be producing some hail farther to the south. The one that's had the rotation, still has a tremendous amount of lightning with it, is the one that's moving towards Festus right now. We kind of look at that without the lightning, and you can see the hook on the storm. In the metro area, going farther north, we're not seeing that kind of rotation. It's been from the storms that have been out ahead of the main line where we've had a little bit of rotation. So this tornado warning includes the Festus area. Gary was just talking about it here a few minutes ago. Really, that circulation is working right along Highway Z towards Peevely, and I think that circulation is going to be north of the 67 split off 55 when you would go to Farmington. But if you're in Mappaville over to Peevely to Festus to Hematite, you need to be in your safe place right now. And then across the Mississippi River, as you go towards Valmeyer, even up towards Barnhart, you need to be in your safe spot inside, away from windows and doors, as we're still tracking this circulation. Here's kind of the timeline for the next few minutes. It's moving towards Imperial right now. Columbia, Illinois, the potential that this circulation actually gets very close to downtown Columbia, that would happen at about 4:15, 4:17, something like that. This may make it over to Belleville by about 4:30. So these are the areas in the southern side of the metro where we have that circulation. We have a rotating thunderstorm. It tightened back up again. And so earlier it did produce a tornado in Washington County, west and north of Potosi. It lifted. We had confirmation on that from spotters. The debris signature went away, but now we've had that circulation tightening back up a little bit. And if we kind of just look at that here, you can see that circulation continuing to tighten up a little bit as it's pushing now right in towards this area, towards Peevely, up towards Sulphur Springs, just south of Antonia. And again, some of your areas where that circulation is, Highway Z right here, and then you're talking about the Highway 61 here that runs perpendicular to 55 in many spots going up towards Arnold. But Abbey Lane, that's in the Peevely area, you folks should be in your safe place here. Sandy Creek Road, Girl Scout Road, These are spots where we need to be in our safe place at this point as that circulation continues to push off to the north and northeast. New severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of golf ball size hail from about Farmington, maybe Park Hills on to the south, down into Madison County to include Fredericktown and down towards Marquand, and also from Ironton to Annapolis in Iron County and eastern portions of Reynolds County. That system doesn't really show any rotation right now. Earlier, it was rotating, and we had numerous tornado warnings with that cell. But I think we're getting to the point now where as these storms are starting to interact with each other all along this line, we are not seeing the capability of these storms that are too close to the actual line. You need ones that are separated from it a bit to take advantage of the ingredients that are there, because there are significant severe weather ingredients available east and southeast of St. Louis right now for the potential of stronger tornadoes. But this line, not able to access all of those ingredients. And again, as you go west and north of St. Louis, you are in the clear. So that now includes Wentzville to Warrenton, to Troy, to Bowling Green, out to Herman, Washington, Missouri. You're in the clear now. Our biggest concern, that one cell, Gary, that we're tracking down here into portions of Jefferson County, spreading over into Monroe County and St. Clair counties in Illinois.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see over the next hour or two, like you mentioned, whether or not we're going to continue to deal with storms individually rotating like this, or as all these storms that have any rotation, are they going to be affected by these other boundaries that these storms create? Or are they going to turn into more of a rainmaker, a flash flooding maker? It's not out of the question where there's going to be some hail involved. And then even as we get into where those areas are more favorable, maybe there are a couple of more rotating storms. We know that this has already produced a tornado and it continues to spin. So as we monitor that, I do want to look at where this is more specifically. You're starting to see more of this now, where this is that inflow where you have it one way and then you also have that rotating the other way. And that's where we're seeing it maybe a little more as I turn on a different product. I'm also watching this area specifically from Lesterville. And I know we haven't talked about it a bunch, but I think it's important to talk about this one a little bit, simply because it's had a general broad rotation for the last almost hour or so. And as it's continued to push its way off to the north and northeast, you'll see that there is a severe thunderstorm warning in place with the potential for rotation. And I do want to put this one into motion as well. You'll also notice there's some minor areas of rotation, but boy, is it raining hard in areas in the 270 loop. I mean, it's already pushed its way through Wildwood. You've basically seen your tornado threat go. Pacific as well as Eureka. Your tornado threat is over as well. But like I mentioned, you're starting to see where those areas of rotation are. I know this doesn't look very pretty because it's in between radars, but this is one area I want to look at, because as this system continues to work its way off to the northeast, will it interact with those areas where it hasn't rained, where there's more favorability for storms. And I know it's a little wonky because it's in between the radars here, so get the color. That's where that broad area of rotation is. When it gets tighter, that's when you see that potential for a tornado. So that's what we're looking at right now. To me, this one has started to increase a little bit here. As we talk about this over the last couple of minutes, you'll see that area of rotation here, and it's right there from Peevely right across Peevely into Festus. This is south of Imperial. If we point our camera, Arnold, you're not going to be able to see much because it's raining pretty hard, but it's the areas off to the northeast from here. And I want to track this for you here as we talk about the specifics here, and make sure that we're tracking this at the moment. And let's see if we've got any.
It's a tornado warning down in Iron County.
Okay, yeah. So there that one is. I knew I got a text for something. Let's talk about this one specifically, and I'll let you get to that one here as we talk about Millstadt. I really would like you to be in your safe place here. This is a 425. You have about 15 minutes. This storm is moving at a very quick clip. Of course, Columbia, Illinois at 420. And Scott, it seems like this and points south, to me, are going to be the best threats for rotating storms like this. The rest of it is very heavy rain, or you're completely clear at this point.
Yeah, I think the back edge where we can say the all clear is getting closer to the metro area, but east and south of town, we still have concerns. And we have some rotation down here that was pretty close to Lesterville that was observed within that storm that has a history of rotation. Didn't see it, and then it started to pick back up. So we have a new tornado warning here. This is down along Highway 21 going out of Ironton, heading to the south. So the rotation is just to the southeast of Tom Sauk, just to the southeast of Johnson's Shut-ins here. But that tornado warning does go into Madison County from about Fredericktown to the west along Highway 72, and it stretches up into southern portions and southwestern portions here of St. Francis County. Doesn't include Farmington proper, but it's on the edge of it here, and then just kind of tracking that out. If we put a track on that, and let me get over here and do that, Gary, because they just issued this literally a second ago. But if I put a track on this, and again, assuming it's running about 20 miles, 60 miles per hour, and trying to keep it in the center of this polygon, these are the main places that are impacted by that. And that includes Pilot, Knob, and Roselle, and then up to Knob Lick. That's SBRF, where your Boy Scout camp is. Okay, so that area, you need to be in your safe place at this point down there. This is what it looks like from the perspective of just the regular radar. A lot of heavy rain, maybe some hail up to the size of quarters or a little bigger, but it's really starting to come down in Ironton. And again, as you go south on 21 here from Ironton and then kind of make the turn and go weaving and winding over towards Lesterville and then back up into Reynolds County, you need to be in your safe place in these areas, stretching along 221. Again, that's about at the Dairy Queen, southwest of Farmington, along 221, I think, where you get that. All right. Let's go back up. Here's what's going on. We're going to get to the video later, or you can run it in the side because we got tornadoes potentially here on the ground. So we were looking at Festus going into Monroe County. So right now, Jefferson County into Monroe County, Illinois, and then into St. Clair County. Tornado warning here at this point. Still looking at that circulation that's in that area. Let's get a look at it from the velocity product right along the river is where it looks like right now, or right along 55 here. That's pretty close to between Barnhart and Festus. Is that right around Highway Z, right around the dirt track down there? Moving across the river here in the next few minutes. So Valmeyer heading up into northern portions here of Monroe County, Warnock, Fountain. This is probably going to impact the areas pretty close to or north of Waterloo, and perhaps that goes up as we get in the next little bit towards Columbia, Illinois. That's where that circulation looks like it is here, moving across the river at this point. So again, we have circulation showing up. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes that was back into Washington County, as you talk about, Ashley, that video out of Potosi. We had confirmation that the tornado was on the ground, and that was from the Highway Patrol. Spotters saw that too. Then it looked like it lifted. We saw the debris on radar, and then it looked like it lifted. So when we kind of take this back to just what we're looking at with the radar pictures all across the region, you have our two tornado warnings. One going out of Jefferson County into Monroe County. It does technically include the far southern portions of St. Louis County down towards Oakville, perhaps part of Melville over towards the JB Bridge. But we're thinking that circulation's probably going to stay just to the south of that. But again, play it safe, be inside, away from windows and doors, and in your safe place. The other tornado warning down here for Iron County into St. Francis County and into northwestern portions of our section there of Madison County in Missouri. The favorable environment certainly exists east and southeast of St. Louis, but notice how these storms are not especially strengthening as they're moving east. The rain is getting out ahead of these storms, and that may be squashing some of these storms' ability to actually take advantage of the ingredients. Now, if you're in Calhoun County, with the exception of right there near Grafton as you cross over into Jersey County, I think we're pretty much clear there. You're clear in Lincoln County, you're clear in Pike County, western St. Charles County, Warren, Gasconade, Franklin County, going down towards Phelps, Washington, Crawford County. I think we're done here, southwest of St. Louis. It's along this line and ahead of it where we still have a severe weather threat and the potential for storms to continue rotating, continuing spinning, and continuing to cause problems. Look at that live picture right now, and look at the torrential rain that's falling down in the Arnold area with this tornado-warned storm that is now crossing the Mississippi River, and that circulation is working its way across the river and headed into Monroe County now, and eventually into St. Clair County. Let's take a quick look here, and then I'll get you over to Gary. You still have the circulation there, still showing up, still reasonably tight. you need to be in your safe place in here, especially the northern half of Monroe County, and then going along Illinois 158, heading over towards Belleville at this point. So these are the areas to watch out for. Safe place means inside away from windows and doors. Lowest floor, we're all wearing our shoes today because we don't know what kind of stuff could be broken or if there's going to be damage, and we know we've been through that in the last month. So we're being proactive with these storms. Gary, this is tracking northeast bound, so Belleville's on the path of this eventually.
Yeah, and it looks like from some of the reports on the surface, there may be a wall cloud there, but the rotation is more broad and not as tight. And I wanted to point out, like kind of what you mentioned, we did have, of course, part of this clipped St. Louis County. As you very well know, the sirens probably went off. We got sirens in Baldwin, we got sirens in West County. Well, there's no more severe weather in those spots. And I'll kind of point out where I think that if we're going to pick a spot for the biggest tornado threat the rest of the evening and severe weather threat, it's certainly over here. And that's where not only the environment is more favorable, but really we're out ahead of this front. We continue to see it hasn't been touched by any of that rain, which maybe has knocked some of that disturbance throughout the day where we've had that heating and that instability. That's the area that I want to circle. And I know part of that's not in our area, so it's a big thing, but you know, this is where we're going to see the extended tornado watch continue. Like I mentioned, this cold front is starting to work its way across, but we've cleared things out mainly on the Missouri side. And I say mainly, there are still a few spots as you can watch, but that's where we want to focus right now. And I want to zoom in to that specifically where you're able to see where this is the spot right here from Arnold and Imperial. That's where we're starting to see that rotate. Perhaps as you look at that right now, in fact, pull that up on the full screen right now. Tracy's got that on our weather tracker. Pull that up right now. You can see that looks like a funnel cloud to me. If you want to pull that up, that's, I believe, what she's looking at, Scott. Can you see that on your monitor over there?
That's video here.
Oh, video, I'm sorry. Okay.
Ashley Acres.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's earlier from the same storm system, so they're updating me here as we continue. It looks like it's moving around. I know Tracy's got the storm tracker, and I'll tell you, it's got a handheld thing where you can start to move things around a little bit. So, you know, that's a little misleading. So if you want to take that out for me, that would be ideal, because I'm flying blind here sometimes, and that's what it works with. So that's what we're talking about, especially when we're trying to talk about this particular tornado warning. So as we talk about what's happening here, you'll notice that as we look at that broad rotation, and I'll show you on that as well, we also focus on this one specifically from Ironton here. And this is where the storm that we continue to track here as we work our way out. Why don't you just pull this back on a full screen for me out of the triple box. We'd love that. Thank you. As we continue to monitor this wide area of rotation, this is where that tornado warning continues here over the next several hours. As we look at most of this in St. Louis County, and I know some of your sirens have gone off. If you're in North County or close to the airport, it is raining incredibly hard, a blinding rain, but you're not involved in this. This is not a tornado warning. This is not severe weather. This is just a very good rain at this point. And I think we're almost to the point like Cottleville, Bridgeton at the airport where our severe threat is over for the night. But I want to point out what this may look like here. You'll notice that as we talk about our winds, where we have the red and the green, there's no tight area of rotation. That's because that severe threat is pretty much over at that point. But then we look further to the south where we have this area in Ironton. You're going to get a lot of these weird colors here. As we have this right here. That's where the area of rotation is right now. And the reason we get these weird colors and this wonky thing is because it's in between Springfield radar, St. Louis radar, and Paducah radar. So you're getting a lot of this winds and it's far enough away from the radar. That's the area of rotation that we continue to monitor from Ironton to Fredericktown. And then this is the one that is still a little wider in my opinion, and I would say it's the widest that it's been in terms of showing up on the radar, and that broad area of rotation is what the tornado warning is for. And as we kind of show you what's happening here from this perspective, that's where I want to continue to put this here. If you're in Columbia, you're in Waterloo and Belleville, and I'm going to go a little farther and talk about O'Fallon, Illinois, and we of course have a camera that we're going to try to look at for, and perhaps that will be something we can look at out ahead of things here. But really from Mascoutah and Freeburg, just because of the history of this storm, and while even though this is still a pretty favorable environment, I want you to take note of this simply because even though we don't have an area right now that is confirmed of a tornado, this is that wide area of rotation. So Millstadt, I already hope you're in your safe place in your basement, but if you're in O'Fallon, Illinois, I need you to be at least taking this seriously as well here as we talk about at 436 as well. Shiloh Valley, Belleville, even in New Baden and Trenton. I know I didn't quite stretch it that far, but that's that broad area of rotation. You're not seeing that tight circulation that we had earlier where we had debris that was lofted, but certainly this is what is capable of producing that tornado here as we look at some of that. Like I mentioned, you're not seeing that when we look at some of our debris detector. Even as I pull that up closer, you're not seeing that pull up quite as much. We actually had where we see that debris ball, and we don't quite have that right now. And so I think, Scott, at least as we continue to use all these tools at our availability, we're seeing that potential. At the very least, the wind is picked up, right? You're getting at least 60-mile-an-hour wind with this, so we got to take it seriously in that regard. But I still don't think that this is done in terms of producing the capability of producing a tornado, and that's why we have to take it seriously downstream.
Yeah, and I think they just updated this and took Jefferson County out of that warning now, kind of trimmed it back since the circulation is moving eastbound. And again, as you're looking at this, you're finding a lot of rain shooting out ahead of this. And I think that's kind of dampening because these storms are getting absorbed by the line. The individual storms that are out ahead that had the better access to ingredients are losing that access as this line grabs hold of them and interferes with that. The other tornado warning that we have is a little farther to the south. Look at all the lightning with this. These are very electric storms. We have a lot of cloud to ground lightning here right around Arnold, sliding into the Metro East, and then also with that cell that's come out of Reynolds County and across Iron County that has some circulation with it down there. That circulation looks like it's just to the south of Ironton. So we look here along 55 and we just kind of go south along 55 here, all the way down, going down 67. And once you get down towards Farmington, we start to pick up some of that heavier rain, maybe some smaller hail. And then we get into the area as we go farther to the south here, where we're talking about that potential for a tornado farther to the south. So let's come back to the northern storm. This circulation has broadened out quite a bit here compared to what it was looking like as it's moving out of St. Louis and out of Jefferson County across the river into Monroe County. Still circulation there, and spotters emergency management said, yeah, we can see a funnel cloud with that here along Bluff Road going north of Valmeyer, I believe it is. So that one, as it's moving off to the northeast, Columbia, Bluffside, Millstadt, you're all in the path of that. You should still be in your safe spot and safe place at this point. The other tornado warning for this storm here that's got some circulation around Ironton that's moving northeast bound. So this mainly stays out over more of the rural areas here as we look across northern portions of Iron County, far southern portions of St. Francis County, and the northwestern portions of Madison County in Missouri. Those are our two tornado warnings. Right now, we can't confirm that there are tornadoes on the ground, but we can confirm that we have the circulations there. The rest of this is a lot of heavy rain, maybe some smaller hail, and we look into the metro area. I mean, we're going up into North St. Louis County. Again, this area hit by those strong to severe thunderstorms back in the middle of March, and so Florissant up to Shoveltown, we got spots that are still trying to clean up from this, and you're looking at torrential rains here. What an afternoon commute along 270 in North St. Louis County. You're looking at, visibility dropping way off and flow really slow here. Same goes true up and down 170 from Overland, heading southbound towards the Galleria and down into the south. Again, you get on the south side, 270, 255 here. Torrential rain around the JB Bridge. You're also looking at that potential of rotation here, albeit fairly broad. There's another little notch developing down there just to the southwest of Columbia. So this is the area we're going to watch, but we can pretty much say at this point that behind this line, the threat of severe weather has come to an end. All of our ingredients for that remain ahead of this line, and they are being somewhat compromised by this line as it's advancing onto the east. So while we still want you in your safe place here for Monroe and St. Clair County with that tornado warning, it doesn't look at this moment like it's imminent, but that circulation's still there. Same down here into Iron, northwestern Madison, and southwestern portions of St. Francis County, just to the south and southwest of Farmington. We still want you in your safe place. We're playing it safe all along this line of thunderstorms because the ingredients are there, especially east and southeast of St. Louis, for the potential of some long track tornadoes. Whether that's going to come to fruition, we don't know. But we do know that the ingredients are there, and we've got to be safe and proactive this afternoon. Back to the west of St. Louis, along into the northwest of 44, our severe weather threat has come to an end. We will not have severe weather threat. Do you have some damage reports? Okay. Yep. So you're safe back to the west and northwest. This is the area we are continuing to track. And Kay and Mike, I know you're telling me you've got some damage reports, and we've definitely seen some tornado video on the ground there from Washington County earlier.
Well, and that seems to be where the damage reports are centered at this point. Remember, we are in the process of confirming this. We are speaking with the Washington County and the police chiefs and the emergency management people down near Potosi and in Washington County. Eureka Fire Department has now sent personnel to help with that. The chief down in Potosi in Washington County, the fire chief, is also helping, calling all off-duty people in. Here are the reports of the damage. We have a home northwest of Potosi at Long Roy Farm Road and Missouri 185 that's been damaged. There's a tree down on Highway 110 north of DeSoto.
And Kay, we're looking at Patty Wright's video. We're getting a lot of pictures and videos from Potosi. And when you do send in these pictures and videos, please stay safe. But you can clearly see the funnel cloud that Gary and Scott were talking about earlier.
And we have also people stuck in a building earlier on H. Smith Road. And that really seems to be the area where all of this damage has been centered. This was spotted on the ground maybe a half hour ago, so it's been a little while. It has now passed through there.
And the good news is that Potosi schools let out early today,
Correct.
about 1 o'clock, so people were safe and they got hopefully to their safe place.
Yes, so Megan.
Here's another video, this one from Mason Shivers, and boy, you can see that funnel cloud is very clear on this video. And we've had a bunch of pictures and videos. Earlier, Gary was showing one from Ashley Acres that we'll probably show again. We do want to let you know that Governor Kehoe has activated the Missouri National Guard to assist with any storm response. And you have to feel for the folks in Villa Ridge and Arnold and Florissant who really got hit on March 14th, because now they're getting drenching rain, and so this must be a very scary time for them as well.
The Jefferson County EMA director reporting trees down on Highway 110, which we did mention. This is outside DeSoto. We have a crew on the way there. And the situation around Potosi is pretty serious, and we're starting to hear things that are happening there. But we also know that there is a shelter open in that area.
Right.
A FEMA storm shelter is open at the Potosi Elementary School. So if the storm is past there, but if you need help, if you need to get in out of the storm or out of the weather now that it's passing, that is a really good place to go.
And our Tracy Hinson is in Storm Tracker. She is headed to Potosi, so we'll get her damage reports as soon as she gets there, and she'll send some video and have a report for us very soon. But let's get back to Scott and Gary with our weather impact alert as the storms continue this afternoon in the St. Louis metro area.
Yeah, and we have our tornado watch here. They did adjust this a little bit. The one that was in effect until 4 o'clock expired, and so we have one now for the metro area and into the metro east, basically along and ahead of this line until 7 o'clock, and then farther east and south of St. Louis. You pick that up as we go a little bit farther. So that's what we're looking at right now. Again, it's all ahead of this. 2 warnings for tornadoes right now. Nothing's confirmed, but this storm here in Monroe County that's spreading into St. Clair County, it's trying to spin. It's doing so up in the mid-levels for sure. Just doesn't look like it's able to reach the ground at this point. And that storm that's south of Farmington as well, that has some spin on it. So those are the 2 tornado warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings also down to the south. But along and west of this line, once you get past the heavy rain and the drenching rain, you pretty much, it dies off, and the severe weather threat west and southwest dies off. So this is the area. Look at all that cloud to ground lightning right now around the JB Bridge and over into Columbia, Illinois. That is spreading up along 255 here. I know part of that they've been doing a lot of construction over there, so this area in general is a poor drainage area as you go into Dupo and Cahokia Heights. So probably looking at water problems here as this heavy rain continues to build on towards the northeast across this area. So that tornado warning in effect for a little bit longer. We go a little bit farther south. This is the storm down here into Iron County. Gary, do you have this? You want to talk about that with the wind velocity?
Yeah, I'll take a look at that too. I wanted to point out a couple of things here as we look at some of those areas of velocity. And one of the things that, you know, what you just mentioned, how we started to see more of the heavy rain that's settled in. I think that's what's of note now is if we're going to see heavy rain like this settle in ahead of where this circulation is, we may not start to see this rotate as much at the surface. And it may get a little bit more messy where you start to see maybe not a tornado threat, but a wind threat and a very heavy rain threat here as I look at this one. This is one I'm looking at more specifically because it's not muddied in the waters in the sense that the rain is out ahead of it, where it is not necessarily taking away all of its energy, but certainly some of the energy where it's throwing different wind profiles at it ahead. So some of the rain and wind out ahead of it, and it kind of kills all of its sort of rotation, which is obviously great, but that's where it's going to kind of end that in that sense, right? So where this leading edge here, you may start to see some rotation still as you look at this. Now this is just straight line wind, but there's still some rotation, and I'll put this into motion here as I talk about where the wind is, and I'll go back down there in just a second. You'll notice where it's not quite as bright. We have those broad rotation. When you hear us say broad rotation or tight rotation, it simply means that perhaps this is rotating a few thousand feet above the surface, or let's say 3,000 feet above the surface, but is not reaching the ground with that rotation. And that would be the difference there, right? So you'll see where this rotation is, and it's just that green and red right here. That is not as impressive. That's good, right? That's where you may not see that tornado downstream. It doesn't mean that it won't be something that is impacted if this area is a little bit more favorable, and we start to see that change very quickly, and that's what's important to note when we look at a couple of these. I also look at this one where this is, to me, looks a lot different, where it is not quite as bunched up together, where you're probably starting to see the wind right now in Millstadt, where more of this is at least kind of working its way together, where, like you mentioned, Scott, where you're seeing that rain out ahead of it, and you're also seeing a little bit of a different wind profile on the backside of it. So you have wind toward the radar, away from the radar, and then toward the radar. So there really is kind of something funky going on there, and the reason that it's probably going on is because of all these little boundaries that this storm creates. We're out ahead of it, where you have areas that the rain out ahead of it, as I kind of flash that back on, and I'll go back to where the radar picture is here. Because you have all this area where it's just raining, right? This is behind it now at the airport, Creve Coeur, and we finally got to the 170 loop now, I think, where we've finally seen a break now. And so now we have an additional severe thunderstorm warning here for areas to the south, and that's kind of the one that I mentioned there out ahead of it. But look at this right now that's in that tornado warned polygon. Well, I still want you to take it seriously. At this point, there's nothing to me right now, Scott, as we look at this that screams this has got a tight area of rotation, especially when you compare it to the one that we have videos and rotation of earlier that was closer to Potosi. This storm almost seems like it's taking sort of a flash flooding trend where you're going to get some 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates in some cases. May not be the case for everybody, but still, that's what it looks like, at least this particular area.
Yeah, and the other thing too is, and we haven't talked much about this, is our flash flooding threat building for the end of the week. Today's not our only weather impact alert day. We also have Friday and Saturday, because at that point, the rain from today, more rain from tomorrow, and then as we head into Friday and Saturday, there's a big slug of heavier rain coming, and the flooding concerns really ramp up this weekend. So that's a whole nother beast that we got to deal with as we head through this evening. So right now, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes southern portions of Monroe County over into Randolph County, Illinois. That includes the Chester area, and then St. Genevieve County. It's for that storm that's down to the south that's working out of the Farmington area, out of Fredericktown, with those strong gusty winds in those areas. So we get a little bit closer into the metro. Again, we still have our tornado warning. Look at all the cloudy ground lightning. It is noisy as all get out right now from Alton up towards Lewis and Clark Community College and Godfrey. You take that highway straight on up there. And speaking of taking a highway, you're not taking any of them very quickly today. This is a drenching rain, and now it's spreading into the Metro East and will continue to do so. The tornado warned storm here doesn't look as impressive as it did, as Gary mentioned, but we still want you to play it safe and be in your safe spot here. This severe thunderstorm warning that stretches right now far southern from about Old Fultz or so, down towards Prairie du Rocher, heading towards Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve, Chester, farther to the south here, down 55 through St. Genevieve County. That is mainly for wind, as this is taking on more of a wind scenario here as we look down to the south. Speaking of wind, this is what your wind looks like along 163 north of Millstadt, as this storm now has just a tornado warning for this small area of St. Clair County from Millstadt up to Centerville. This is where we're probably looking at some rotation in here, but more of a wind bag than a rotating thunderstorm the way we see it at this point. Again, there's nothing that really sticks out screaming, I'm spinning up a tornado there. Same sort of deal down to the south. We have some rotation in here. It's a bit broader, but this storm is also creating some pretty good winds right along that leading edge and inside that band of heavier rain. And that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that does include the areas west of Sparta through Chester up to Prairie du Rocher and then St. Genevieve on back towards Farmington right now. If you are farther west and north of St. Louis, now for St. Charles County, I mean, it's still pouring a little bit in West Alton, but our severe weather threat is pretty much over now for West St. Louis County, west of 270, out into St. Charles County. It's over along and north of 44 for sure, and I think we can probably clear all of Washington and Crawford County down to Phelps County. And, you know, these areas southwest of St. Louis that did have some pretty intense storms earlier, and that tornado that moved out of Crawford County into Washington County west of Potosi, causing some damage. You'll still have to deal with rain and gusty winds for a bit longer, but our threat of severe weather is over west and north of the metro area. It's out along and ahead of this line where the potential of severe weather continues this afternoon. That's another view that we're looking at from the radar here that's over north of Evansville, looking back to the west, kind of giving us what's going on. And then, I think our tornado threat seems to be diminishing somewhat at this point based on everything we're seeing. There's still a tornado watch here for our eastern and southern counties, east and south of St. Louis, that's going to go until 7 o'clock. We are now coming up, 4:35. So by 5 o'clock, most of this is out of the metro area and likely east of 255. And we're probably starting to see the area just along Interstate 57 and into Illinois and then far southeast Missouri by 5 o'clock and thereafter being the areas that would have a continued severe weather threat, but not north and west of St. Louis at this point, as these storms have shown a continuous sign here of not being able to strengthen much as we continue to monitor their trek off to the east of St. Louis. Gary, I don't think we have any new warnings. I'm not sure we're going to get a whole lot more in the next hour as we look at that rain jumping out ahead of the main line of thunderstorms. That's
and I
really
think there's obviously still some rotation in it, right? And that's one of the reasons there's still a tornado warning, and we still want to make sure that we're all taking this seriously, especially in New Baden, Mascoutah, out ahead of this, just because of the potential. This does look awfully messy, and it's still one of those things that we have to monitor. I think there's still that same area to the south I still want to pay attention to specifically, because this has turned into upwards of a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in Farmington, and you're still looking at this area that technically has a tornado warning. Like Scott mentioned, though, this is where we're moving into an area where there's no rain just yet. And I do want to point out there's a couple of spots inside this storm specifically, especially near Prairie du Rocher, that at least get my attention a little bit. You're starting to see that near St. Genevieve here, where maybe there's some rotation. I want to put this on a different look here to where you can see that's where that rotation is at the moment from Farmington to Fredericktown. Like I said, it gets messy down where it goes in between radars. One I want to point out right now is this area right about here Let me back that up. And it's right about here. It's right on the other side of 55 from St. Genevieve. And I'll loop this just a little bit. And it doesn't look like too much, but I do want to pay attention to it simply as it crosses 55 in the river, simply because this area has not been disturbed by rain just yet. It's a little bit more unstable. You've gotten a pretty good heating of the day. That's an area where maybe we will see another tornado. If we're going to pick a spot where we may have to watch for another tornado warning, that would be it, right? And that would, of course, work its way further off to the northeast. To me, that's the one that we look at here at this point. From a broad perspective, though, the main storm that we had earlier was, of course, in Potosi, and this is all part of this entire line that's pushed through. I do want to see if we could check in with meteorologist Tracy Hinson. She's been in the Weather Impact Storm Tracker. She's checking in on things. If we can get her. Tracy, where have you been at this point?
Alrighty, Gary. So I've been in a few different spots. I was actually in Hillsboro when that storm came overhead. You could see a little bit of rotation, but it certainly wasn't a very tight circulation like it was in some of those videos in Potosi. And Potosi is where I am heading. I'm actually in Potosi. I'm heading to about 20 minutes just outside of Potosi. We are along, I think, 8 right now, or we might have just turned on to, let's see. Yeah, we are on 185. So we just turned off of 8 onto 185, and we are heading to that area where that tornado, we've gotten some reports of damage. So that's what we are heading out to go do. As far as this storm goes, one thing that we didn't see a whole lot of directly as it came over us into Hillsboro, we were also in the DeSoto area right as that storm was kind of coming through. We didn't see a lot of hail with this. Lots of lightning and very strong winds and a bit of rotation overhead, like you were talking about with that circulation that weakened a little bit. That was definitely what we witnessed on the ground as it was coming over Hillsboro and just starting to come into DeSoto. It was certainly a much nastier looking storm as it was over Potosi. So we should be to that damage area within the next 15 minutes or so. It is a bit further out of Potosi. Like I said, we just drove through the main part of Potosi, which we did not see any damage. We're now heading out to just about 20 minutes from there where we saw that damage signature from earlier. Gary.
All right, well, I'll take it for you, Tracy. And you can see, looking at the storm tracker right now, you still have some ominous looking clouds, but there is a bit of a brighter sky off to the west now as we're starting to see the back edge of these storms sliding in. So we only have one tornado warning. It's about ready to expire here shortly for this storm, and that's over in St. Clair County. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that kind of picks up where this is left off to go through the eastern portions of St. Clair County, the southeastern portions of Madison County in Missouri, southwestern parts of Bond County, that's off to the southwest of Greenville, and then from about Carlisle Lake back to the west through Breeze, through Trenton, and heading back over into parts of St. Clair County. That's where we're looking at the wind here. As Gary was talking about, I think we're watching these storms that are working their way across parts of Randolph County into St. Genevieve County. They'll eventually be moving across the rest of Madison County and into Perry County. But this area to our southeast is an area that hasn't seen much in the way of rain. Farther to the north, we've got the rain jumping out ahead of these individual storms. As we go farther to the south, that hasn't happened yet. And so Perryville, over towards Carbondale, over towards DuQuoin and Mount Vernon, that's where our potential for severe weather looks to be a little more heightened over the course of the next 35 or 40 minutes or so. Back on the west side of this line, while we still have some downpours here, western portions of Washington County in Missouri, that complicates kind of the efforts to try to clean things up farther southwest of St. Louis where we've had some damage. The severe threat has ended. And these storms now on the Missouri side of the river here in the metro area are not severe, but they are still producing some pretty heavy rainfall. Again, a lot of wind with this, and I think you're seeing that line kind of fill in here from southern portions of Monroe County all the way down through St. Genevieve County, east of Farmington, where we had about 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's been about the same down towards Fredericktown, close to 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, you want to be inside, away from windows and doors as these storms move on through. Just kind of looking for the circulations here off to the east of St. Louis. And again, you know, we have some wind, but the circulations have pretty much dissipated with those storms off to the east of St. Louis. Certainly nothing that's concerning us. Then we look to the south. This is more of the wind bag here as it's working its way towards Mine-Lamont and then heading into southern portions of St. Genevieve County and St. Francis County here. So from Farmington up 32 to St. Genevieve, that's a rough go right now with that drenching rain at this point. Again, we look at the winds in this area. While there's some broad rotation, perhaps it's more of your straight line gusty winds that we're looking at this point. West and north of St. Louis, you're in the all clear. No more severe weather threat. East and southeast, and in particular this area down towards Sparta, down towards Chester, down towards Perryville, and then our far eastern counties along the Illinois Interstate 57 corridor here. That may be the more favorable area for the potential of severe weather to continue for a bit longer. At least that threat is going to stick around for a little bit longer. But in the metro area, we're going to wrap this up probably in the next half hour or so for most of the metro and start to drain some of this water, Gary.
Yeah, and obviously there's much needed rain, but as you talked about, we've got much more rain in the forecast over the next few days. One thing I want to point out here as we look at this specific area, like you said, it gets messy in terms of what it looked like earlier. We had that area that was pretty easily defined by where the tornado was. Not so much now. We really need to figure out where that is. And even as I look at this velocity product and try to use an X-ray, let's try to find this here as we look specifically from Troy to Caseyville, from Belleville, and that kind of gives you an idea as I move this away. Look where this looks like. It's all rain in there, but you know, out ahead of it, we're not seeing that area that's as tight of a rotation here. Even if I just leave that on there for a second so you can see. Right now, and I take it away, right? We really have to work hard to find where that rotation is. And I think that's important here as we look at that. Like I mentioned, it's not as tight of a couplet where we looked at that area of circulation. More than likely, if for some reason you're outside ahead of it, and it's not raining quite as hard, you can see where the clouds are moving in that direction. But like I said, you're not quite seeing that area of rotation just yet at that point. I do want to work our way further to the south where we can start to find that as well. And this is where we've even seen some reports of perhaps a funnel cloud in Fredericktown at one point as well. And so that's going to be something that we continue to monitor. Like I said, I'm going to search this area and keep trying to find areas where this has not been quite disturbed by the rain. You'll notice the rain out ahead of this in Nashville. Well, this area hasn't been disturbed by that rain quite as much. So as this works its way from Prairie to Rocher, from St. Genevieve, we may start to see a couple of the spots here at least rotate just a little bit. So that's an area I'm looking for, at least at this moment. Right now, you just have that severe thunderstorm warning because we've at least seen observed winds of around 60 miles an hour. But like I said, from St. Genevieve, right now, if you're in Evansville, if you're in Sparta, you're in Chester, even in Perryville, these are spots that I would at least make sure that you're inside at this point, even though it's not a tornado warning, and I know it's still daytime, so we want to get those pictures and videos, and we appreciate that, but don't do that in that regard, because as I watch this area where over the last couple of minutes, we've seen that rotation, it is very broad, but in terms of, you know, that tight rotation, it's still entering semi-favorable area for where we may see more rotation, and that could be enough to produce a tornado. So as we continue to focus on some of our reports throughout the region, we want to check in with Mike and Kelly for an update on what's going on out there right now as we continue to monitor our team coverage as our Weather Impact team continues to monitor our storm coverage through the region as we continue to. So we'll check in with them once again shortly. As we've got a lot of busy signals here, I want to focus on, once again, what's happening here. This area from Fredericktown, Farmington, those are the most updates. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that same spot from Perry County. So that's the same spot that I'm continuing to monitor for some rotation. But now we'll check in with Mike and Kelly for an update.
All right, Gary, we are following the storm all over the bi-state area, and we have reporters all over. We have Megan Kernan down in Herculaneum.
Right, she's in Jefferson County. Megan, if you can hear us, tell me, what is the situation like there? Yeah, hi guys. Well, we are just about to leave Herculaneum right now. We're getting on Highway 55. We're going to be heading southbound to DeSoto, where there are reports of trees down on Highway 110 outside of DeSoto. So we actually just left the Jefferson County Emergency Management Office. We were inside where they were tracking the storms, following, monitoring everything that was going on. And basically we were in there, taking shelter with them as we were watching them, following this storm. And we were there when the sirens were going off. I mean, the rain just came down, and it just came so quick. And, we were hearing so many loud booms from the thunder. We were seeing lightning. As I said, the heavy rain was starting to come, and really it just passed right over us. As I said, we were in Herculaneum. That's where we're leaving right now, and really just trying to track there. I know that they were getting reports of, multiple trees down. The main one right now, they said, is outside of DeSoto, where we're going to head right now. We can see, as far as on our maps, it does look like it's blocking an intersection there. So I'm curious to see what that is going to look like, just as far as how much traffic that is backing up. And they were also, as we were leaving, they were getting reports of trees down on Highway Y that was also blocking the road. And I know that's nearby Highway 110. So we're just kind of tracking this. The roads are clear, way more clear now than they were before we took shelter in Herculaneum. But for now, I will pass it back to Scott.
Alrighty, so we have some severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect as this line advances across the metro area. The one thing we want to establish very quickly is our threat for severe weather is really along and ahead of this line. So most of the metro now, we're outside of the threat of severe weather. It's over for St. Louis and points westward. It's over along and north of 44. It's really right along and ahead of this line. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a couple of them that are still in effect right now. One includes the Metro East, parts of St. Clair County, and then going into portions of Madison and into Clinton, into southwestern portions of Bond County. This still has some rotation with it, but it looks more like a wind maker versus a tornado maker at this point. Now we extend that south, and you see this is a line that has some stronger winds with it as well. And so it's more of a wind maker versus rotation with this, but that potential still exists at any point that the ingredients may become available that we're able to spin something up here and create a tornado. So we do have the tornado watch that's still in effect east and southeast of St. Louis. Severe thunderstorm warning continues across St. Genevieve County as you look down into that area right now, off to the east and south of St. Louis where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings. This area pouring rain out around O'Fallon right now. Interstate 64, rough go, really from 255 all the way out through the rest stop. And then once you get over into parts of Clinton County, it eases a little bit, but that's not going to be the case. It'll pick back up. Troy getting drenching rain, that's on the way to Highland. You may have some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. If we had to say there's a spot to watch for the potential of rotation, based on what we're seeing from the radar right now, I'd say it's between Highland and Troy, right along US 40, okay, over the farm fields there. That's what we would guess at this point if there was going to be some rotation. Farther south, we have quite a bit of wind. We've had near 60 mile per hour winds reported around Farmington, around Fredericktown. So these storms, as they're pushing towards Chester, as they're moving closer to Sparta, Prairie to Rocher, they just went through there. You've got the gusty winds with those. That stretches down into Perry County now, those storms starting to move in. So from Perryville north, we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect there. We look into North St. Louis County, and specifically 270, notorious for having bad traffic. We still have bad traffic, but just exacerbated by that torrential rainfall. Keep in mind, much of this has been a construction zone for the last couple of years. So, you still have some drainage issues up here for sure. And with all the water we've seen in the last couple of hours, you're having slow drainage with that water running off. 70, still pretty damp, but you notice as we get past U City, out towards Creve Coeur, going farther west, we tend to see the rain letting up quite a bit. And that's the case going down 55 right now into Jefferson County. Things have let up quite a bit compared to what we were looking at. Now, we still have some stronger downpours here coming in through near Catawissa, probably impact Londell, and then down towards Richwoods and into Potosi. Again, the same area that had that tornado earlier, but it's not severe. All of the severe weather is right along the leading edge of this system as it's pushing off to the east. So that's why you have the severe thunderstorm warning here, parts of Madison County. Again, if we say there's any circulation, it's probably just east of Troy, Illinois. You know, we watch those. But just be away from the windows and the doors on the lowest floor here as you go over towards Highland, get into southwestern portions of Bond County, northwestern portions of Clinton County, and then eastern portions of St. Clair County. You have seen worse thunderstorms before for sure. Down farther to the south, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, St. Genevieve County, over into Randolph County, down into Perry County, and the northeast corner of Madison County. As we kind of look on a broader perspective here down to the south, what we're seeing now is some heavier rain back building here and moving northeastbound. So we will watch for those low water crossings and the potential that there's some problems there. As you look at this line of thunderstorms here off to the east and southeast, I'm going to see if it's going to do it. It didn't. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and still the potential here off to the southeast of St. Louis that some of these thunderstorms will take advantage of the ingredients here going through the remainder of the afternoon and spin something up. And especially if we can get them to be out ahead of the main line of thunderstorms. Then they have access to better ingredients. So we just don't know if that's going to happen. But again, the risks south and east of St. Louis are still there this afternoon, and those scattered power outages will continue across the area as well. Gary, we're going to check in with you, I believe.
Yeah, let's check in and talk about specifics on looking at the radar here at this moment. As you continue to see, we actually have no active tornado warnings, which is always a positive sign, even as we continue to look in the Metro East. And like Scott mentioned, this has turned into more of a steady rain event with minor areas of rotation, which are not strong enough to warrant a tornado warning. That's where we are at this point. Now, you'll see this wide area from the Metro East. As Scott mentioned, behind it, really, if you're on the Missouri side, for the most part, your severe threat is over. There are a couple of small areas right to our south, but your severe threat is essentially over. So if you've been sheltering in place or you heard some things, you're waiting for us to give you an all clear, we can go ahead and do that. I do want to focus on a couple of spots here, like I mentioned earlier, where it's tough to see this rotation, but we've at least seen some perhaps pea-sized hail, and we use an X-ray to try to find where that is. And right now, it is really near Highland. You're starting to see that really south of 70 from Troy into Highland as we continue to look at that right now. What you don't see is any of the green, which is when we're looking at some of the radar, typically we would see, if I just leave this on here, this is where we would see green on one side, red on the other. That means we have rotation, and that's where you start to see those tornado warnings left. You're not seeing that right now. This is a wide area of rain, even as we try to pinpoint where that rotation would be. And yes, the clouds may be rotating 3,000 to 5,000 feet above the surface, but when it's not rotating, holding together, and you see that couplet and then it lowers, well, that's where you get the tornado from, or even the frontal cloud to start. So we're not having that at the moment. This is still an area to me that I think bears watching at the moment, simply because we do have some of that where you're starting to see some of that velocity as I kind of scan this here and there. I think right now most of it has been a wind threat. You've seen upwards of 60+ miles an hour as I continue to work my way a little further to the north, and you can see that from Prairie to Rocher to Chester. Really, and I know some of these spots out of our viewing area, but that doesn't mean they might clip Mount Vernon a little bit later on as we look at our next severe thunderstorm warning for Iron and Reynolds County until 6 o'clock. So like I mentioned, there are still a couple of areas on the Missouri side that we're going to see that, and it's this area from New Athens, especially right about here from Prairie to Rocher. Like I said, it doesn't look like much right now, but you're starting to see that. I really have to pull up a different kind of X-ray of this radar and show you that velocity, where you're going to perhaps see on the leading edge of that. There are some smaller areas of, let's just call them areas of concern in terms of the potential for rotation in some of these spots. To me, that's what we're looking at here at this moment. Otherwise, I'm not particularly concerned with any of these areas providing, let me switch that and go back to this. I'm not particularly concerned with any of these areas producing an imminent thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. Will this produce 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts? Absolutely, and that will cause damage. That's worth a severe thunderstorm warning. But in terms of, does this have an imminent tornado threat? The only reason I'm looking at this area a little bit more than some of the others is it has not been contaminated, let's say, by upstream rain, where you start to see some of this here in Pinckneyville and further closer to Pilot Knob, Lively Grove. This would be an area I would look at simply because if we're looking on the leading edge of the storm near New Athens and I perhaps zoomed in, you know, the only thing that I may see is if we get some of these little notch areas where maybe we get enough where we start to see that area of rotation. But like I said, I'm not fully concerned that we have seen that at this point yet. Even as I go back out just a little bit and show you some of these areas from Highland, like I mentioned, it's not so much that we're seeing that here at this moment. I think there are some spots where the velocity, the wind is going to pick up to at least 40, 50 miles an hour, get your attention. We may see the pea-sized hail, but as I eliminate that once again, I'll point out the fact that ahead of it, we have rain. And so with just rain, that is maybe dampening the convective atmosphere a little bit to where it is not, it's not as spicy downstream. So, you know, that's positive news for us in terms of our severe threat. And these storms are going to probably turn into more of a flooding concern, localized flooding, and maybe even flash flooding in some cases. And it's something to think about because, of course, we continue to stay, you know, more active here in the weather impact alert. But like I mentioned, we've got a couple of those days coming up. Let's get rid of the severe weather first before we get that. I will say, let's look at this most recent scan in Highland and see if we can find where that velocity is. And that's where it is right now to me at this moment, where we see that potential for maybe a little bit of broad circulation. You'll see as I get closer to behind it, that's where the wind continues to see at this moment. Out ahead of it, so to me that is Breeze, Carlisle, that's going to stay north, but still you're going to get somewhere between, I would say, 40 to 60 mile an hour wind and maybe some pea-sized hail at the moment. So that's what we're going to continue to monitor here as we look ahead, as we look at the entire system. Like I mentioned, behind it, mostly on the Missouri side, our severe weather threat is starting to come to a close, and that's going to be a positive here. But behind it, into the Metro East, your tornado threat still is around at the very least. We may still see one or two areas of small circulation here over the coming, next couple of half an hour to about an hour. I really think once we get to about 5:30, maybe 5:45, we're going to be effectively ending our severe weather threat. And so that's what we're going to continue to see. And we'll have an update here as we continue our weather impact alert on 5 on your side at 5 o'clock.
This is 5 on your side at 5. Focused on you.
Tonight we are in a weather impact alert. Right now we're tracking severe storms moving across the bi-state. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Bush.
And I'm Kelly Jackson. We have had tornado warnings and watches over the last few hours with at least one confirmed tornado. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell, who has been busy all morning into the afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a long day. We knew this day was coming, but it hasn't been as bad as it could have been so far. And that, we're hoping, continues going into this evening. Yes, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings along this line, east and southeast of St. Louis. It is along and ahead of this line where there is still a severe weather threat. A few minutes ago, along Interstate 55 in St. Genevieve County, 55 to 60 mile per hour plus winds reported, or 60 to 70 mile per hour winds reported. So this definitely is a wind bag here. Let's go into the Metro East, and we're looking out here along 70, going out of Madison County into Bond County. This is where we're finding those strong winds right now. Maybe some smaller hail, but it's really a 60 to 65 mile per hour wind that's working its way towards Highland, Illinois, and towards Perron right now. And that band of strong winds extends down into eastern portions of St. Clair County, just east of O'Fallon, and stretches and is approaching the Trenton area, heading towards Breeze. Be inside, away from windows and doors. There is the potential we might spin something up, especially right here just off to the west or northwest of Highland towards Perron, but no indication that that is a big threat at this point. It's more of a straight line wind threat, and that's what we're seeing farther to the south here as we go out of St. Clair County, down into the rest of Randolph County, down into Perry County. Severe thunderstorm warning here. Again, that includes parts of southern St. Clair County into Washington County, Illinois. These storms with their strong winds to 60, 65, 70 miles per hour working into those areas. A little farther south, the last warning in the southern parts of our county area includes Reynolds and Iron counties. This area has already seen several thunderstorms, but here comes one out of Winona, and it has some rotation with it. It's been rotating. It had a tornado warning on it earlier. We'll see what it does when it gets into Reynolds County and Iron County, but we're thinking the main threat here from most of this is basically strong winds. And as you get back into the metro area and you go west and you go southwest of St. Louis, our threat for severe weather has come to an end. Most of the metro area now clear from a severe weather threat. It is to the east and southeast of St. Louis. Now, there are still a lot of ingredients that are over here along the Interstate 57 corridor down into parts of southeast Missouri and southern Illinois that could come together to create some stronger tornadoes. But so far today, the storm mode has been very much messy with the storms interacting with each other, and that seems to have limited how intense these thunderstorms could be. And because of that, at this point, because we've limited that, we haven't seen a widespread severe weather outbreak. We've had strong thunderstorms, we've had torrential rain, but we have not seen a lot of tornado reports. Now, we have the one confirmed tornado that touched down in Potosi earlier, west of Potosi, out along Highway 8. Our Tracy Hinson's in the storm tracker. They're in that vicinity right now looking for damage. We will hear from her coming up. But the immediate threat, again, off to the east and to the southeast of St. Louis, where we do have this line of thunderstorms and where we are looking at wind gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour in those areas. Now, our threat level will start to wind down as we head through the evening hours as this line moves out of our area with its strong winds across Interstate 55 from Perryville up to just south of St. Mary. It will continue to cause problems as it presses on to the east. Look at all the cloudy ground lightning strikes with this. This has been a very electric storm system going through the day today. Now, the tornado watch, that's still in effect for areas east and south of St. Louis. For our counties, it's going to wind down once this line of strong to severe thunderstorms slides into the St. Louis, out of the St. Louis area. Again, our threat is over for St. Louis and points to the west. Let's give you a little timeline on what we think is going to happen here over the next hour or two. These thunderstorms in this line, with its potential for strong winds, will continue to advance slowly towards the east. The storms, individual storms, are moving pretty quickly, but this line has slowed somewhat as it's a big storm system. But by the time we get to 6 o'clock here, most of this is going to be exiting our eastern counties. And by the time we get to 7, 8 o'clock tonight, while we may still have some lingering showers, any severe weather threat will be gone at that point. And then we'll be turning our attention to later this week and the potential for additional rounds of heavy rain. And that heavy rain will likely lead to widespread flooding concerns in southern portions of Illinois and southeast Missouri, perhaps into parts of the metro area by Friday into Saturday. Those will be our next weather impact alert days. We'll see you in a few minutes, Mike and Kelly, and we'll get you caught up once we hear from some of our reporters with updates on damage in the field.
All right, Scott and Gary, thanks very much. We do want to show you some amazing video that we've been getting from our viewers all day. This is from Potosi, this is from Jack Monroe, and you can see the tornado. This is a confirmed tornado. Our Tracy Hinson is in the storm tracker. Here's another video from Mason Shivers. Our Tracy Hinson is in the storm tracker, and she is headed to where this might have done some damage. Scott and Gary were talking about the debris signature.
Right, exactly. And, you know, this was during the day, so we are being able to see a rare picture of how this funnel cloud and tornado touched down in Potosi. Eureka Fire, we have been told, has been deployed to help that area, and we don't know how much damage, if it was a populated area. Gary, maybe you can give us a little more insight on that.
We do know it was northwest of Potosi, right, Gary?
Right, and we actually, at one point, we had a tornadic debris signature, which was picked up by one of our radar products that we were able to look at, and able to show debris that was lofted in the atmosphere. Of course, before you guys all sent in your pictures and videos, and you guys saw it there and hopefully stayed safe. I know we have, Tracy is down there, and we got some more updates coming coming here for you shortly. And that's really what we were able to watch out for. That has been the one that stood out in terms of this was definitely a tornado even before we got eyes on it and confirmed, right? But when we look at how the storm mode has evolved, as Scott just mentioned, we went from a couple of these storms developing to our south and southwest, and then eventually working their way to the north. And as they did so, that's where we saw them take advantage of the ingredients that are in place that Scott has mentioned so often. And once they did, once they started to push together, they've kind of gotten into this messy situation where you don't see them quite take advantage of that for a couple of reasons. One, it's raining out ahead. That may cool things down, and so that takes away some of the instability that we have. But also, as we continue to look at a couple of these things, I do want to zoom in one more time here before we get an update on what's going on here and kind of check in some of those locations. I do want to show you where perhaps, we still have some of that rotation here. It's not quite as much, right? This is where we're starting to see along this line. We really have to x-ray how these things look. And even as we focus on the storm system to the south near Perryville, I want to point out where this thing is moving here. There's no area that jumps out and says this is rotating just yet. However, it's not out of the question that we're going to watch this area specifically, and that's what Scott and I are checking in now. But we do want to get back to Mike and Kelly to give us an update on some of our team in the field, on updates on conditions outside as well.
Yeah, so let's continue our severe weather coverage in the Metro East right now.
Yeah, 5 on your side. Holden Kowicki is live in O'Fallon. Holden, it looks clear where you are right now, but what was the situation and what is it like now?
Well, for most of the day, it was really just hot, humid, and a little windy. But about 4 o'clock, that storm line really moved through here in O'Fallon. But it was kind of hit and miss. We started off the east end of town over by Troy Scott Road. And honestly, it got fairly calm, so we moved towards Shiloh Valley, hearing Scott and Gary give us the latest forecast. And we got up there, it rained fairly hard on us, and then it stopped. So we thought, okay, let's move into town a little bit. And then oddly enough, the strongest rain we really encountered was on the back end of the storm. So we actually took shelter inside of an old car wash, and every single bay was filled up. We're actually standing next to an airman right now. He was telling us he pulled his car in here because he doesn't have a garage. That's something a lot of people in town were trying to keep in mind as we had that potential for hail throughout the day. Now, you may remember that it was just 3 weeks ago that an EF1 tornado really tore through northeast O'Fallon, and there was many, many trees down. If you want to take a look at this tree was uprooted in the middle of town. The root ball was roughly as big as the garage on the house. Photographer Andy Broadway and I also saw tree trimmers out and about. They were quickly working to try and remove any limbs that were hanging over power lines really along the frontage road along I-64. And while many people in the area told me that they were praying that the storm just would go around us, Joffrey Dudley told me that he learned his lesson last month.
That we are prayerful. The second message is that we're here to provide. The third message is that we're going to be persistent and resilient no matter what. Because as I have said to them, the storm came to make us, not break us. To make us understand that God is still in control, that we still have our faith, and that is the main thing.
Now, in preparation for the severe weather, a number of local school districts actually heeded those warnings. In Masuda, kids get out at Tuesday at 2:30. Teachers usually aren't allowed to leave until 4. They went ahead and sent the staff home along with the kids. And here in O'Fallon, the school district went ahead and canceled all extracurricular activities that were scheduled for tonight in anticipation of what this storm could possibly bring. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio. Reporting live in O'Fallon, Illinois, Holden Kowicki, 5 on your side.
And as we continue our team coverage, Justina Cornell is in St. Charles County.
Yeah, she's live at Travers GMT Auto in O'Fallon, Missouri, where they've had hail damage in the past. Let's go to Justina. Justina.
Yeah, it was about a year ago where this lot was destroyed by hail, baseball-sized hail, coming down 20 to 40 miles per hour, and about 300 cars and RVs were destroyed, but this time around, they were saved. I talked to the owner, who is grateful. Now, we were in St. Charles County to be on standby to make sure we're ready for any damage was in the area, so we were in the lot here, and around 3:15, everything changed from 0 to 100. It went from light to dark as the whole area was just dark. The lights, automatic lights came on, of course, thinking it was nighttime. It was 3:15. And so as you can see in the distance there, it is still dark out here, but you don't see the clouds just coming by as quickly now. It's just more overcast as we speak. Now, of course, more other areas such as Potosi saw more potentially more severe damage. I actually spoke to the Eureka Fire spokesperson who tells me that they've deployed a crew down there, speaking of the chief and some of the off-duty first responders that are heading there. Now, I asked them, how bad is the damage? Is there damage? If he could tell me a little bit more. They said they do not know right now, that they were just sending a crew, but the fact that they were deployed, they were assuming and they're thinking that of course there is damage, but they're heading there as we speak, and they tell me that it was a no-brainer, that they are wired to help, and that they know Potosi and those first responders all down there would do the same if something happened here. So again, right now they're heading down there. I told them to keep us posted, of course, as we learn anything more, but of course as we do updates, we'll make sure to update that all on KSDK.com and make sure to update on our airways. Send it back to you guys in the newsroom.
Let's check in with our chief meteorologist, Scott Connell. So, Scott, are we out of the woods for the most part?
Many of us are. From the metro area, the immediate metro St. Louis area, going north and west, the severe threat's over. It still exists off to the east, although the worst of it looks like it just blew through Highland a few minutes ago. You had some torrential rain there. We've had some reports of wind gusts over in Madison County around 60 miles per hour, so we're extending effectively that severe thunderstorm warning farther east into Bond County. This is what it looks like out in St. Charles right now. Again, St. Charles County to the west, you've got the usual heavy traffic on the roads, but the rain has stopped in St. Charles County for the most part, and your severe weather threat west of St. Louis has now ended. All right, here's a look over in O'Fallon, Illinois. We still have some lingering rain, but it looks like the severe weather threat has shifted farther east into St. Clair County and on into Madison County. We still have the tornado watch in effect across much of southern Illinois, but again, once you get out along and ahead of that line, at this point, that's where our severe weather threat is. As you go from the metro area back to the north and west, the severe weather ingredients no longer existing, and so we are done with our severe weather north and west of St. Louis. That being said, the new warning picks up on where we had the storm moving out of Madison County into Bond, into Fayette County, into southeastern portions of Montgomery County in Illinois. This is off to the south of Litchfield. I know you've had a good storm or a strong storm in Litchfield, but it doesn't look severe. This is where that line is as it's approaching Greenville right now. There may be some rotation in there still. Looks like it's trying to do a little rotation around Greenville, but that is more wind than anything else and more straight line winds. You're talking those 55 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts that tend to knock tree branches down and cause some damage to the siding. That line extends down towards the breeze. It extends down into far western portions of Washington County in Illinois, and then goes on down into parts of Randolph County. So we still have severe thunderstorm warnings right along the leading edge here, and that includes down into Perry County, Missouri, and then one more batch down here that's coming across once again Reynolds County and moving into Iron County. This had some rotation with it earlier. It doesn't look like that's the biggest concern, but certainly the stronger winds. And this area off to the southeast of St. Louis is the area that's more favorable. It has the better ingredients, although it's getting more complicated as these storms tend to interact with each other. It's going to be more difficult for these storms when they're in this kind of environment and not out by themselves separate to actually kick off and trigger those long damaging tornadoes. And honestly, that's great. If we can keep that number to a minimum, that's good. We do know we had the one tornado touchdown in Washington County, Missouri. That tornado causing damage off to the west and to the northwest of Potosi. But again, that severe weather threat there has ended. It's right along and ahead of this line of thunderstorms where we're looking at mainly a damaging wind threat tonight, Mike.
And Scott, we're getting a look at some storm damage out of central Missouri. Just hours ago, apparently a tornado hit the small town of Pilot Grove. This is west of Columbia. The good news, no injuries were reported. But as you can see, the storm did cause a lot of damage.
And of course, we're going to be getting a lot of storm damage aftermath, you know, in the coming hour or two. We want to continue our team coverage tonight.
Our Tracy Henson is in the Weather Impact Storm Tracker, and she is near Potosi. Tracy.
is near Potosi. Tracy.
Alrighty, Mike and Kelly. So I just got out of the car for a while, talked to some emergency officials. I also talked to some family members. This is along H. Smith Road. It's about 20 minutes to the southwest of Potosi. And what we can see here is if you're outside, you can also hear the sound of chainsaws right now. There are reports that 3 people were in this building. I talked to a few family members, and they also cannot confirm just how many people are in it. It varies from 1 to 2 people might have gotten out okay, and 1 person was still trapped. And then other family members and friends told me that all 3 people were still in that. Now, we are told this is a trailer, so it must have, gotten right along with that wind damage. And we have definitely heard chainsaws in the background. They are limiting how many cars can go up and down this road because it is kind of a 1-lane dirt road. And we've seen Ameren crews go up and down as well. Now, as we were out here, I was talking to a couple of the family members. The fire department got another call. This is a Potosi Fire Department of more people stuck in a home. So we have been, we are going to find out where that is and possibly go in that direction to let these crews work on this area. Live from Potosi, I'm Tracy Hinson, 5 on your side.
All right, let's get back to Scott and Gary. Apparently there is another tornado warning.
Well, we told you that storm was showing some circulation here over towards Greenville, and indeed we are seeing some spin in the atmosphere with that storm, and so we have a tornado warning just issued here. That's Bond into Fayette County out along Interstate 70 here from Greenville going east towards Vandalia. The warning also includes Ramsey, Illinois. It includes all of this area here that is really around Vandalia and back towards Mulberry Grove, and then heading down. You're in a pretty rural area outside of Greenville and Vandalia. Those are your bigger cities here, but outside of that, this is a very large area where we're talking about rural communities. Let's get a look at the radar here, the wind field in here. And so here we're looking at the circulation showing up here. It looks like it's on the north side of Greenville. I'm going to back this up a couple of frames and we're going to see how that kind of tightened up a little bit. And it did. Also got to try to see if we can't pull it in from another vantage point looking from Lincoln, Illinois here. So somewhere between LaGrange and Greenville or around Greenville, and that would be going towards Woburn here and Durley. So we're out in the country, all right? You're in eastern portions of Bond County going into Fayette County. Probably seeing something tracking if this is on the ground and it's being confirmed as being on the ground or observed. And there we have a little debris signature showing up south of Greenville, it looks like. So, where exactly that touched down remains to be seen. But if you're in this area east of Greenville in Bond County, including Woburn, including Mulberry Grove, Smithboro, over to Bear Grove, and then eventually over towards Vandalia here as you go into Fayette County, those are the areas of concern right now. So this potential circulation not too far from the Greenville area.
Yeah, it's still on the ground from what they've pointed out. And there's pictures from what is it? The Skyview Skydiving Center, Gateway Skydiving Center there at that point here as we try to find that circulation for you. And I'll zoom in just a little bit here and we'll try to go find that here just for a second as I pinpoint this, and we'll take a closer look as I pull this up. Once again, as we see that pink, that outline from that tornado warning, that means that it is a confirmed tornado, and we'll try to find some visuals that we can share with you here in the short term as well. And right now it does look like, as Scott has pointed out, that's our second time that we've seen debris signature point, at least in the area. That means that we're starting to see, and I think it's most interesting as I go from top to bottom, and we'll talk about that in a second, we're kind of seeing this whole region cycle in the sense that the leading edge of it, look at how some of these notches are kind of setting up. And we, of course, will focus on this tornado, but I think it's important to note that we still may be not done with the threat here for the next hour and a half, simply because watch how we have these embedded circulations that kind of ride right on the edge there in that little S. This is more like those weaker tornadoes that we so often see on the leading edge. We call them QLCS tornadoes, where those little brief spin-ups. And I'm not saying that this is weak, because we see that, and we also see debris. So that means we do need to take it very seriously as we look at that. But one thing to point out as we continue to see that is perhaps we have more areas where we have that, where we're starting to see rotation even into Nashville. And that's what I want to point out. Let's try to find some of these little spots here as we start to work our way further to the north. And you're not seeing too many, at least in this specific area here from Breeze and Carlisle, but it's not out of the question that we're going to start to be able to see some of these on the leading edge. I think that the threat has passed here in St. Genevieve as well. But as we get closer to where this storm is right now, that we have this confirmed tornado. I want to zoom in just a little bit, and I'm going to take that off here because you're going to be able to see where this is, maybe specifically. Watch that little notch right about there. That's where we're seeing that area north of Greenville. And of course, I'll zoom in just a little bit more in just a second. And I know Scott's going to pull up that debris signature that's going to hit me. So bear with me here as we talk about where this is specifically in Greenville. I want to zoom down to ground level and get out ahead of this so we can track this storm for you here as I maybe pause this here just a little bit. This is the area of circulation that I'm seeing right now on our radar as we have this confirmed tornado. That's what the pink outline is right now. You see this confirmed tornado. This is right here, and Scott will pull that up here shortly in terms of where you're able to see whether or not that debris has been lofted. But let's watch where this is and track out ahead of this and track it out of our area. And I know that it's working its way out of our viewing area completely, but I do want to track this for you here because even though it's moving at about 60 miles an hour, it's important to note that we're still seeing enough circulation, and we've seen that where it's starting to work its way out of our area, but it's staying north. And this is going to be north of Effingham at about 550, Scott. And that's actually interesting to see that we have this, because even look, some of the folks at the Weather Service were saying it's tough to see that unless they got reports from it, right? It wasn't evident on radar until just a second, and within the last 5 minutes. So, those reports are helpful if we can do them in a safe manner.
Yeah, exactly. And so we had that picture come in, and the spotters are helping us this afternoon because radar sees a lot. And as Gary's mentioned, we try to do that X-ray vision on it and kind of scan in here. This is your confirmed tornado warning. It includes Bond, Fayette County. Looks like that circulation is probably going to stay out of Montgomery County. But if you're in the Vandalia area, you do need to be in your safe place right now, inside, away from windows and doors as we continue to track this. We'll get a little bit closer here. Look in circulation. Again, it is a very messy storm mode, but we have little circulations trying to develop here. Let's look at this from a wind standpoint and see if we see anything that clearly shows. And right now I'd say I don't see it, but then you go to Mulberry Grove and we switch radars, and sure enough, it looks like there's probably something right in here, pretty close to Mulberry Grove, that is moving off towards the northeast. It's heading towards that area around Vandalia. So when we zoom in just a little bit closer here, what are we talking about? There's Bear Grove. This is Illinois Route 140. You've got Carlisle Road going out of Vandalia. I would say in this area, County Road 12 up to Shafter, you would want to be in your safe spot here going into Fayette County in Illinois. It did not look like it was an especially large tornado. It looked smaller for sure, but we have multiple visuals on this being reported, and we also have radar sites, 3 radar sites now to look at as well. Now, when we put the debris tracker on there, I know the debris just showed up out of the blue there. And there it is. So that debris showing up off to the west of Mulberry Grove doesn't show up as much from the Lincoln site. And, it's not quite as, I'd say this might be it here north of Mulberry Grove as we look from north of Evansville. But again, that's what it looks like from the St. Louis office and the radar there. So that's debris that's been lofted pretty high. So at the very least, we know something's on the ground. We have a picture of it. And so if you're in this area, you need to be in your safe spot. And again, that's going out of Mulberry Grove over towards Vandalia. Very rural area. You're out into the farm fields here, east of St. Louis from Bond and into Fayette County, right along and north of Highway 70. In addition, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings down here across parts of Clinton County into Washington County, and a little concerned with kind of how we're nudging things out, and National Weather Service just extending that a little farther east to include Marion County as this line's advancing onto the east. Again, we're starting, this is our more typical wavy line of thunderstorms where these would be the smaller tornadoes that spin up and perhaps don't last quite as long as they advance on to the east. But severe thunderstorm warnings now off to the east of St. Louis, extended through the rest of Clinton County, Washington County, and over into Marion County in Illinois. We also still have the severe thunderstorm warning down here across parts of Iron County and Reynolds County. And you see, you don't have to go too far south, and there's another tornado warning down over the float streams of the Ozark National Riverways here, down towards the Current River. So we still have these storms to watch, especially east and southeast of St. Louis. And that's where our severe weather threat is. Right now, the greatest threat from a tornado is going to be about east or just northeast of Mulberry Grove, just north of I-70, pushing into Fayette County, heading towards and north of Vandalia. We're seeing a little circulation there with that little spin up. So that's what we're tracking at this point. That's why that tornado warning is in effect for that area. You need to be in your safe spot, inside, away from windows and doors, lowest floor that you can get to, and as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is a confirmed tornado spotted just south of Greenville earlier, again, about ready to move into Fayette County, just north of Mulberry Grove from what we see on the radar screen right now. Gary, do you have anything new on that?
Yeah, not specifically on that, but I wanted to point out some of the notches that you were talking about, and I'll look at that specifically. I do want to talk about those severe thunderstorm warnings that, like I mentioned, if you've been following our stream since about 10:30, it all looks like a total mess, and it really is. And that is because of all the counties and types of warnings that are involved and just the way that all these storms are. These storms are a mess, and now they're starting to see, you'll see this S. And I want to point out where this is right now in regards to where that tornado warning is.
And there's a new tornado warning that'll be coming.
That's coming, right? And it's probably for one of these that I wanted to point out, simply because as we're starting to see these little inflows where we're starting to see those leading edge, we've had a lot of these that I wanted to point out. From one end of the radar where you're starting to see those toward and away from the radars, and then, you know, as I switch to this different radar, you'll start to see as it's getting closer to this other radar that's away from the St. Louis office, this is where you're starting to see these little areas right now. And these severe thunderstorm warnings that are in place right now still see that possibility that some of these are starting to spin up, as I believe Scott will mention, and my watch will ping, and I'll look at it in a second. But I want to point out, there it is right there, where we're seeing some of these areas specifically that are rotating. And this is from Oakville, this is from New Mendon, this is all the way from Centralia, and this is the area where we're seeing those leading edge spots right now. And like I said, the colors are going to get really silly simply because it's in between the St. Louis radar, and then we have Paducah's radar to the south, and we have areas in Lincoln. We're all in between that. So that's where the colors are going to be silly, right? And there's my watch ding here, and this is going to go from Washington County, Clinton County until 6:15. So we're with us for another 45 minutes. It's this area specifically. That's the area of rotation is, and I want to point out where this is specifically as I drag this a little further to the north. Now let's put a track on this thing, because as they continue to move at about 60 miles an hour, I want to point out where we are from New Minden, and let's get out ahead of this, and I think Breeze, Carlisle as well, just because of the way I'm seeing some of these things rotate on the leading edge of this, right? We have Salem at 5:52. We have Kinmundy at 6:02. So I've given you a nice 15, 20-minute heads up to get to your safe place. Watch us on the stream. We're going to continue to stay with you because we still have those areas along that specific spot where, as Scott's going to mention to you in a second, as I pull this back real quickly, as Scott's going to mention to you in a second, this is starting to get real messy in terms of the way things are. But at least this one right here, that's a pretty significant, at least 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the very least. And I know a lot of you are going to be able to perhaps see these in the distance, and there's some rotation, but we still want you to be able to, okay, if you're going to do that, go outside, look at it 20 minutes in advance, and then get to your safe place. We'll let you know when you can get back in, Scott, because now this is over a spot where there's no trees. You're going to be able to see this. It's still light outside. That's the main difference. We've got a couple of photogenic-looking tornadoes, but now we've got tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. There's a lot going on right now, Scott, and this is still not done.
No, it's not done. But the important thing to note here is, again, this is taking on more, instead of the long track supercell type thunderstorms, this is taking more of the quick hitting spin-up tornadoes look to it. And you see how this is nudging out here. So we got a couple of circulations here. It's really right along the Kaskaskia River, south of Carlisle Lake here, and along the border with Clinton and into Washington counties. So when we look at the radar products here, I know it's a little hard to see. And again, as Gary mentioned, the colors vary because we're on different radar sites scanning these storms. But we can tell that there is some pretty strong wind outside of any circulations here that's down south of Oakdale. That's why Oakdale, you're not in a tornado warning, and you're barely in it in Nashville, but you expect to see some strong winds going across the southern part of the county too. Just doesn't look like they'll be rotating per se. But we have those potential circulations. There were a couple of spots here, and they're sliding pretty rapidly towards the northeast. So that takes those circulations up along US 50 and across through Centralia and Sandoval and into Salem, perhaps into Iuka, and then also up into Kim Mundy and Patoka. We don't know exactly. When you start talking about these little spin-ups, when they're brief and they're spinning up like that, it becomes much more difficult to try to time them out because those spin-ups happen, they last for maybe 5-10 minutes and then they're gone, unlike the broad rotation in severe thunderstorms that are supercells. That it was what we were fearing today off to the south and east of St. Louis. And we haven't seen a whole lot, at least in our area. That's been the good news so far. But see, you're looking at a circulation here. This is to the northwest with the other storm that had the confirmed tornado warning. That's up here just northwest or north now of Vandalia and south of Ramsey. So this is basically sliding along. And I know this is, you're looking at the colors and they're not great colors here, but as this is pushing on to the east, it's going to go across US 51. There's North 1600th Street, Sefton. You're into Loudoun, Fayette County Road 2. Right? So you're in rural areas here where we have a lot of farm fields, but it's here along this line where we're seeing the potential spin-ups, and earlier we did in fact have a visual on that. So this time they've just dropped the confirmed part of that and just gone with a regular tornado warning. Again, that's going to take it all the way over to the Fayette County line. So this is going to last for another 10 or 15 minutes until that storm is out of the county. Then farther to the south, because we have these spinning little nubs at the leading edge of this storm as it's advancing along the Kaskaskia River towards Illinois 127, that's trying to slide across Clinton County, northeastern portions of Washington County, and that's going to go into Marion County. There's a lot of farm fields here, as Gary was mentioning. This is one of those things where you would be able to see it off in the distance more likely than not, but you also don't want to be standing out there when this wall of wind-whipped rain comes roaring in with that potential of a tornado. If you go out to look, you need to be ready to maneuver back into your safe place pretty quickly. We still have the severe thunderstorms down to the south. That does include Jefferson County in Illinois. It also includes Iron County in Missouri. Reynolds County out of the severe thunderstorm warning now, as it looks like that surge of wind is basically in the southern portions of Iron County. Unfortunately, this is about the fourth or fifth storm that's gone over Piedmont up to Des Arc and heading on towards Madison County, an area harder hit by storms earlier. Again, we're going to skip by that. I want to see if I can get a broader perspective here where some of these warnings are down to the south. These are the problem storms. As we're looking down to the south here, the ones that are out by themselves that have all the ingredients available to them versus what we're looking at, which is a messy, messy mode here because our storms that are in and around our area have been interacting with each other, overtaking each other, and colliding with each other, and that's creating just a mess with small circulations, the potential for brief tornadoes, heavy rain, and winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour as they continue to race off towards the east. About another hour of this at the most, and I think then we will be done and all of the severe threat will shift out of the 5 on your side area and head towards the Wabash River and more towards the Ohio River. And to be honest, from what we've seen so far, the ingredients have not been able to pull off intense long track tornadoes locally. And that was our big concern going into today, Gary.
Yeah, and sometimes until you get to that event, you never know whether or not something like this is going to happen, right? When all the ingredients are there, like we've had over the last few days, and we've talked about this at great length, but then all of a sudden it turns into this rain event necessarily, where as I pause this and show you all these polygons where you got red and yellow, and we start off with severe thunderstorm warnings where we may see a possible tornado, and then all of a sudden we see tornado warnings that we have radar confirmed tornado. That's where we have to look at this right now. And even as we kind of x-ray some of these storms and show you where the velocity product is at this moment, what you're able to see is specifically there are a couple of spots here that we continue to monitor where we're starting to see where some of those areas, like this area near Carlisle, that's where we have that potential for some sort of rotation, right? It maybe doesn't look as strong as we look at on this one specifically, and simply because of where the radar is. Like I mentioned, we go back and forth as it gets in the middle of 2 different radars. You're going to see some brighter greens here now, and it's really the wind near Oakville from Carlisle. That's the area that of concern that we have. At the very least, to me right now, this looks like a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust threat. So if you're in Meridian, you're in Salem, you're in Centralia, Kinmundy, to me, that's what we need to focus on at the very least. I think you're going to start to see a couple of these little notches here along the bottom where there could be possibly a couple of different spots that are rotating. That's where you're going to get that tornado warning from at the moment. But like I mentioned, even as we try to track this storm, which is, like Scott mentioned before, it is not a confirmed tornado, whether it is visually or on the radar, and that's why you have this outlined in red. And I know there's a lot of weird colors here. Like I said, it has to do with where the radar is, so we try to just explain that so you know that it's not some sort of Armageddon when we have purple on there, right? So this is what we're talking about here in terms of what's going on. These are the weak spin-up tornadoes. They may last 5 minutes or less. They are absolutely concerned, and we'll continue to track them. They are not the EF2 plus tornadoes that we talked about the potential for. That threat has gone. That is not going to be with us. We're going to track these little storms like this, which is near Carlisle, and I'll monitor that. And really, I think you could make a case for the reason that that's not even the particular reason that we have a tornado warning, but it's all along the leading edge of some of these, right? Where you have these little areas where they look like they maybe want to rotate. As we go back and forth from the radars, that's just kind of the site that it's going to do that for me on. As I zoom back out once again, pull this out one more time. Now I get back to the hand. That's where we're going to see a few of these, right? As I go like this, that's where I bounce back and forth to the radar. So just keep that in mind. As we start to look at the leading edge of some of this here from Nashville, this is where you're more likely transitioning to a wind gust threat, but it's really near Carlisle, really right off 161. That's where we're starting to see that. Now we have a new tornado warning for Fayette County, and that's going to go until 6:30. So you're stuck with us for a couple of more minutes, and I'll pull this back out, and we'll see once again where this is specifically so we can get an idea of that circulation. Like I said, that's probably right. I mean, this is all part of that leading edge where we saw those S's, and Scott's going to pull this back up, but I'll zoom back out for you in a second here to where you're able to see where, once again, it's all these little types of areas that almost look, let's call them like sea dragons, right? That's to me what they look like. They're little S's here, but they're all in these little notches here. These are these little weak areas of circulation. To me, that's what they look like here. You know, it's just like picking stuff in the clouds. I think that's our imagination, but that's what they look like to me here. Those areas where it's a 9, you can see that little area of rotation here, specifically among several of them, right? So that's where they're all kind of bunched up again, and that finally populated for me. That's where you're seeing those tornado warnings start to bunch up, to where we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that were issued first. Now we have the tornado warnings for all of those areas of circulation. So let's focus on it once again. That's the spot near Carlisle that I don't want to say to be concerned, but that's the one that I'm looking at to where, to me, that looks like the most favorable area of rotation as I switch the product here, and we're able to kind of go around. Like I said, this is going to bounce me back and forth to different products radar-wise, where if I get closer to this one, you may be able to see that circulation a little bit more. But that's the same spot that I was circling just a little bit more here from Carlisle to Clement. And now let's go further north and try to find a couple of more of these here. Like I said, Mulberry Grove, you'll see these little tiny areas of circulation. As Scott mentioned, these are not the long track significant EF2 plus tornadoes that get you over 130 mile an hour wind. These are probably under 100 mile an hour wind, but still, obviously, that needs to be taken seriously. So these could last 5 minutes or less, but they're going to be something that we have to monitor as we continue to look along this line where you see these minor areas of circulation. And I know, like I said, and if you're just kind of tuning in because your sirens went off and you want to know what's going on, this one near Ramsey as well. Now we have an additional severe thunderstorm warning for Madison County until 6:15. But it's these little areas right here where we're starting to see, at the very least, a 60 to 70 mile an hour wind threat. This is going to get your attention at the very least, and the potential for some of these tornadoes and these storms on the leading edge of that particular area to rotate. And so it's that area, Scott, that we're looking at, which is getting awfully messy. A positive sense that it's getting messy, it keeps us from those big long track tornadoes. The negative sense of it getting messy is it's kind of hard for us to message where the tornado is and what's going on when you got 5, 6, 7 polygons and you got this, which doesn't necessarily look like a tornado, and it's just raining outside, right?
Yeah, and you have some heavy rain in here too. Plus, again, the emphasis here is these are quick spin-up type things. We're into the wavy line of thunderstorms. We get the quick rotations. They're not going to be the long track tornadoes that we feared, but they still are causing some problems for us out there at this hour. So we have our tornado warning here into Fayette County. That does stretch over into Effingham County. But you have one in northern Fayette County for a circulation that's not too far from Ramsey right now, and that's sliding off towards the east. And so you're basically looking at that into Carson right now. Eventually, it's going to slide by to the north of Effingham over the course of the next hour. Here's that next area with the circulation showing up around Kaskaskia or so, and that could be in Otago over to Wilburton. Again, between now and 6 o'clock, so in the next 20 minutes or so, and then it slides on off and out of Fayette County. We look farther to the south. Here's the area that we're dealing with right now, coming out of Clinton County and out of Washington County, stretching in across Interstate 57 into Marion County. There are several little circulations along here that we're having to deal with, and each one of them may be producing a tornado that stays on the ground for 5 to 8 minutes or so, but they're not going to be especially strong. Even so, you still need to be inside, away from windows and doors during this time with your shoes on and staying safe. But we're thinking about 556 over into the Salem area. So we're getting, within 10 or 15 minutes from this being right over along Interstate 57 and that circulation showing up there. Down farther to the south, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in Perry County. It has since expired in Iron County, but notice we're not too far away from tornado warnings here that are down towards Greenville, Missouri, and then stretching down towards Elsinore. Those storms have been problematic. That is in Paducah's area as this whole line continues to advance on to the east. Again, it's become very messy. These storms no longer along this line have access to the open, unfiltered, if you will, ingredients, raw ingredients to produce the intense tornadoes like they do farther to the south in western Kentucky into portions of Arkansas and western Tennessee. That's good for us in that what we're dealing with now are these small, quick spin-up type tornadoes. We also have torrential rain. We also have some straight line winds in here of 55 to maybe 65, 70 miles per hour. We've had some reports in Madison County, Illinois, of some power poles down, not too far from St. Jacob. We've had some reports, I think, in Washington, Clinton County, eastern portions of St. Clair County, of some power outages in those areas because of winds. And we know the winds have been pretty strong down Interstate 55 earlier as those storms were working, as this line was working its way across Interstate 55 and across the Mississippi River onto the Illinois side. We still have that potential of, tornadoes farther south in those storms that have better access to the ingredients that are more substantial. Look at that storm southwest of Paducah. It's just getting ramped up, and it's not really being filtered by these by the line of thunderstorms that we're now dealing with here, which has turned into more of this, more of the linear storm system that we traditionally see, give us those brief, most of the time fairly weekend tornadoes, EF0, EF1s most of the time, and they don't stay on the ground very long, and they just zip off to the east. So again, you're looking at that eastern portions of Fayette County. If we pop the wind on here right now and just kind of look at the velocity, you can see some semblance of a circulation there. I mean, we're over the farm fields here of northeastern portions of Fayette County, east of Ramsey. So pretty much that threat has shifted east of US 51 here, which runs north and south through the county. But along and south of 70, you still have the potential that there's another circulation in there as well. And then we go down a little bit farther to the south here. There's another little circulation pretty close to Vandalia. You see that little nub, it looks like there, that's coming out of Clinton County that's going to try to get into Marion County. But then as we look farther to the south, let me go back over here and see if I see anything with that band. Yeah, it looks like most of it's up here in Clinton County versus being in Washington County. But we're out here in no man's land when you get over.
New one now for Fredericktown if you want to go down there.
Okay, well, let's go down there and see what we got. So Fredericktown, and that's going to include southeastern portions of St. Francis County too. Oh yeah. So here's the vantage point that we've got. There's your pretty strong winds and the potential there that you're getting some sort of circulation that's coming in. I'd bet that the worst of this would stay, if it's moving northeast, it probably stays just outside of St. Francis County. Again, that's down towards SBRF and south of SBRF Scout Ranch, going down 67 towards Fredericktown. But that very well may be moving into parts of Perry County and could kind of slide into southern portions, St. Genevieve County. It's certainly possible. And then perhaps across the river into Randolph County. We'll see how this goes. But again, it looks like that's a pretty, not necessarily outside of the realm of possibilities here. Because it's messy. So again, I don't think it's a long track tornado there. I think you're looking at more of the spin up kind of scenario that's a pretty quick hitter as you go across from Madison County in Missouri over into southern portions of St. Francis County, eventually into southern St. Genevieve and northern portions of Perry County. So that's the area that maybe has a little better access to some of those ingredients. But as we look off to the east of St. Louis here, with these tornadoes that have been reported, confirmed out around Greenville, none of these are confirmed tornadoes at this point, but the circulations are still showing up on the radar screen. They're quick hitting. They don't last very long, probably do EF0, EF1 damage, and again, a pretty narrow path there. So these are not long track tornadoes. The important thing to also note, now the rest of the metro area, including Metro East, Madison, St. Clair, Monroe counties, your severe weather threat, pretty much over here. We still have some rain, but then we look west and north, and the back edge of the rain is getting into St. Charles County, into Franklin County. So we are winding this down as we push this off to the east. We still have the concerns right along US 51 and points east especially for the potential of some of these stronger storms causing some spin-up tornadoes, and then across southeast Missouri with still this area where we, again, have some rotation showing up on the radar screen at this hour, Gary.
Yeah, and I think that one to me gets my attention a little bit more simply because it had already rained there. We already had a line that rained through there, and it still has enough energy to produce these things. But like you mentioned, the key point is the fact that we are not seeing those strong tornadoes. We have at least dialed it down in that regard. And these tornadoes, at least to me, are those brief, weak spin-up tornadoes that we so often mention that are most likely creating under 100-mile-an-hour winds, somewhere between 70 and 100-mile-an-hour wind, which, of course, that is absolutely going to get your attention. And that's why we're talking to you at great length and producing and talking about these things. But they're not the 130-plus-mile-an-hour tornadoes that they're likely to see to our south. I do want to look at a few of these spots where the circulation still is imminent here at this point. One of them being that it just moved through Des Arc, which of course is all in our mind as well. But you can see where these tornado warnings that are in place south of our area, that is one that I was going to at least look at for the leading edge of that circulation and whether or not it was going to spot some of the areas to the south. But you're still seeing some of these spots, which actually to me, this is probably the biggest hail that we're more likely to see, at least at this moment. And you're probably starting to see some pretty good hail here right along north of Sandoval, near Salem as well. And it's this area specifically that we're probably seeing the biggest hail here at the moment. Now, as I get back here, and I want to show you where some of that hail is specifically here as we continue to at least move this a little further north. Right now, to me, that hail is probably showing up a little bit more near south of Kaskaskia as well, Patoka. To me, this is where we're probably seeing that rotation as we switch views. And it's these little spots here that near Mount Vernon where we're starting to see this all become a mess. And really, the reason that we don't expect that to be as bad as it was is simply because it is raining in between these areas of circulation. And while they're not going to last all that long, that's how much of a mess this is. Positive to keep our storms threat down, but you know, negative, it's tough to at least show where this stuff is. I took all the severe thunderstorm warnings off, and I wanted to point out just where the active tornado warnings are. That's why we're interrupting nightly news and some of these other things here, as we're talking about this from Kinmundy. This is Salem. If you're in Centralia, Sandoval, that spot that I just pointed out, where it's tough to see where the tornado is, that's a tornado warning right now. Further to the north, you're also seeing a couple of different polygons from our viewing area, Laclede, Kaskaskia, Vandalia, still even into Ramsey as well. And it all has to do with some of these minor areas of circulation, which are not necessarily so evident unless I pull up a different product and we go to some of these spots here specifically. And like I mentioned, it's these little areas where you're starting to see that near Walnut Hill, right here, these little nudges here on the leading edge. And, you know, you get that leading edge wind, but you also see that twisting as it interacts with that favorable environment. And that's where we're starting to see that at least potential. And that's why we have these tornado warnings that are in place. Like I said, even as I scroll through along, either sometimes they're not very evident or sometimes they're not all that impressive, but they're enough to where you're seeing that potential for maybe even a 5 to 10 minute tornado. And then behind it, those brighter colors, that indicates a real burst of wind. And so when you see any wind moving from the other direction, that's where we have some of these spots that are at least providing the opportunity for at least severe weather in that regard. So that's why we're talking about these little brief weak tornadoes that are still possible for the next at least 15 to 20 minutes, I would say. And I think you're probably going to be able to really, Scott, I think once we get through these, and maybe that one in southern Missouri, that's, I think we're going to be able to, all right, hey, we're done. You know, we're just transitioning to it's going to rain and then the sun sets and things are quieter.
Right, and I think we're getting there. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. And we've been very fortunate. Even though we have problems out there, even though we have some damage across the region, it's not like what we're seeing with these individual cells that are farther out in the open, that have all of the available ingredients for them, that are down across western portions of Tennessee, western Kentucky, down towards the Boot Heel into Arkansas. They've had some really devastating tornadoes. Ours have been relatively small, as these storms haven't been able to take into account or actually access all of those individual ingredients to make them work for the storms. Now, they've been bad enough for sure, but still, it could have been a lot worse here, and it still will be for areas farther south and southeast of St. Louis. So just kind of echoing what Gary just did a few minutes ago, I just took off the radar here so we can see where the warnings are, because there's a lot of polygons and the radar is full right now with color. It's lit up like a tree. All right, so eastern portions, northeastern portions of Fayette County, that's for the one circulation that's east of Ramsey that's starting to move out. That'll go into northern Effingham County. We have the southern portions of the circulation in Fayette County that has another warning there. We have what's coming out of portions of Clinton County, sliding into Marion County. That has you from Centralia to Salem up to Kinmundy and Patoka in that tornado warning. Then we have the other cell that has a tornado warning down in Madison County right now. So with these cells off to the east of St. Louis, again, it's the way you see all the little S's, if you will. Would you call them seahorses?
Seahorses is what they look like to me.
They kind of do look like seahorses. And so they're out here, and each one of those has the capability of having some rotation in it, and certainly the potential that we're going to drop a brief tornado. Don't think it's going to be something that lasts for an extended period of time, but that circulation is there. Let's see if we can just stop that so that it stops rotating on me here, and we'll see what we get. So these storms pushing on in here, and they have moved on to the east. So you still are looking at this wavy line. And within this wavy line, we look and we see if we can find some rotation. There's a little bit there. There's a little bit here off to the southeast, maybe some down towards Salem. But again, when you're looking at this, there's nothing that really stands out and screams. It's a huge, huge problem. These would be pretty small, quick hitting. Now, outside of the potential for that quick hitting tornado, you also have winds that are in that 55 to 60 mile per hour range. And so we've had some power outages with this as well. And now you're looking at these storms racing out of Fayette County and heading on to the north and east. So, you know, another 10, 15 minutes here and we'll see those storms get mostly out of Fayette County. Then we look down to the south here, and we're looking here down into Marion County. This doesn't scream, I've got a tornado anywhere on the ground right now, but we know there's little rotations here, and the potential's certainly there because the wind fields are strong, and we have the availability for that to develop. The area around Fredericktown here, this looks like there is some circulation there. We know we've had some strong winds with this storm. This is Madison County, Missouri, going into far southern portions of St. Genevieve County. Let's pop some winds on here and see if we see anything that looks overly impressive in those areas. Kind of checking it out, it looks like we've kind of gone just to the east, perhaps, of Fredericktown with some of the stronger winds for that. And it may be, as we're looking at this, you may have a pretty good at the leading edge of this line of storms. You may be looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour winds just at the leading edge of that. Again, when we look at this across the rest of the metro area, you know, it's our far eastern counties and our far southern counties that still have that severe weather threat. This Madison County storm may still be an issue for parts of St. Genevieve County, into Perry County, into Randolph County. We'll see. We've had so many storms over these same areas, you would think the atmosphere would have toned it down a little bit, but that hasn't happened.
Now we got Fayette County, Illinois.
Yeah, again, for a little longer.
Yeah, 15 more minutes.
15 more minutes. So, yeah, it's basically off to the east. And of course, here in about 2.5 minutes or so, we will restart our 6 o'clock news. We'll also get a chance shortly to hear from some of our reporters who are out there. We think Tracy Hinson has had a chance to get into that area where the Potosi storm touched down just a little while ago. So again, something that we will find out more about and get more details on. But right now, it's Fayette County, Marion County. Those two, because of this wavy, you know, Gary's got it, seahorses here. They're moving rapidly northeast. So another 15, 20 minutes, and that's out of the picture. And then we just have to worry about what's on the southern part of this and whether that's going to create any additional problems, specifically with this little batch of storms that's down St. Genevieve, St. Francis, Madison counties, and then going south from there as that moves and races off to the north and east. Again, we've had this atmosphere worked over quite a bit. So you would think at this point we would start to see either steady state or perhaps even weakening.
Now Perry
on some of
County.
these storms. Perry County? Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, they're going to just drag that tornado
Yep.
warning over because the circulation's there. So if we kind of look, there's the circulation showing up. That's pretty good circulation towards Fredericktown. Very interesting because just a minute ago, we didn't have something that looked quite like that. So wonder if we go back just a little bit, see if that just popped in there like that. Interesting. And that's out of Paducah's radar.
Yeah, no, they're talking about even the Weather Service is saying this is a very strong circulation. So
Yeah.
that's one of our stronger ones that we've seen recently, right? And that's, I was going to mention, I know that we're going to talk a little bit about this in detail shortly, but that's one I was talking about, looking at and saying, I'm surprised because it rained there just a few minutes ago and it rained hard.
Yeah,
and
it
then
rained
now
hard.
we're still dealing with that, right? So, you know, I think that's the fact that shows you how the atmosphere is a little bit on the strange side, right? And that's why we still continue to talk to you here, even close to 6 o'clock as we continue to focus on this. But, you know, for the most part, we're still looking at that particular storm. We have multiple tornado warnings in our area right now as we continue to focus on storms that push out of the Metro East and in central Illinois and focus on that one further to the south. Those are the spots that we continue to monitor here as we continue our weather impact storm coverage as part of 5 on Your Side. We'll continue that here in the 6 o'clock hour.
This is 5 on Your Side at 6. Focused on you.
A tornado caught on camera tearing through Washington County.
On the ground.
Our weather impact alert continues, but the severe threat is easing up for many of us. However, Viewers keep sending in some shocking video as communities continue to assess the damage. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Bush.
And I'm Ann Allred. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell and meteorologist Gary Frank. They are tracking these storms as they continue to pop up. Let's get to Scott.
Yeah, we still have our tornado warnings here off to the east of St. Louis. And now that tornado warning coming out of Madison County going into Perry County. I think we'll probably be adding southern portions of St. Genevieve County to that, as well as just within the last couple of minutes, we saw that strengthen a little bit in terms of a circulation here around that Fredericktown area and off to the east. So that is of concern because that looks like a pretty tight circulation that's in that area right now, just off to the east of Fredericktown. And that's going to push, we think, right along this point where Perry County and Madison County, St. Genevieve County, and St. Francis County all come together and meet and then just kind of roll northeast from there as well. So Perryville's actually in that tornado warning. Odds are the track of that would take it to the northwest of Perryville. But again, that is of concern right now. This is our latest tornado warning, our newest tornado warning for northern portions of Perry County at this point. And then we're looking at this point at that storm. I want to put a track on it real fast just to give you exact locations of who might be impacted by that circulation as it's racing off to the north and northeast. I mean, you're talking Highland, you're talking Perryville, you're talking Wine Hill, and then over towards Sado. Okay, so if it stays together, it may also impact portions of St. Genevieve County and also portions of Randolph County. The other tornado warnings that we have right now, eastern portions of Fayette County, we've had a couple of distinct circulations here. Most of that is now east of Vandalia, and the northern one's almost out of Fayette County. The southern one's taken a little longer, and then down into Marion County in Illinois. This area off to the east, again, you've got your wavy line of thunderstorms, severe thunderstorms producing winds of 55 to 70 miles per hour, and then some circulations in there with the potential of some brief spin-up tornadoes as this line continues to advance on to the east. So really all along this line from eastern portions of Fayette County right down Interstate 57, Patoka, Kimunde, Salem, off to Iuka. And now we think that line is going to keep going right on towards Flora, Clay City. So we'll need you in your safe place here with as many walls between you and the outside as possible and on the lowest floor. Make sure you're wearing your shoes. These would not be big tornadoes. They're going to be the quick spin-ups that usually don't stay on the ground for an extended period of time but do cause some problems. Again, tracking out of the eastern portions of our viewing area here over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. It's what's down to the south here that leaves us with more problematic circulations. That one now that's coming out of the Fredericktown area, spreading towards Perry County. That has the tornado warning in effect for this area here that's going to last until at least 6:15, maybe a little bit longer. But the good news that we have is as you look around St. Louis, points to the west, we are getting rid of the severe weather threat. So for St. Louis, points west, your severe weather threat is over. We probably have another hour or so of rainfall in the metro area. It'll take a little longer to get this mess, and these are messy storms interacting with each other off to the east and southeast of St. Louis. It's going to take a little while longer to get that out of the picture, but we think by 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at the latest, most of this, at least from a severe weather standpoint, is easily exited out of our area. Gary, what do you have for us?
Yeah, just kind of talking more about those little circulations as we continue to try to find where they are. And you still look at, obviously, a mix of severe thunderstorm warnings, you have tornado warnings, and there's a whole lot of colors on it. As we try to talk about what that is here, when we look at what's happening here at this moment, what you'll notice here is we have a mix of colors here. From Kinmundy, we also have severe thunderstorm warnings. You'll notice the leading edge of this from Fredericktown. This is still moving into an area where, you know, it's actually has rained there before, and it's raining in Cape Girardeau, but this is the leading edge where we continue to see this whole area where we have these little areas of rotation, and they're tough to see. And I'm going to flash on a different look at them here quickly here as we continue to monitor the fact that a lot of these storms, as I take the radar off completely, you'll notice that we actually had some rain here earlier, and you would think that that would settle down the atmosphere, cool things down, but it didn't really do that. This storm's held together. to me, that tells what the environment is. And like I said, and we've mentioned that these are the brief, weak tornadoes, fortunately, because if we had not had that rain and these storms colliding and these storms were by themselves, they would be the stronger type that are on the ground for a while. And we've only seen one that's been on the ground for a while. Otherwise, they've been on the weak side. So as we continue to make sense of what's going on, I do want to focus on that storm specifically near Fredericktown and try to find out where the shape continues to be. Because I think as we look at what's happening here at the moment, you'll notice that even as we continue to track the specifics of where this is, like I said, this is all very messy. And that's one of the reasons that not only from a let's talk about this standpoint from me to you, but also these storms just are tough to find where the specific rotation is. And because they're all running into each other, they create boundaries. And as they run into each other, they add their own boundaries. You add these little small areas of rotation. And then also they may just kind of turn into this big blob where you're getting that rain and you're getting significant wind as well in terms of that. So let's focus on where this is now. As I switch radars, you get that little break in Perryville. I want to try to find where I think that circulation is and talk about where this is if you're not already taking it seriously here. And it really is right about here that we're going to specifically look at this, and I'll zoom out and find that specifically. But really, even as that looks to Perryville within the next 15 minutes, really, I know part of this is on the outside edge of our viewing area, but it still is impacting areas in southern Illinois and the southern portion of the Illinois side. You'll notice where we start to see these little notches in between, and that's where we've seen some of the brief wind bursts. And I think at the very least, that's where the wind is. And I'll point where some of these are out, because even as they're starting to work their way out, that's the little notches that I was talking about on the leading edge of where this wind is here. You'll notice that one as well on 57. It's not going to let me draw on that one now, but I'll find some of the spots near Fredericktown. You can really see where some of that is as I get rid of this thing here in just a second. But we're just going to do this because it's probably faster. But as we look at this right here, that's where that lone tornado warning is as it works its way to the north. We also have these little spots near Fredericktown. You can see red and green, that's toward the radar and away from the radar. Those are the areas of circulation that we continue to monitor. And like I said, when we look for these little areas of circulation, they're not the, they're not the signature that is on the ground like we had the tornado that was in Potosi earlier and north of Potosi, but we have these broad areas of rotation where you look, the wind is toward the radar, away from the radar, and that's why you have this thin line right about here. And even right here specifically, I do want to zoom in because even though it's getting into, let's call it radar no man's land as it's far away from some of these, I do want to look at this specific area right on 51. And I think this is probably the significant spot where if you're looking toward Perryville and 55, just south of Silver Lake, that's the area of circulation that I'd be most concerned with, that it at least could produce a 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust. Whether or not it produces a tornado or not briefly remains to be seen, but it's going right across 55 toward Perryville within the next 7 minutes. And let's call it 5 minutes just because of the radar data being just a little bit behind, Scott. And those areas, to me, this is the most impressive spot, and look into the south because it's already rained there very consistently, and it still has enough juice to create those little areas of rotation. And that just, I think, tells us how strong this environment was just even waking up and seeing cloud cover, and we still got to 80 plus degrees in many of these spots.
Yeah, and the humidity's there. The winds have been with us all day long. We do have some scattered power outages across the area too. Some of that's storm related, some of it's wind related. But that storm, we got a wall cloud looking southwest of Perryville right now. So that storm, of course, is the most problematic of the storms that we're seeing right now. And you can see that rotation kind of showing up. There's a little bit, there it is. So southwest of Perryville, and it's moving northeast bound. So we definitely have the circulation there, kind of putting a track on it. Again, pretty close here to tracking near, if not just a little north of Perryville. But that's going to head up towards Chester too. So we may get Randolph County into this. We may also get parts of southern St. Genevieve County. If you're along the St. Genevieve Perry County line, you're in that spot where you're awfully close to where this thing may be tracking. So we want you in your safe place down in this area as that storm continues to work towards the northeast. Again, even though it's pouring right now in Sparta, none of what we're seeing in Randolph County is severe at the moment. But we have had some strong winds already with the storms that have rolled through. We still have our 2 other tornado warnings. They're almost done here. Eastern portions of Marion County. This is east of Salem. They've had the heavy rain. They've had the strong winds around Salem. That's now pushing into Iuka. We look here at the winds with this, and the potential here that we do have some sort of circulation not too far from Iuka, maybe just off to the east of Salem, but that's surging out eastern portions of Marion County. Then that's going to go into parts of Clay County. And now we have a new tornado warning for Clay County, basically extending this area farther to the east to go into Clay and Effingham counties. So Clay County, that includes Flora, Clay City, up towards Blair. You need to be in your safe spot at this point. Again, these would be briefer tornadoes, smaller tornadoes, EF0s, EF1s, but they still cause damage, and there's still plenty of wind outside and away from those thunderstorms to cause some problems. Then we look up here as we go into eastern portions of Fayette County. It doesn't look like there's much left in terms of circulations there, as that storm is finally starting to move farther to the east and goes on into Effingham County and gets out. So as we look back across the rest of the region, we're looking at these strong to severe thunderstorms east and southeast of St. Louis. Have a new tornado warning now for the rest of Perry County for that southern cell that's down there. So Perry County, Missouri, still under the gun right now. We'll see how that goes over the next 10 or 15 minutes. We're almost done with Marion as well as Fayette counties. We still have Clay County, Illinois. All right. The rest of this area, where we have some pretty steady rain in the Metro East, even down towards Farmington. Once we get this back edge of the rain out of here, that's it. The severe weather threat for the metro area is over. It has ended. Any threat has shifted farther south and east. So you're relatively quiet going west and northwest of St. Louis. The rain is even letting up. The greatest area of concern right now is what we see down here towards Perryville, approaching Perryville, with that storm now starting to show maybe some hail signature in there too. You might be seeing some larger hail with this storm. Let's look at the winds again, see what we're looking at there. There's one option. Here's another. And it does look like there's something in this general vicinity here just off to the southwest of Perryville. So this is, you know, west of 55. That's near Silver Lake, which had some pretty good storms earlier. So this is going to be moving, you know, over 55, then over 61, and then heading towards the Mississippi River here in the next few minutes. I want to look and see if we see anything on the debris tracker. And it may or may not take it at this point. I don't think we could say that that is anything notable just yet, just based on that. So we can't say that anything's actually touched down, but we can say that circulation's there, and it still looks fairly strong here as we go into this area. Down here to the southwest and to the west of Perryville, moving northeastbound. So, and we have, because of the other storms that are farther to the south, we actually have that new tornado warning that comes across the rest of Perry County. So again, if you're in your safe place right now, you're doing everything you can to stay safe. You're staying up to speed on what's going on with these storms. You know, you're doing everything right. These storms will be passing through Perry County in the next 10 or 15 minutes. I think we're pretty much done with our severe weather threat here in Fayette County. We still have to get through these storms coming out of Marion County into Clay County in Illinois right now. So that's going to be rolling along 50 and heading towards Highway 45 that goes from Flora all the way up towards Effingham. Not a pleasant drive tonight down along Interstate 57. A lot of gusty winds, torrential rain. 55 has been the same way. 64 has been the same way. A lot of gusty winds. Some damage, some power outages have been reported across the area. Obviously, we're just finding out more information about the tornado that touched down in Potosi earlier this afternoon when the storms were a bit more organized than they are right now. And, you know, that was, what, 3 3.5 hours ago, it takes a while for the information to filter back through all the channels to where we can get it, because a lot of times after there's damage, you also have power outages and the lines of communication don't always immediately open up. It takes a little bit of effort to get some of that information. Again, eastern portions of Marion County into Clay County in Illinois, and also for this storm down here into Perry County, Missouri. That still has circulation with it, still some strong wind potential, still some tornado potential with that storm. The severe weather threat around the St. Louis metro area is now over, even though we are still looking at some rain off to the east of St. Louis. And Gary, I think in the next 15 to 30 minutes, I think you're really going to confine any severe weather threat more over the southeast quadrant. And it's honestly surprising that the storms that have been in Madison and Perry counties in Missouri have been able to maintain the strength after so much rain fell with the earlier thunderstorms across that area.
Yeah, I know, and you just saw that brand new one just go up there, right? As we continue to look at, our next, that tornado warning out of our area, of course, but, the fact that it's continued to rain like this, but still find ways to utilize all the other ingredients that are in place where you see those areas of rotation. And that's what we want to point out here, because as you look at this wide area, this is probably the most impressive one here at the moment. I know a lot of it is on the further southern edge here, and now we have a continuation here of that next one in Marion County. But the southern portion here of Perryville, like I mentioned, there are embedded circulations within this. And this is where I want to take an x-ray and look at this velocity here south of Perryville. And this is where we look at the toward and away from the radar. And that's where we're starting to see those areas of rotation right about to cross 55 here into Perryville. And that's what we're looking at. And that's the reason that we have this tornado warned storm. As I take this away, you really can't see that, right? That's the reason for this being so difficult here, because look at all the mess on the radar. We really have to use all of our tools here at this moment. Same goes for Iuka, where we had that most recent, even spotted a funnel cloud at the very least. And so that's one of the reasons that we've seen that. Well, that was just shared from the emergency manager, and you could really see that. In fact, he mentioned that it was off to the south. As we continue to see this here, and you'll notice that overall, look at where these little notches are right on the edge here. As we look at that potential here, where you right along south of Iuka here, that to me is the most likely area of circulation that we have seen. And that's all part of that tornado warning that involves Flora and Clay County on the Illinois side. So that's the reason that we need to take this seriously, because this could be anywhere from 70 to 100 miles an hour in terms of the wind here as we look at that different product here. And I want to point that out in terms of where we are, and so that I can track this for you here into Flora and areas right near that circulation. You'll see that the most latest radar scan here as we go into Flora. You're able to see that here from 625. So you still have, if you're not in your safe place right now, keep that in mind, because we are seeing rain that is light out ahead of it, but we have at least seen this particular system produce at the very least a funnel cloud, and that's why we have this tornado warning that is in place. You'll notice as I pull on this different product here where we just show nothing but the wind toward and away from the radar. And we also, of course, have these spots where those are the little notches out ahead of it where you're seeing those spots specifically. And if we want to get to right on the ground surface here and zoom into street level specifically, that's where we're going to be able to see some of these little notches and these little areas out ahead of it, right? It's these spots right here. And I know they're brief, and that's a good thing, because these are different from our earlier threat we were talking about all afternoon. But still, the threat is there that we have some of these that have at least had the capability of producing a tornado, or people have seen funnels. And you'll notice that a couple of it has to do with the fact that, watch one thing, the wind goes in this way, the wind goes the other side, and that's where we're seeing that. And because of all the boundaries that all these storms create, that's where you see these little areas of twisting and those funnels that drop briefly. And that's why we want you to pay attention to this in Flora here. Like I mentioned, from a track standpoint, this is, hopefully you're already paying attention to this in Flora among other areas, but specifically in Flora and Kenner at 623. So I hopefully you're already paying attention there. 628 in Flora, you have about 5 minutes. Let's just do that. And it's all these little areas of circulation that are along that line specifically that we're starting to see. Even as we focus on the ones to the south, you'll still see that one from Perryville. To me, that's the most impressive one that we have region-wide, and especially when you consider the fact fact that it rained there earlier, and we're starting to see that one lone spot where you can see where those colors are getting a little brighter. Let's zoom in on that. I know Scott's looking at this, and I'll send it to him in a second, but we're looking at that one little area right now that's about to cross 55, in all likelihood already has crossed 55, and that's where you're probably at the very least seeing the clouds rotate. But as you're getting closer to Perryville, between 55 to 61 here, that's where we're going to continue to see that potential. So leading on the leading edge of things, that's where we're looking at that rotation. But once again, these tornado warnings that are in place on the Clay County, Illinois side, you'll see once again a couple of more spots here where these notches are starting to settle in, right? This is not a straight line. If it was a straight line up and down like that, that's where we have the straight line wind gust. If it's a straight line like that, when we start to see those little notches in between there, that's where you start to see those little areas where, now we have continued little updates here. Let me look at this next one. That is Randolph County, Illinois that we have for our next tornado warning. And, Scott has already got that queued up and dialed in. Let's talk about that one, Scott. What's
Yeah,
specifics?
that is your Perryville storm, or the one that's very close to Perryville. That circulation going over Silver Lake, and that potentially is going to have an impact here in southern portions of Perry County, and as well as southern portions of Randolph County going into Illinois. So that's what we're dealing with. Just outside of this, farther down to the south, we do have a confirmed tornado with that storm. But again, St. Louis area, points north and west, you are out of the threat area at this point. So where are our warnings? We still have Clay County under a tornado warning. We also have eastern and southeastern portions of Marion County under a tornado warning. Most likely, the more impressive storm that seems more capable of producing a tornado is the one with the circulation very close to Perryville right now and moving into Randolph County. So this is the area that we're kind of watching here for that potential of something more significant. These off to the east of St. Louis, over to Marion County, east of Salem. Centralia's had some wind damage. We have some power outages. Emergency Management in Centralia reporting that now. But it doesn't look like we're talking like major tornado tracks there. Those would be small cells. This one that's farther to the south here, down towards Perry County, that actually is basically showing us a pretty good circulation that's in here that seems to be approaching the Perryville area. And I'm going to flip back a little bit, because as we get different radar pictures, we can find different views of what this looks like. And I want to make sure we're staying up to speed here, because some of our radar, it looks like Paducah may be lagging behind a little bit. So I'm going to go here and use this radar, because it looks like Paducah's site, see, when we went there, it looks like it jumped back, and I don't think it would jump that far. So it looks like that circulation's already crossed over 55 as best we can tell. We're on the St. Louis radar. Let's look down here and see what we see. Looks like it's on the north side of Perryville with some semblance right there, east of 61, heading towards the Mississippi River. This will likely stay just south of Chester, but not by far, okay? So it's going to cross over the river here, cross over the Mississippi, and then go into southern portions of Randolph County in Illinois. So east of Perryville, northeast of Perryville, and moving towards the northeast from there. So again, you're in a pretty rural area here. McBride, this is along US 51. Looks like that circulation there is just right crossing over 51 right now, and about ready to move onto the other side. Probably stays just south of Chester, but you're going to be close to it in Chester, Illinois. So you got your County Road 5 over towards Rockwood, Illinois. This is the area we're watching here towards Wine Hill, Steelville, Illinois. These are the areas here in Randolph County where this is a more potential, bigger type storm and more significant type tornado. The rotation's indicative of that, and the ingredients are generally more favorable across southeast Missouri, southern Illinois. Not to say that they aren't favorable over in Clay County and far eastern Marion County where we're looking at that, but they tend to be more favorable in this area, despite the fact having wave after wave after wave of heavy rain and thunderstorms already rolling through this area in the last hour or two. So again, when we look at this from the reflectivity, we're seeing potentially some hail here that's just east of 55 and working towards Chester. And then that circulation is showing up right along just east of 51, and that likely is going to stay just south of Chester, between Chester and Rockwood is what we're thinking going into Randolph County. If it holds together, if this thing's on the ground, it likely is producing some damage at this point based on the circulation that we're seeing on the radar. Now, we get back up here to this storm, eastern portions of Marion County. It looks like the leading edge of that is getting to the point where we could probably say our circulations are more in line with what's going on here right along the leading edge of the storm as it's pushing across and towards US 45 into Clay County. So not everywhere are we dealing with those circulations. It looks like there's one that's kind of either between Larkinsburg and Flora. And let me get up there. Again, I kind of got to look. My thing here doesn't always match what's back here. So as we're looking up here, there's one that's towards Blair. I'd say that's a potential circulation there. And then we go south. This looks like just to the northwest. This is north of Xenia towards the area around northwest of Flora. That's probably a little bit of a circulation, maybe something on the ground there that tries to track towards Louisville as we go through the next few minutes or so, as this is rapidly pushing off to the north and east. I think our tornado threat kind of winding down here, eastern portions of Marion County in Illinois, but still that circulation here down towards Perry County has our attention at this hour as it's coming farther to the east and trying to move on across the river and at this point towards the southern portions of Randolph County. So you're seeing that here. This is off to the southwest of Chester, pretty close to that area between Chester and Rockwood. This will cross Illinois Route 3, may impact areas along Route 3 there, but also as it spreads northeast, Wine Hill is in the path of this there in Randolph County. So you need to be in your safe place here as we're looking at some circulation showing up, maybe more than one down here. And this a more impressive overall presentation as you kind of see a little bit of a hook almost trying to develop there. That amidst this messy storm mode where we have all of these thunderstorms interacting with each other and competing for the available energy and the available ingredients. So only a few of them are able to produce the damaging winds, and that's better than having all of them produce damaging winds and tornadoes. So again, if you're right now right along the Mississippi River in Perry County over into southern portions of Randolph County from about Chester down to the south, we would want you in your safe place right now. This circulation's moving in those general directions. Wine Hill's in the path of this. Rockwood's very close into the path of it. The circulation here in the next few minutes will be sliding across Illinois Route 3 south of Chester. And when we look at the winds in there, again, we have rotation showing up. Radar's been indicating that rotation, and that's why the tornado warning is in effect for those areas at this hour as we continue to track these storms all across the bi-state region. These storms this afternoon have been pretty intense across the area. We've had at least one confirmed tornado that touched down in Potosi that we've seen, and really two. Another one over south of Greenville, Illinois, just a little bit earlier. So again, it's east and southeast of St. Louis that are our concerns right now. We have about another 15 to 30 minutes, I think, of severe threat, and then most of the severe threat will shift out of our area. The severe threat is over now for the entire metro area. And Gary, that's good news.
It is good news as we continue to transition from these tornado warnings to maybe severe thunderstorm warnings where we're not seeing that tight rotation all the time. I think it's important to note as we look at a couple of these messy colors and polygons and all this stuff, we obviously understand that the reds mean it's a little bit stronger, but we also have tornado warnings, which are kind of hidden here. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in the yellow, but also the one that stands out above that because it's a different color, if nothing else, is the fact that it is a confirmed tornado that's south of our area. We have seen those earlier, but I wanted want to zoom into a few of these spots, and it really takes a good x-ray of what this storm is doing to try to find where the velocity is. And you can see that near north of DuQuoin, and that's one of the spots here near Mount Vernon that I really want to pay attention to, and that's part of the reason that there is that tornado warning, where you're going to continue to watch these little notches just on 51 here as we continue to look at this here over the next several minutes. So as we continue to monitor a couple of these things, I'm also looking at this specific one here near Flora as well. And you're looking at this. This is another one where very easily we're starting to see the potential for that at least rotation here in that sense, where we have the most updated look where wind is moving toward and wind is moving away from the radar. And that's where we're starting to see those little leading edge areas where you may just be getting some light rain here on the other side of that, but also as we continue to focus on some of those spots where those little notches on the leading edge are providing the brief weak rotation, which could provide 70 to up to 100-mile-an-hour wind in some cases. So we have seen reports of that as well. As Scott mentioned, this one near Perryville, as we've looked at this system here, this is one that has probably held the most strength. But like I said, over the last 15 minutes, we're still seeing, as this bounces from different radars, we're still seeing this notch right about here where we have that potential for at least a tornado. As we continue to check with our emergency management partners, there's been more of them on the Metro East side where we've seen some of these. And you'll look at this most recent update right now. This is something we like to see here as we look at more of this just becoming more of a straight line wind threat that ends the tornado threat. And that's why you've seen some of this transition even as it works its way out of here into a severe thunderstorm warning on the other side of things. And that's, of course, out of our area, so we don't have to worry about it quite as much. But still, some of these little notches right about here where you're seeing that potential for that rotation here. And that's where you're starting to see that right about here as we look at this whole mess of what's going on here. That's, once again, this is the spot where if we're going to see any sort of spot right there, that's where we're seeing that rotation as well, even as we kind of back this up. Like I said, there are a couple of spots still where the potential for tornadoes remain in place, even as they start to work their way out of here. And this, to me, north of DuQuoin, I know it's out of our area technically, but maybe someone's streaming us on 5 Plus, but we're watching it as it continues to work its way into the 57 corridor. That's what we're watching.
Southeast Washington County.
Southeast Washington County now. So, you know, there are multiple areas here, as Scott will continue to update you here as we have more of these tornado warnings where now, as Scott is checking in and we continue to get these updates here, they're going to beat me to it, and he's going to get that lined up as well. Southeast Washington County, as we continue to look at some of these, like I said, that's the spot that I was just looking at specifically encircled where you're able to see that's probably the tightest rotation that we have at the moment. And so as we continue to monitor this, as it works its way toward Mount Vernon, let me pull this across and put a track on this for you if you're paying attention in Mount Vernon. And it's probably just been lightly raining here at the moment, but it's that area of concern that we want to at least pay attention to in regards to the potential for a tornado. That's the most robust circulation that we've seen over the last few minutes, especially in the Metro East side, as we continue to look at that. So that's at 6:49 here in Mount Vernon. And once again, as a result, from a timing standpoint, you know, that one's going to go in place probably till about 7 o'clock. It may be able to call it a little sooner, so that lines up with what Scott mentioned in terms of the tornado threat winding down and getting out of our area very shortly, within the next 15 to 20 minutes. But this is still that area of circulation that we want to pay attention to specifically, simply because that's the area of circulation that we continue to monitor as we look at this whole area. And I know somebody messaged us on the chat line about whether or not St. Louis was done with tornado threat. Even though you're technically still in the tornado watch, you're done with this. Anyone on the Missouri side really effectively is done with the tornado threat, but you'll still see the leading edge where those little spots right now are starting to work their way out, and that's where we're going to continue to monitor here. A couple of these spots here are on the leading edge of that. I still think there's some spots where rotation is expected, and that's where I think we're looking at that. Like I mentioned, it's this wide area right about here where the velocity product shows these little notches here on 51 South.
Yes.
And as we continue to look at this moving forward, getting close to Mount Vernon within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And that's our next tornado warning that is in place. And like I said, and Scott's going to pull this up and, you know, we run into where we have a lot of colors on the map, we have a lot of polygons intersecting each other, all these storms are bouncing off each other, but there are still spots, Scott, in these storms that are producing enough rotation where, and we've even seen either funnels or confirmed tornadoes in some spots by pictures and videos at times.
Yeah, we've had the confirmed tornado around Potosi. Our Tracy Henson's there right now looking at some of the damage. We had the confirmed tornado over in Greenville, Illinois, south of Greenville, Illinois, that really got us alert as to what was going on. You have a confirmed tornado right now that is over here northeast of Flora in Clay County. That's about ready to push out of our area, but still, that's an area of concern. And we have the new tornado warning for that little nub that's coming in out of Perry County, Illinois, into southeastern portions of Washington County, and then back into Randolph and Perry counties as well. So those are the storms. This is the new tornado warning that was issued just a few minutes ago coming out of Perry County, that nub heading towards Radome and Du Bois, and that may slide over here back into portions of Jefferson County, Illinois. We'll see if the circulations can continue in this area as we head through time. Nashville, Illinois, you are not in that tornado warning. This is for the southeast part of the county because of that circulation there. Meanwhile, we still have our tornado warnings here across eastern portions of Perry County into southern portions of Randolph County. You have the southern portions of Jefferson County into portions of southeast Washington County, and then all the way down towards Carbondale. Then we have this area that's over here towards Flora that we'll look at in just a few minutes. They just confirmed that as being a tornado that is confirmed. Here's the storm as it comes out of Perry County, crosses over here across the Mississippi River. Our concern is this area of southern portions of Randolph County. We have seen that circulation there, and it looks like it may have weakened just a little bit. Here's that nub that's gone off to the east and northeast of Louisville or Louisville, and then sliding up towards northeastern and far eastern portions of Clay County in Illinois. This is northeast of Flora, and the National Weather Service is now running with a confirmed tornado on this. Again, we would expect with what you're seeing there, it to be something that's relatively brief and small, but still the circulation is definitely in this area approaching Pixley right now as it works on towards the east. So this is eastern portions of Clay County. Definitely something going on there. Want a quick check here just real fast of what we've got. No damage has been reported in Perry County, Missouri from the Sheriff's Department at this point. The folks in DuQuoin say they're trying to get a picture from emergency management, trying to get an idea of what's going on there with the circulation that's coming out of Perry County. Looking towards central Illinois here, and with this storm that's up into Clay County, a debris signature east of Louisville. So when we pop that on, again, I would say that that's kind of, it was there, and now it's kind of absorbed. So I don't know how much of that might still be on the ground. It would probably be cycling through, but almost out of Clay County, your circulation would be right there on Ingram Road. All right, so it's almost out of Clay County, that circulation is. We go farther south and southwest, we're looking at this nub down here. And again, that's down, approaching Du Bois, coming out of Tamaroa. You may see some circulation going into parts of Jefferson County in Illinois. Again, the potential is there. Still have this area that we're watching for circulations that down across Randolph County, although it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did just a little while ago. So that's, we'll take what kind of good news we can get whenever we can get it. So the back edge of this, getting closer to being out of our area, really, I think this area here that's in southern Randolph County, the rotation seems to have eased a bit. Still got to watch this area along 51. That may try to get here off to the east of Du Bois and Radome, and then try to slide over towards Mount Vernon. That could also impact areas here back towards the Salem area and Centralia before all is said and done. And then that confirmed tornado is moving out of Flora and out of Clay County within the next 5 minutes. It'll move eastward and out of the 5 on your side viewing area. So while we're seeing tornado warnings out there, we're not getting reports of damage right now, but that's not been the case from earlier today, Mike and Kelly.
Right, Scott. We've gotten reports of damage from Potosi.
Yeah, that's close to an hour and a half away from St. Louis. Missouri State Highway Patrol, they shared these photos from storm damage in Washington County, Missouri. This is near Ebo, which is northwest of Potosi. Now, so far, according to the Highway Patrol, no fatalities have been reported associated with this storm. Tracy Henson is near there in our storm tracker. Tracy, as it starts to get darker in just a few more minutes, at least people are able to assess the damage in the daylight.
Alrighty, Kelly. So what we've heard so far is I actually gave my phone number to one of the family members. This was the home that we heard on H. Smith Road in Potosi where people were trapped. We are told that everyone is out of that home safely. We do believe it was a trailer that was impacted by this storm, and they are out. That is much further up the road. They've been working to clear debris to try to get to that home. Some other areas of damage, though, just along this line of storms. There is a carport down, and it is sitting. I'm going to zoom in. You can kind of see where that carport is, sitting on 2 cars right now. I actually talked to the people from this house, and they were on the deck when the storm came through. So they said they actually watched everything happen, and as that storm came through, they stayed on the deck just because they could see that the storm was near them but not directly over them, and the winds ended up knocking that down. You can also see there's lots of scenes like this from this area as well. So this is along H. Smith in Potosi, where we have trees that are just kind of broken in half. We've also seen some power lines broken in half. Now the buzz of chainsaws I can still hear back in the distance. Heard it for a few hours now as people are working to clear that road, and that's mostly neighbors who are coming in to help clear this road. It is a public road, but you know, it's all been neighbors with their chainsaws and trucks making their way down here to clear things out. So that's what we've heard so far. And as far as damage goes, lots of tree branches, and the woman whose family members were in that home that had the reports of the people trapped, she said she'd message me when they made it up there to let me know how that damage looks. Live in Potosi, I'm Tracy Henson, 5 on your side.
And there has been damage across the state of Missouri, and Governor Kehoe activated the Missouri National Guard to assist with the storm response.
We haven't talked about power outages either, but Ameren, Missouri reporting just not long ago, Ameren, Illinois at least, there are about 3,200 people without power on the Illinois side. All right, let's toss it back to Scott with the latest on any warnings.
We still have a couple of tornado warnings in effect off to the east and southeast of St. Louis. That storm that had the circulation that was confirmed with a little bit of debris up in Flora or northeast of Flora in Clay County, that's moving out of the 5 on your side viewing area. So I know technically we have a tornado warning there, but the threat has now crossed the county line, no longer an impact there. We still have Jefferson County in Illinois, not Missouri, Illinois. That includes Mount Vernon, southeastern portions of Washington County in Illinois, down into Perry County, both Missouri and Illinois, southern portions of Randolph County. Now, as we're looking at this, I'd say the threat from tornadoes in this area here is generally pretty low as we get down. You know, there may be something brief, but we're not seeing those massive circulations and rotation in here. It's pretty brief. It's pretty ambiguous as to what exactly is happening within those storms. But the signatures are there that, yeah, there's been some rotation. Those are the brief kind of tornadoes that kind of pop and don't do huge amounts of damage because they're so small. But nonetheless, you should still be inside, away from the windows and doors here in Jefferson County, Illinois, southeastern portions of Washington County in Illinois, and then southern portions of Randolph County, southeastern Perry County. We still have the warnings there, but I think we're going to be trimming those back as the greater threat from these storms seems to be pushing farther to the east. And really, you're almost out of the threat in Perry County here as the last of that heavier rain that's southeast along the Mississippi River towards Grand Tower is sliding farther to the east. And as we look a little farther to the north here, going up towards Percy, You know, it doesn't look overly impressive. We'll pop some velocity on here to see if we see anything. There may be some rotation in here, but it's not looking as impressive as it was earlier when it was a lot tighter. But again, want you to be safe and stay inside away from the windows and doors until this kind of slides on out. That area here of southeastern portions of Washington County, that tornado warning has expired. We still have it ongoing here into Jefferson County in Illinois. I wouldn't be surprised if what you're seeing here approaching Mount Vernon, some of that probably has some gusty winds with it, and there may be a bit of a circulation in here. There may be more than one. You're kind of along that leading edge the thunderstorms where you're getting that wavy, as Gary said earlier, seahorse kind of look to it, and that's moving off towards the northeast. So again, we can't rule it out, but it doesn't look like it's a big tornado. These are the smaller, quick spin-up type storms versus the more intense kind of storms that we were fearing today across much of the area. So as we broaden out the view, again, it's east and southeast of St. Louis where there is still a severe weather threat. Not for the metro area, not for points north and west. You are all clear from severe here going west and north of St. Louis. And it's really our fringe counties here as you go down into Perry County, Missouri, over to Jefferson County, Illinois, and then over towards Flora, where we have still some concerns about the potential for brief spin-up tornadoes the way it's looking right now. We continue to track this. The rain is starting to let up here, even in the metro east to some degree, but that's going to become the big story going into the rest of the week. The amount of heavy rain we see, especially as we go into Friday and Saturday, those will be our next weather impact alert days as a flooding threat becomes much more widespread across the area. Gary, what do you think?
Yeah, that didn't do us any favors today with the widespread rain and the way this thing has kind of sat here, which has helped our severe weather threat, which is a positive because we have these spin-up tornadoes and not the long threat long track tornadoes that we have to the south. However, when we add saturation of 2 to 4 inches on top of a likely 5 to 10 inches in some cases for some of us in this area, that's not the greatest thing. I do want to focus in. We obviously look at the mess of the radar. I wanted to take the radar off and show you just the minuscule areas that are remained and just why it's been all weird, right? Look at all these polygons, severe thunderstorm warning. You have a pink one, you have a red one, what that means if you're just kind of following along. And the reason why we're still with you here at 6:47 is the fact that we have that tornado potential here still for Jefferson County on the Illinois side. I think once that's gone, you can finally get rid of us here at this point, and we can finally end the severe threat. But we still want to focus on some of those areas. As I put that radar back on, and you can see where this is the one lone county where it is the biggest. Pretty much all of the counties involved in that. Then we start with some of these spots where you'll see that area that has finally pushed out on Flora. Your tornado threat from Flora is now gone, but we still see these little circulations here and right along this leading edge. And to me, that is what, let's call it the most concerning thing, simply because we see these little notches right along that. As once we get that past Mount Vernon, we'll effectively end the severe weather threat for us. And that's what we're looking forward to. We're minutes away from that within the next 10 to 15 minutes. And I really think that if you're looking ahead to programming at 7 o'clock on NBC, we're finally going to get to that point. We're in good shape here. These are the spots right now that I mentioned that we have that at least the potential for some of that rotation. I wanted to circle where these are, right? And we look at some of this right now, and this is really where we're seeing that circulation where in terms of some of it, it's just these little minor areas of circulation. These are the spots. They're not as impressive. We have one side where we have the wind is twisting on one side, and then we have the other side where we're starting to see those little minor areas of rotation. Finally, we have pushed that through Perryville, and finally your severe weather threat in Perryville is finally over here as we look at that high wind that has continued in many cases upwards of 60 plus miles an hour. There are at least 2 confirmed tornadoes, one of them for sure. We've seen a couple of pictures and videos of the other ones, one on the Missouri side, one on the Metro East side. You saw what Tracy just mentioned, and the fact that we have this steady heavy rain still remains the case as we continue to monitor. There's some of these spots along the leading edge of that, right? You see that near Du Bois, really from Mount Vernon. It's these spots right there specifically that we're looking at in terms of our severe weather threat. That's the last of it. And that tornado warning, like I mentioned, you'll notice that a lot of this, that is our final threat. If you're in the city of St. Louis, you're on the Missouri side now, I can finally give Missouri. If you're in Missouri right now, you have an all clear. If you're in most of the immediate Metro East, you're in the all clear. We're starting to get that way, but we also still have a couple of spots right now, as that's my most recent tornado warning, and we'll at least, let me cue that up here. I know my text just went through, and that is Marion County until 7:30. So let's zoom in and try to find that one specifically. I mentioned that we had that for Jefferson County.
It's coming out of
Now we
Jefferson.
have it from Marion County here. And so let's focus on a couple of the cities before we say that. And it's going to be east of Kinmundy and Salem, right? So these are areas, once again, which is impressive to me, that we've already seen circulations go over that area. It rained really hard, and we still see these circulations live. And I think that's the most impressive thing here. When it comes to that. So let's focus on a couple of spots here as we watch this in real time. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, which is really not as much of an issue in that regard. So let's look at where this is in regards to, once again, in Iuka, where we see that same spot. And if I can pull up, I'm going to pull up this once again. Let me get to this one here specifically, and we can try to find where some of these areas of circulation are. And, you know, specifically, let's find this on the velocity product and try to find where some of these things are. Because as we continue to monitor where some of these areas are, let me pull this back just a little bit. We're still looking at some spots that are starting to, at least, let me pull that back just a little bit more. I'm going to actually get out and try to find where we have that area of circulation. I'm going to pull this back out, because that's what happens when we start to have these, when we're on the fly here, as we get back into right about here. Now let's zoom in and try to find that area of circulation. And most of them have looked, like I mentioned, I made a crack about it earlier when we do this for a long time, you know, that they kind of look like a seahorse, but really it's the leading edge that's probably just on the other side and south of Salem as it continues to push up here. There is a weak area of circulation in here that, at least in terms of checking with some of our emergency management partners, are involved in that tornado warning. And, you know, there's just a couple of these circulations here. Like I said, it gets really messy when you look at this, but in terms of the potential for tornadoes, that's where we're looking at here. There are these weak embedded areas of circulation here. And as we, once again, update you on the fact that we have that area until 7:30, which, like I said, I'm not sure that we're going to be with you till 7:30 for that reason, because I think that this will eventually get this way and push back into Clay County. And Clay County has been through at least a couple of different tornado warnings, but that is from Marion County until 7:30. So as I pull that back out, you can see that is the last of this severe weather that continues to push through the area. Once again, as these boundaries continue to run into each other, as they hold their strength, the fact that it has been raining essentially in Illinois and central Illinois for basically the last 3 hours, yet these circulations continue to find a way to exist and provide areas of circulation and even spots where there is a potential tornado. And that's what we're going to continue to look at here as you look at this back to the north. And that's what I want to at least focus on from that standpoint, is let's go find that circulation here. You'll see that from north of Mount Vernon, and it's right here near Iuka. That's what we're looking at, and that's the reason for the tornado warning, as well as this circulation behind it here in Centralia. And that's why they're not involving Salem in this. It's going to be a little further south, and that's where I think we're looking at here as we look at that potential circulation and zoom in just a little bit. This is, once again, I feel like we've talked about this before, Scott, Highway 161, and is that the second or third circulation to go over a similar highway or similar spot? I mean, and we've talked about where I know we've seen pictures of at least one of them, and it feels like we're going to see at least one more.
Yeah, I think so. You know, as we head through this evening, we still have, and I want to let you know, we're at 6:53 right now. We're going to go to NBC programming at 7 o'clock. Unless we get reports that there's something on the ground here in Marion County causing damage. We will stay with you on 5+. So we will continue streaming, but we will go to NBC programming here at 7 o'clock tonight. You still have the warning here that includes southeastern portions of Marion County. You know, when we look at these circulations over here, and this still yet to spread into in Clay County up towards Flora again, you may have some spots here where we are going to have some problems. So let's look at the wind here. And again, we're finding one circulation that's kind of coming up out of Jefferson County, go up to Iuka, and then down here again towards Rome that will be heading to the northeast as well. So again, I think this area is, this is north of Mount Vernon. So I think that area, as it spreads into southeastern portions of Marion County here, south of Iuka, off to the southeast of Salem, that is more of a potential concern here as we go through time. So we'll track this and monitor this. We still don't have any confirmation that this is actually on the ground. And I look at the debris here, and there's nothing that really stands out as being a true tornado debris signature on that. So from that standpoint, that's good. But we still have that tornado warning as these storms possibly spin up some brief tornadoes as they push northeastbound through parts of Marion County and eventually, once again, into Clay County. And then we look down to the south, we still have tornado warnings here in Jefferson County. Again, the circulation going through Jefferson County into southeastern portions of Marion County, that's the one that has our attention. We do know that there are tornadoes confirmed not too far from Cape Girardeau right now. They are on the ground down there. In this area farther south is more likely to see those larger, more damaging tornadoes on the ground, and that's what we're seeing at this point. The severe weather threat around St. Louis has come to an end for sure. We're just waiting on these last few storms that continue to have rotation off to the east and southeast of town to kind of get done spinning. And the one that we have our greatest concern right now with looks to be this one that's over here coming north of Mount Vernon. That looks like some pretty good rotation there, and also going up towards Walnut Hill. There's a couple of areas that have our attention in this area as that's moving off to the north and northeast. So again, if you're in that area of southeastern portions of Marion County, northern Jefferson County, we want you inside, away from windows and doors, and staying safe. Mike and Kelly.
You mentioned debris. There is debris. Let's get over to Brent Solomon, who joins us live from a area that our team has been tracking.
Yeah, he is outside of Greenville, Illinois, which is in Bond County. And Brent, apparently you have run into some homes that have had some severe damage.
Yeah, let's get right to it, guys. We arrived on scene here about 15 minutes ago, so you're seeing many of these images as we're seeing them, and you can see the evidence of this severe storm that hit today. Again, as Kelly and Mike mentioned to you, we are in Bond County. This is 650 North off of Millersburg Road, and what we see is a home that has been leveled here. There is another home directly across the street. We haven't had a moment to get up close to it yet, but it appears to be in the same exact condition as storm conditions persist right now. Rain is coming down, heavy rain, and we just saw some lightning. But quickly, before we wrap up this report, and you hear the thunder there as well, I want you to see, and photojournalist Don Galloway is working with me here, but there's a debris field to the left of this home, Don. If we can pan over and show that a little bit. Right next to the home is a huge field where it would appear that debris, possibly from the home that you just saw, and who knows where else, that debris, it appears, traveled to this vacant field. Again, it is very early in terms of our arrival here to gather information to find out who this home belonged to, whether anyone was inside, and whether folks were able to get out. So our preliminary work has started. We are going to stay on this for you, of course, throughout the evening on 5+, and for the news tonight at 10 o'clock. But again, as we conclude, live images right now from Bond County. We're on 650 North and Millersburg Road, where you can see this home destroyed behind me. It's heavy storms. Much more as we get them, but for now, that is the very latest from where we are here live, and we'll send it back to you in the studio.
And we're just getting some word from the Missouri State Highway Patrol on that Potosi tornado. It has confirmed that a tornado did touch down 6 miles northwest of Potosi. Several homes and structures completely damaged. Troopers and local first responders have been contacting residents. All have been accounted for, with some with minor injuries, but 0 fatalities.
And that is very good news. Let's get back to Scott.
I think everybody's been weather aware as to what's going on. Some of those pictures, not sure what type of home that was, obviously in Greenville, Illinois, but Gary and I looked at each other and said, wow, that's a lot of damage. And obviously, the National Weather Service is already making plans tomorrow to survey that area as well as Potosi. As they get additional reports tonight, they may have other areas that they want to survey. So you're looking at this area here that's between Salem and Haines, where there's some little nubs in there, and potentially you're looking at some rotation here that's just to the north of Haines. That has us a little more concerned as we kind of zoom back in on that. This is in southeastern portions of Marion County in Illinois. So that's going to be tracking right towards Iuka. Again, you're in a very rural area out here. You have a lot of farm fields, and this is very rural portions of southern Illinois across southeastern portions of Marion County. But if you're in and around the Iuka area and anywhere here, in this area that's going from Iuka Road, River Road, Old Bethel Road, those. Oh. Okay, well, we keep going on 5+. So that's in our area.